And welcome to the ZÁTOPEK 10 on-tracker nights. It's the 5th in a series of international events by the great on-brand Dream On. Conditions in Melbourne not exactly perfect this evening. We will throw to the screen here and give you a bit of an update of what that weather does look like coming in. But it's not going to stop fast times on the track. It's not going to stop the atmosphere and the party here at Lakeside Stadium. But those conditions there, as you look at the moment, you see that the southerly breeze, which makes the weather a little bit cool. So it's going to feel like about 12 degrees when they're racing later on. The timetable, though, the action is exciting. 4x4s are early on. It's our Victorian Championships. They follow some B races in the juniors. The Imperfects with the Hugh van Cuylenberg and the Olympic stars in BJ Cole and also Steve Hooker are going to be trying to break a Masters record. And then the night just gets more as exciting as we go on. And I'm going to throw to my partners here in commentary. I'm Nick Wall. I've got my team here in Brady and also Michael on the live stream for the night. Guys, what are your highlights? What are you looking forward to tonight, Brady?
Thanks for having me, Nick. Yeah, I'm super excited to see these Australian 10,000 metre championships run and done here tonight at Lakeside Stadium. I've never seen ZÁTOPEK look like this before. The branding here is amazing, the atmosphere, the live stage for Peking Duck a bit later on. And I guess the most thing I'm looking forward to would be Pat Tien and back on Australian soil, seeing if he can get another ZÁTOPEK title next to his name later on in the night.
And I am, of course, looking forward to seeing this event itself come to life. On has done such a great job in making it the party festival here at the athletics track. On an athlete perspective, I'm looking forward to seeing Bendiri Oboya in her first appearance under Craig Mottram and the On Athletic brand. Transitioning from being a 400-metre specialist in previous seasons, now transitioning will be running 800s this coming season, but trying her best to chase a 600-metre record tonight on track.
Now, she's trying to take down the record, of course, of Tamsin Lewis-Manu, who's in the box just up from us tonight. She's going to be behind the mic here with Bruce McAvaney in stadium. They've gone all out, haven't they, on athletic? I feel really sorry for them. The weather hasn't given exactly what we need, but it's not going to stop the party atmosphere. You can watch the track tonight from the beer tent on the back straight. You can get across the bridge and go to the dance stage that's right next to the shot put. There's everything here we need. We just talked about the branding beforehand. One fluoro colour, black, it's strong. On athletics, geez, they're doing some exciting things in this country, Brady, aren't they?
They are, and it's important to note that this is the 5th event they've put on. So they've been in London, over in the States. They've also been in Vienna, Paris. So it's great to see the final one here in Melbourne, and just a massive investment into our sport and something that I know it's a surprise. Like I've been at a lot of ZÁTOPEKs myself and never seen it set up like this before. And I think hopefully the punters start filling some of these seats in front of us now to come watch a massive night of athletics.
Yeah, Michael, they've really transformed Lakeside Stadium. Some accuse it of being you're a little bit far from the action often here. At the ZÁTOPEK traditionally we put the old Tim Crosby rope up and we wander onto about lane 5. Tonight it's better than that. Tonight you are one with the action, aren't you?
You are literally on the infield of the track. We've never seen that before at a ZÁTOPEK meet that I've ever been to. And as we said, the beer tent across the other side of the night, whilst listening to the DJs capping off the night with Peking Duck. So if you're sitting at home just tuning into the live stream and thinking it's maybe not the best night to come to the track and you might settle in and listen to our voices, don't. Get in your car and cruise down to Lakeside Stadium now. There's still plenty of time to get here because the party's just getting started.
And we talk about that on brand. We saw probably the perfect representation of it beforehand, the 5K community run. So it started in the stadium and finished in the stadium, bit sort of reminiscent of an Olympic marathon. They all ran into the tunnel on the way in and they were getting high fives from family and friends. The interesting one was there, Brady, there's a lot of rec runners out there now with on shoes on their feet, aren't there?
Yeah, and it was one just over 16 minutes too, so some quick times out there considering they went around the circuit out there at Albert Park Lake, which isn't the fastest surface on the sandy path there. So it was great to see so many recreational runners going around, and hopefully they've all stuck around and found themselves a seat. And, you know, weather-wise, the wind's probably going, we're going to get a tailwind for the first 100 metres on the track, so which I always like to prefer that when I'm racing, not having a massive headwind or tailwind down the actual straights. And it's dry, like the track has handled it very well. There's no water on the track. You know, if the athletes want it, there's probably going to be no excuse for fast times here tonight.
Now, my only experience here in this night was actually running a 200-metre hurdles at Olympic Park a long time ago. Michael, do you have any experience on the track here at a ZÁTOPEK night?
Not at a ZÁTOPEK night. Experience from the stands, watching Brady come about 15th, 16th.
Yeah, I think somewhere around there.
So that's what I was going to ask, Brady. You're the only one amongst us who's done 25 laps. Tell us, like, for those athletes tonight, I know we're going to have some good winners out there, but there are some athletes here making their Australian Championship debut, and also some of them making their 10,000 metre debut tonight. What's 25 laps like at an Australian Championship?
Well, firstly, there's nowhere to hide. So that was, my wife asked me the same question driving down here today, and that was my answer, that you're very exposed out there. If you've got family or friends in the audience, they can see where you are at every stage on the track. So if you're having a bad night, it can be a bit daunting and you can get pretty nervous beforehand. For a guy like me, it was always just trying to get into this race. The selection time this year for the men is 29:45, so you've got to be kind of in that top bracket of athletes in the country to even get a start. And it's also a massive opportunity for that next tier down to rub shoulders with guys like Jack Rayner, Pat Tiernan. They'll have an opportunity when they're in the call room for 10 minutes beforehand, where they'll be all sitting on deck chairs pretty much next to each other before they come out here to race each other. And just to be able to have those people in your company is a massive excitement for some people.
Now, look, we are about 6 or 6.5 minutes away from the first event. So I'm going to get Lockie up here to throw to a bit of a highlights package of ZÁTOPEK 2022 as the action builds here at Lakeside Stadium for the on-track nights, the 5th in the series of the World Tour of On Athletics.
So underway now in this 25-lap event. It is the 46th running of this race. The 33.45 pace at the moment. So the pace not really lifting at the moment. So Tara Palm in command. The rest of the girls just happy to sit there. This is turning into a bit of a championship. A relatively fast championship, but not super quick in context of some of the winning times that we've seen in those 31 and 32 minute marks.
Starts to come with them.
Yeah, so Mazzodan, he's got a 32.55 to a name on the track, so she does know how to run a very decent 10K. That was in the States, and also a 15.37 runner over the 5K distance. Yeah, and they've gone 74 once again, so they've gone to a new level once again, Mitch, and they're holding it there. So this pacing is beautiful. Every now and then you see Izzy just dropping back a little bit, then she works her way forward back again. That's strength. She ran a 2:28 debut marathon not so long ago here in Melbourne.
Well, I've heard Pompiani is the queen of Stromlo in Canberra, and she might become the queen of Lakeside at the moment, as we now see Bat Doyle just go around the shoulder of Rose Davies. We want to hear the crowd absolutely lift. Let's blow the roof off a place that doesn't have one. Champion. She was 8th in 2020. She climbed 7 positions, and she will become your national 10,000 metre champion. Leanne Pompiani, stand and deliver. 50 metres to go as she will crush the tape as the new Australian champion.
So underway now, 25 laps, the split start, 18 men in the field. Others to watch out for include Dale Carroll, placed here in the Victorian 10,000 Road Championship that finished here at Lakeside Stadium. Very interesting move at this stage, I think, and I don't think Jordan would have planned this. He's just put the foot on the accelerator and decided to just go for it, and the pack has decided to let go. He's a 28.39 10K runner, so don't disrespect Jordan Guzman. Hayne made a very good move to get up there. He's just not too long off a stressy, just a little bit of a push there with his team tempo mate there, Maddie Clark, as they go around the bend, approaching our fantastic crowd out near that water jump and building around to the 50-metre mark. Good to see such good numbers out there. A few little cracks at the back starting to form. I'm loving the fashion statement from Hanson from Tasmania. He's worn the arm warmers here. Cool night in Melbourne, probably cooler in Hobart or Launceston. But he's looking a treat. And as I said, a great victory for Hanson in Launceston, his own hometown. Great to see that victory here over 10K earlier this year. Again.
They certainly are. So these two here are just going to try and duke it out and see if anybody wants to come with. And Jordan Guzman puts his hand up in the pack and says, fine, I'll do it. So he's going to try and bring them through here at the moment. There's a good contingent behind him. Andy Buchanan starting to drop off the back of this secondary pack a little bit. He certainly does now. They're sort of biding their time a little bit. They're trying to come after Maddie Clark in that second position. But up the back straight, it is all Jack Rayner. Kepsagai, Emmanuel Bett and Stuart McSwain. And maybe just add one more name to the list. It's Jack Rayner as he salutes the crowd. Look at Waring come down the home straight, but it's Jack Rayner's moment. And he's back to back.
So, team, we've just seen our first event of the night, event number 1, which is the women's B under 23,000 metres wander their way around. Makes me feel a bit more like it's a real track event now. The ladies here will be pretty excited. There's, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 interstate guests. We've got girls from the age in this one of 16 only up to 18. So it's all our young junior ones ready to go. Brady and Michael, as the girls wander out, what are the nerves going to be like for the 3,000 metres?
First event of the night's always hard, Nick, and I reckon there'd be a few nerves. Also, I would say that there would be a few people with chips on their shoulder because they're not in the A race. So there could be some aggression off the line here and a few people wanting to make a bit of a mark and get noticed, I guess, for next year as well, the people who are a bottom age, who potentially a lot of people in this field would be, to get a start in the A race next year. It
was pretty much a clear split this year, Michael, wasn't it, with the you had to really be well under 10 minutes to make the A race. So these ladies are going to be trying to chase that sort of 10-minute pace as they get going around there?
Yeah, and we'll be keeping our eye on the clock as well. So we'll be looking at the girls trying to clock 80 seconds, 1 minute 20 per lap as they get underway, 3:20 per K. Not sure if it will be the fastest race, although, as you said, it's the A race that's going to be that championship-style racing, and they, being at under 20 age, they are still chasing those PBs and improving every year.
And it's that in-between distance, isn't it? 3K, it's great that it's back at a world under 20 level now for the under 20 women, so it is a selection race long-term. But it's that in-between distance between the 15 and the cross-country, I suppose, for these girls, as much as anything, rather than the 5. And I think they will go quick.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose. Like, the A race is that championship up for grabs, whereas in this race, it's all about, getting out there and trying to set a bit of a quick time and finishing as high as possible.
And a few girls in this race as well. It's it may be their first time racing at ZÁTOPEK, but for some of them won't be their last.
Now, I know we said we don't know a lot of the field here in terms of the same exposed form as we have in the A race. Michael, I reckon you're going to be all right here. There's a lot of Victorian milers stars here that we're pretty familiar with. So I'm going to leave it to you as they get away. They're not far away from the start here. But we're going to be starting tonight event number 1 with the B race of the women's under 23,000 metres.
And we'll cross over to the starters in a moment as the women do toe the line. As we look down the back straight into that, we call it the beer tunnel, the cheer tunnel. Dream on, dream on. Love the branding from On here tonight at the Melbourne On Track Night. And we're in the hands of the starter. 11 of the girls towing the line as they're underway. And in lane number 1, it's Gwen Watson from Queensland. Lane number 2, Chloe Phelan from Victoria. Number 3, Hugh and Wilson from New South Wales, followed by Greta Johnson of Queensland, Papa Scott Dalish from Victoria, Matilda Lestrange from Victoria, Matilda Cole from New South Wales, Amelia Morton from Victoria, Olivia Da Costa Alves from Victoria, Orla Shackloth also from Victoria, and to round out to the Victorians in this under 20B. 3,000 metres is Charlotte Jackson.
Thanks, Michael. And it's our early pacemaker out there is the Queenslander. She's going to get her bang for buck tonight. She's going to come here for a fast time. She's one of the 2 ladies in the field that has gone sub 10 minutes before with a 9:58. So Gwen Watson is the Queenslander leading at this early stage, with Matilda Cole from New South Wales, the one sitting on her heels as they go down through the tunnel for the first time. I love that shot there. Pre-race down the back straight. That tunnel's going to look pretty awesome later on when it's full of a bit of a crowd as we go around 25 laps.
I can only imagine the athletes running through that tunnel, and there still is, like, that's the probably one of the places around the track that actually is lined shoulder to shoulder at this early stage. So they will feel the atmosphere as they come around that 1,500, 300 metre start mark each lap. So stringing out one by one. There's not really a pack forming, but it still is Gwen Watson at the front, and they go through that first lap in 76 seconds. So we mentioned to get under 10 minutes, and they're average 80 seconds, so they're well on track for that, Nick.
They are. Brady, what do you reckon here in these 3,000 metres? Are they a negative split type style for these junior girls, or are we going to run pretty even laps tonight?
I think with the pack so formed at the moment that we might see a bit of a kick down. It has kind of strung out a bit, a few off the back, but it shows how aggressive they're being when they're 4 seconds under the pace that most people's PB this early in the race. So it's good to see in the Queenslanders, first and second. They've sat on planes and stuff to get down here, so they want to come down and have a decent run out of it and push the pace.
And 2 Queenslanders leading the way. These ZÁTOPEK under 20, 3,000 metres have become, over the years, a pseudo sort of national championships, and this year actually is national championships for the A race. So it is great to see a couple of Queenslanders, a couple of New South Welshmen, and a number of Victorians towing the line here as they come up to the 800 metre mark.
And yeah, Michael, down the back straight there, it is the 2 Queenslanders moved away, so that's Watson from Greta Johnson, the 2 Queenslanders in front. Poppy Scott-Dalgleish is the next one there, with also a Matilda Lestrange. So the 2 Diamond Valley athletes, so very familiar with them here in Victoria. The 2 sitting in 3rd and 4th, piloting the pack through. But they've given about 10 metres there to Gwen Watson, who looks really strong at the moment. With second there is Greta Johnson, the pack chasing through there. You've also got Chloe Phelan sitting out wide on the outside shoulder there of Haywan Wilson of New South Wales. But the Queenslanders come down past here, and we're talking about 1K. They're going to hit through in the 1K. They're in 3:12.99, so we're on for 9:39 pace, so sub 9:40 tempo for the ladies. Exactly what we talked about, Brady.
You'd wonder if they're familiar with themselves as well, Nick. Like, both from Queensland, they probably raced each other a lot over the years. You wonder if there's an agreement in place, with a bit of wind around, to take a few laps each and really try to put it to the other states in this race.
Yeah, look, the Queenslanders, I mean, it used to be for a long time Victorian junior distance runners were the dominant force, but the Queenslanders at the moment are doing great things at national level. We'll see some later on in the men's under 23,000 A race. I reckon a couple of the favourites there from Queensland. They dominated the world under 20 cross-country team this year in Bathurst, the Australian team. There was a really strong representation of them, and there's several of them in the A race as well tonight. So not a shock to see the 2 Queenslanders out in front. And as you said before, pre-race, Michael, they had to prove here tonight that they deserve to be in that A race.
Exactly, and although they're not experiencing the warm weather of Queensland and making the advantage known to all the Victorians, they're coming down and making advantage of that cold weather and going 1-2 and saying, chase us, we're making the trip worth it, and we're going well under 10 minutes here tonight.
Yeah, so they've just eased a little bit off on that last 400, so it sat there at about 79. So they're still inside that 80 seconds. They're going to be well inside 10 minutes tonight. The question is how close to 9:30 they can go with the tempo that they set up early. Chase Pack, the Diamond Valley girls, going to need to do some work to peg back our Queenslanders as they head down the back straight there. The last of our group there, Charlotte Jackson, coming through, and she's sitting at the moment. The field strung out over just on 90 metres.
And that 1,500 metres, they went through in about a 4:50, 4:51. So still around that 9:40 to 9:42 pace. Is slowing a little bit from about 500 metres to go, which was about that just sub 9:40. But the gap is only widening. We've gone from about 20 metres to 30 metres, and now it's about 40 metres to the pack of Victorians that are chasing the 2 Queenslanders out in front, Brady.
And it looked like Gwen just looked over her shoulder at Greta about 100 metres ago and said, hey, you're going to help me out with a bit of pace here? And she's done that. She's gone around her and almost put in about a 5 metre gap instantly, and they both still look strong, but out in front looks just a touch stronger, coming up with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, so Gwen was who's just now let Greta work past her. She was a finalist in the under-18 national championships in Queensland. In Queensland earlier this year. She was 12th there at those junior championships. She ran well on that occasion. Obviously, the 2 athletes here, as we said, very familiar with each other. Gwen is the 16-year-old in the field, while 17 is Greta Johnson, the Queenslander now, that's taken control of this race down the back straight and looking to spread that gap out to about 5 metres, and then a chase pack sitting 40 metres behind them, still led by the Victorian duo.
And is Chloe Phelan leading the rest of the pack as they string out across that back straight? I wonder what role the atmosphere here, being the first event at the on-track night tonight, with the DJ playing around the steeplechase area, running under the tunnel running through the, do we call it the beer tent or the party tent? I don't know what's appropriate for the under-20s. They've gone through that 2K, about 2,100 metres, just under that 9:45 pace. So slowing slightly. But Watson just extending Johnson extending her lead.
I think that was a bit of a definitive move in that last 200. She's doubled that lead over that last 200 as she comes down the main straight. With 2 laps to go, I think it's Greta Johnson who's chasing the clock right now. Gwen Watson just going to try and hold on. And the battle for third started to heat up a little bit. So next comes through is Chloe Phelan. See behind there's Matilda Lestrange. Then it's the New South Wales athlete there in Wilson. Amelia Morton. She's just on there in 6th. She's been doing some good things in the Victorian School Series recently. Poppy Scott-Dalgleish, a familiar one here where we have at Milers. Then through's Olivia Da Costa Alves. Matilda Cole from New South Wales. And then rounding out feet there is also, we've got Orla Shackloth and also Charlotte Jackson. But our lead's out to 15 metres now, 600 metres to go, and it's the Queenslander Greta Johnson moving away from Gwen Watson.
And in the minor, they might be battling out for the minor places as well, those athletes that you just mentioned, Nick, but they're well on track to get PBs as most of them best times sitting around the 10:10, 10:11, 10:13 mark. So they go 8 minutes through that 2,400 metre mark with 1.5 laps to go as they chase the 2 Queenslanders who are just extending their lead.
Greta Johnson here has really impressed me. I love the way that she let the pace get set early. It was a little bit quicker than that 9:40 tempo, which she's unfamiliar with. So with 1 lap to go here, let's see what she can finish with, see how close she can go to maybe a 9, maybe a 75-second last lap and get something around that 9:45. The crowd's starting to lift for her. Greta Johnson it is. Gwen Watson gets through and she gets the bell next. The race for third's a hot one. Amelia Morton's the third of those athletes there with the New South Wales athlete sitting behind Matilda Lestrange. Next through there's Chloe Phelan, as we mentioned. Number 9, Olivia Da Costa Alves. And then also Poppy Scott-Dalgleish gets the bell. They're at 8:54, so the 10th for the last time for Greta Johnson of Queensland. The lead's out now to 20 metres there to Gwen Watson. Michael, what do you reckon here? How quick's we going to finish this last 200 metres?
Just by looking at her stride and her gait, it looks like she is only increasing her pace. So 9:12 with 200 metres to go. We still are looking under 9:50. Don't know if she'll get 9:45, but it's going to be interesting to see as we just lose her behind the DJ stage there. And there she is, Greta Johnson. Got a lead of about 20 or 30 metres ahead of Gwen Watson. So and then the rest of the field chases.
This is going to be the biggest victory she's had here, the Queenslander. So Greta Johnson brings it down the main straight. She came in with a 10:04 personal best. It's 9:44 now. We thought 9:45 might be on the cards. It won't be, but it's going to be a big personal best for the Queenslander. And Greta Johnson, 9:52, takes the victory, 9:53.04. The fireworks go off here. Next through is going to be Watson of Queensland. The Victorian Lestrange through next. Morton, Wilson of New South Wales. They're going to be just over in 10:04 there. Chloe Phelan of Victoria comes through. Number 9 there, Olivia Da Costa Alves of Victoria. And then the next one through is Poppy Scott-Dalgleish, who was leading that chase pack for quite a while. But it was the Queenslander tonight, Greta Johnson, who did all the work. Brady, a good way to start the night. Yeah. Queenslanders with, what do we got? A 12-second PB to start the night.
Well, a lot of PBs, Nick, just looking through this start list. I say there 3/4 of the field's probably run a PB tonight, so a great way to start. And, a great way to kick things off. I'm just looking at this fire go off. Pretty sure it went off after every single person in that race across the finish line. So it's going to be a big night of pyrotechnics here tonight.
Maybe we should change jobs next year. I wouldn't mind having my finger on the fire button with all the athletes coming across the line. That looks kind of fun.
I reckon, though, I mean, what a thrill that would have been then for Greta Johnson. She was 14th at the Australian Junior Championships under 18 in the 1500. She ran at the Queensland All Schools Championship. She was 2nd, and here tonight she's come through to take a win in front of a really healthy crowd here at Lakeside on the night of nights. Probably the best night of racing, of distance racing we have in Australia by a long way.
And they did lift the crowd in the home straight, being a bit quiet throughout that race, but when she came into the home straight, they gave her a great cheer, which was fantastic to see.
So the men are wandering past us now. That for the next one, that'll be the B race for them. But the ladies showing what we're in store for. Remember, the night just builds and builds and builds from here. I was making sure I didn't get too excited too early there. Didn't want to fall into Mitch Dyer's type behaviour early. But it is, look, it's a 7.5 lap race, and yet it was exciting despite the fact that the pack had split a little bit earlier. I think tonight, later on, when we get some pacemakers in these fields, it's going to be some really special type racing.
Looking at some of these guys walking out at the moment, and what strikes me first is the 3 Eureka singlets. So 3 boys from Ballarat, probably train together, probably live close to each other. I reckon they're going to keep things quick in this one, and there's a bit of energy coming from this B grade 3,000 metre race.
And likewise, one of the cool things I've spotted in there, and you'll see it, is the white strip with sort of the green and yellow band around it. That's the 2 Brisbane Athletics crew athletes.
Oh, yep.
So up in Queensland, you get to run in your squad colours at meets. So that's actually the Jaden Russ coach squad, a former world junior steeplechaser himself. And he's got a whole crew. We're going to throw down now to Mitch Dyer, though, and our winner.
Indu, how do you prepare yourself for something like this when you come down from the heat?
Well, I was with my cousins, and they're really fun, and they keep my mind off it. And I warmed up with Gwen, and yeah.
Do you want to give the cousins a shout out? Are they here somewhere? What are their names?
Will and Jack.
Will and Jack, congratulations. My cousins wouldn't say the same thing about me. Hey, where are we going to see you for the rest of the year? Heading over to WA next weekend, or where are we going to see you racing next?
I'm not going to Western Australia. I'm not sure. Maybe like sometime next year.
Well, we're excited for next year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your winner here of the 3,000 metres. Congratulations.
So great, some insights down there from Mitch Dyer, doing the work trackside. He had a good chat there with our winner of the B race, of course, the Queenslander. I was just talking there, Brady. I know you love the colours of athletes. I saw you spot the singlet earlier. It's the best way to identify those athletes. But as I said, the Queenslanders get to run in their squad colours very regularly. Not quite the same history in club colours we have here in Victoria. And it's good to see, I reckon we'll see some Queenslanders potentially set the tempo again here with some team running.
I fully agree, Nick, and I think it's the same thinking as the B race with the females we just saw. Like these guys, I guess a few of them would be disappointed they've come down from Queensland to be in a B race. They probably only found that out maybe a week ago, so they got a bit of a chip on their shoulder and want to prove that they can be in the A race potentially next year. Just some of the size and the height of some of these fellas out there as well. Like they look like they've developed. They look like a mini Craig Mottram with some of those kind of taller figures from the other side of the track there. So I don't think these fellas have got anything to lose. They're going to go quick from the gun, especially the guys from the same squad. They're going to have plans. They're going to have an idea of what pace they want to hit. We'll see some times under 8:30.
What strikes me here is I reckon we're going to go well under 8:30. And historically, 8:40, 8:45 might have made you the A race. So we've got the entire field here from 8:28 to 8:40. So if you're talking about the most competitive race of the night, this is probably it when you've got 14 athletes with PBs only separated by 11 seconds. So I think, Michael, I reckon this is going to be hot racing.
I was just thinking that as well. Just the standard to get into the B race, and not only to miss the B race. So I remember my year about 15 odd ago, as an 8:55 runner, I was on the cusp of making a ZÁTOPEK under 20, but those days well and truly changed, and the competitiveness is unreal to see, with half of the athletes on track for this B race coming from interstate. Yeah,
no, it's a lot of the athletes, you don't get confirmed until quite late for these races. So some of these guys would have booked their tickets maybe after, maybe the first meet, the 3,000 of the season, maybe an all-schools opener. In Queensland, it's like the Jai Tarima Shield. In Victoria, it would have been the first milers meet we had. These guys hit a good time. They hit somewhere around 8:30, and they're hoping they're getting that A race. And then they're finding out that in the B, as we said, it's no different for them tonight. It's PB's what they're chasing.
Especially as the crowd's starting to build here now, the atmosphere, they might get a bit of pyrotechnics as they cross the line if they're in the top few as well.
I'll leave it to you, Michael. Call this field as we get underway.
As we're in the starters' hands. And first up from Victoria, we have Aidan Velton, Queensland. We have Max Hooper from Victoria, Alexander Angus from New South Wales, Braden Everett from Victoria, Bradley Hall from Queensland, Charlie Moore from Victoria, Joshua Johnston, Charles Chandler, Ben Mornane from Tasmania, Tom Winkle from New South Wales, Oliver Ham from Victoria, Ruben Howard from South Australia, Thomas Kavanagh. And to round out the field of 14 in this men's under 20B 3,000 metres from the ACT is John Maguire.
And straight away, it's those two Brisbane Athletics athletes that I talked about pre-race. It's Max Hooper on the inside rail, the taller of the two Queenslanders, on his outside in the white shorts. Very basketball-looking style shorts. Big Caleb Law-type sprinting shorts he's got there. That's Charlie Moore of Queensland. So these two are familiar with each other. They train at the UQQ track. They do a lot of golf course work up in Queensland. And these two are going to be setting for that. They want something in those low 820s tonight.
And you can tell it's fast too. Like, they got out of the blocks quick, and then they kind of settled to see who was going to take the pace. And then once these Queenslanders went to the front, they made their intention known. And through the first
67,
400, 68,
yeah.
33.8 for the first two. Like, they're very much gone out that 8:30 pace to start off with.
And I reckon these sort of lads have got the ability to kick home and go quick, close to 60-second last lap.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
So they're going to probably run at 8:30 pace for the whole night, hoping that they go low 820s.
Yeah.
And you can tell the pace is on as the field is already kind of stringing out. And there's a little bit of a bunch and a battle to still be in the mix towards the front, but it more or less is a one-for-one train being formed only 600 metres into this race.
Yeah, so Max Hooper is on the inside leading the field through at the moment. Charlie Moore, his Queensland training partner, on his outside then next. Then you've got Charles Chandler, the Victorian. He's sitting there in third at the moment. On the inside rail, it's Bradley Hall, then another Victorian. Joshua Johnson, then a Victoria also. Then goes back to the Tell Tasmanian there and Tom Winkle. So Tom Winkle bouncing along quite nicely there. And then just sitting behind him at the moment, it's Ben Monane, another Victorian. So the interstate athletes prominent, as you would expect, making the most of the perfect conditions here to race 7.5 laps at the on-track night of nights here at the ZÁTOPEK 10 in this men's under 23,000 metre B race. Brady, I'll get you to call the 1K split as they come down, but again, it's our Queenslanders. Again, we've called them Charlie Moore and Max Hooper leading their way down the front straight, with just behind them Bradley Hall of Victoria.
It's going to be pretty close to 250 as they look at each other. 250 on the dot, 0.48, and another 67, 68 laps. So they're settled in, and you can see why there's no everyone's kind of got their spot. No one's trying to get on the rail. Everyone knows where their place is in the field here, and probably happy to jump on that train.
I think what's interesting, you mentioned the Eureka athletes pre-race. The three of them come in with personal best separated by only 3.5 seconds. Now, as you mentioned, they know each other pretty well. There's going to be some bragging rights post-race for this one for the boys as well. That sort of who's going to be the first one to go sub 8:30 and who's going to finish in front of each other tonight in this B race of the 3,000 metre under 20.
A couple of these boys have good 5K strength as well. It's probably no secret coming from Ballarat that you're fairly strong. They've kind of broken 15 minutes before, so this pace won't worry them too much. I'm just not sure if they've got the kick finish to come. I don't know enough about their 800 metre speed, Nick.
Well, look, they come back down under the bridge there. So when they come down the straight here, they'll have the old mile to go. So 4 laps to go. And it's the Queenslanders now. And you can tell they've picked up the pace because we've just lost 3 a little bit off the back there. The South Australian, Tom Kavanagh, the first one just to drop off the back there at the moment. With also, who's that there? It's Ruben Howard and also Aidan Velton. So they're the only 3 we've lost of our pack at the moment. So the rest of them there, Hooper and Charlie Moore continue to lead that crew through. The Eureka athletes are all in that mix, and in between them is the Tasmanian there in Tom Winkle.
I'm liking Bradley Hall, who's sitting in third position. He's an athlete who races regularly, and just over the last couple of seasons, almost every one of those races has been a PB or close to, and he's just sitting in a very nice position there behind the Queenslanders. As they come through 2Ks, we'll get actually 1,600 metres.
And that slowed a bit. That was 35.5, that 200, and you can see it now because it's bunched. So this is where people got to be careful. Watch the heels, watch the legs. You don't want to go over in a race that has 3 laps to go. I'm
surprised a little bit. The Queenslanders still keeping it right on that sort of 8:30 tempo. They're obviously expecting to kick down a little bit. I mean, and like we said, yes, it's not a championship race, but I suppose there is a bit of a kick tonight, having a win and feeling like you've won in front of a big crowd. It's the biggest crowd any of these lads would have run in front of before.
Get that fire going off when you cross the line.
Exactly, and the one they're making the move now, the noticeable one there's Oliver Ham. So Oliver Ham, the New South Welshman, he's making the move down the outside. He's in the blue singlet. He's sort of just boxed in there, that Victorian, you said, who's been looking good there in Bradley Hall. He's going to make sure he doesn't get checked there. And the tallest of the Eureka athletes at the moment just sits at the back of them. So it's still at the moment, it's a group of 11. So 11 athletes making their way down the back straight. And as we said, it'll be a 2K split.
That lap was 71, so that's too slow for these boys. You can start to see some of them are starting to make a move now down the back straight.
And this is where we would start to expect the train to lose some carriages, the elastic band to stretch, as we go through 5:44. So a 2:50 and a 2:54. The pace is slowing as we do lose a couple of athletes off the back of that pack. There's still about 6 or 7 in the main group, and the 2 Queenslanders still leading the way. Can they lead from guns of tape, though?
I think it's going to be a pretty strong sit and kick finish here. 2 laps to go here. There's a lot of moves being made. We've now dropped 2 more off the back of that pack there. So it's Ben Mornane's the first of the Eureka athletes to get dropped. But at the moment now it's 9 athletes remain, and there's the move there by John Maguire, the ACT athlete. So he comes in with the slowest seed time of the lot, and he said, lads, I'm going to move myself up these rankings. Nearly all of them came in here with personal best times to qualify for this race tonight, so they're looking for big PBs.
As Bradley Hall, who we mentioned, just slipping back in the field. We said he was looking pretty, but it is John Maguire who has bided his time, waited about 5th or 6th back in the field, and just goes bang with 2 laps to go, as our Queensland athletes are doing their best to chase him. Yeah, Charlie Moore from Queensland and Max Hooper still in the mix, 600 metres left.
Now, Michael, I thought there was a really big move down the back straight, but that was a bit of the that was a bit of the on-track social media team, just trying to keep up for 50 metres. I'm looking forward to that footage later on, because it's going to highlight Charlie Moore trying to desperately hang on to John Maguire down the back straight.
This is big this far out.
Maguire's gone hard, so 500 metres to go. Maguire's looking good. That New South Wales athlete we mentioned, Oliver Ham's now the one that's getting headed at the tall figure that we haven't seen and we haven't called right through, and that's Braden Everett in New South Wales. So at the moment it's ACT, New South Wales, Queensland, New South Wales, Queensland. They are showing us a clean set of heels, the Victorians. The Eureka boys are going to need to make a move, because at the moment our top 6 are all interstate visitors.
We said this was a pseudo-national championship, as you said, Nick. Top 6 international visitors. A 31-second last 200 was that final split. And we just see John Maguire. He's just increasing his stride length and putting the burners on with 250 metres to go. Our other interstate athletes doing their best to chase, but
here we go, though, Michael. I reckon Braden Everett's the threat. He's the tallest man in the field, and with about 400 to go, he made a distinctive move, and here he goes past the Peking Duck stage. He's going to go under the on-track Knights Bridge next, and right now under that bridge, he goes straight past Maguire like he's standing still. So Everett, the New South Welshman, 8:31's his PB. He's going to slash that tonight comfortably. He moves past the on-track Knights signs going the front straight, and it's going to be the man from New South Wales, Braden Everett. He's just taken 7 seconds off his PB. Second through Maguire. The first of the Queenslanders through next was Charlie Moore with a really big run. Oliver Ham of New South Wales. The Tasmanian Winkle. Just behind him there was Max Hooper. The first of our Victorians home there looked to be Ben Mornane. Sorry, that's Ben Mornane coming through now. Charles Chandler was the one that was just in front of him. After a really good form early, Bradley Hall comes through next. Then it is the next Victorian there in Alexander Angus. Aidan Velton goes past us now here. The South Australian in Thomas Kavanagh. And our final Victorian here rounding out the field, I reckon that's Ruben Howard. But what great racing there. We had the first 4 or 5 men under 8:30, I reckon, Brady.
Oh, and John Maguire doesn't lose any fans trying to do it like that. I was concerned that he thought he was on the bell lap when he wasn't with that huge move with 200 metres to go, but had a bit of grimace on his face here at the bell, had a big crack, tried, didn't die wondering, but what a finish there to come home in 61, I think I clocked it at, 61.7, which is amazing to see in a B-grade race we're talking about.
So it probably sets the standard for what we're going to see a bit later on, that the A-race lads probably got the potential to go sub-60 that last lap. So ignore probably maybe what they go through. We saw that they set up the race well in the first K. Second K dropped off, but they showed what they've got with speed. So those guys that have got the speed, some of these guys have gone, close to close to 150 for an 800, and that sort of speed there to burn at the finish.
Yeah, and look at the flags. They're hardly moving now. Before I looked up at one stage and they were all kind of down. So we're going to see some quicker times, I think, as the night goes.
I was just thinking that, Brady, if we were a bit worried about the weather at first tonight and the wind on the bends, but if these athletes already in the first 2 races can run fast times, then we might be proven wrong in the other races to come this evening.
Yeah, and I think we'll see that. We'll see people set races up and then moves throughout the 3/4 way distance of the race and try to see the big kick finishes. So it's going to just be a matter of who can set them up.
So we'll throw to Mitch for an interview with our winner of the under 20B race in a moment.
Actually, I think we're just finishing our in-stadium announcements, Michael. So I threw you a curveball there. On the back straight at the moment, they're introducing our pole vaulters in the Steve Hooker Challenge. Now, this is a world first tonight. This is the first time ever a man has tried to break an Australian 4x400 metre record at the same time an event in his own name as the goes running.
I was wondering what you were getting at there, Nick.
Is there anything Steve Hooker can't do?
It must be kind of nice for his. He'd be, I guess, sitting in the call room probably, hearing the Steve Hooker Challenge being announced. That must be nice. And
he gets to. So tonight he might accept the Australian record
and then
present the trophy for the pole vault. So for those watching at home, you'll catch glimpses of it tonight. They're actually pole vaulting down the back straight here at Lakeside, which is normally we pole vault in the Ds. But tonight they are doing it in the back straight. And it's a combined men's and women's event where they add the two heights up together. So exciting competition. The field event, I'm still amazed at.
Now, I just get nervous around you, Braden. After a performance like that, 8:24, personal best, how did it feel out there?
Oh, I mean, the boys did really well to get it off how we did. I just came home hard those last 2 laps and pulled out an 8:24, so that's pretty happy.
Now, what's the session that you're doing up in Newcastle? To do something like that over the last 800 metres, you were flying. What are you credited to?
Oh, I've got to give it to the coach, Ben Toomey, down in Newey, or up in Newey, actually. We're doing mainly K reps on a Tuesday, but we hit some nice speed stuff on a Thursday, and that showed in those last 2 laps just then.
Well, hey, good luck for the rest of the year. There's a few Newey boys around here that I know from times of past. But ladies and gentlemen, Braden Everett, here's your champion here in the B3000. Well done, Braden.
So thanks, Mitch, there for the interviews post-race. It's he's given us all. He's come from a whole winter season in Europe, interviewing the Diamond League. I don't reckon it gets any bigger though, interviewing at Lakeside, his home track at the Night of Nights at the ZÁTOPEK, and he's doing a wonderful job down there as always, as Mitch Dyer does. Now, these two here next to me decide they're not going to give any expert comments in the 4x4, but I'm going to throw to you at some stage. This is still a tradition that I love here. Now, Brady, I want you, as a fan of athletics, to tell me, is there a bit of excitement for you for a 4x4?
Oh, I don't get excited until the gun goes, because it then turns into chaos. I don't know who's out here, Nick. I'm trusting you do, and I know you will. But I've watched this every year, and they're chaotic changeovers I love, and it's just 3.5 minutes of top-notch entertainment we're about to see here.
So for those watching at home, it's our Victorian Championship, Michael. Obviously, you're familiar. You've done a few Victorian relay championships before in some of those different distances. We've got a proud history of Victorian clubs, don't we? There's a lot of interstate visitors online watching tonight. This is a great tradition that we have here at the ZÁTOPEK.
Absolutely, with the Victorian Relay Championships being on recently over the last weekend. Obviously, the final for the 4x4, Open 4x4, is traditionally on here tonight at the ZÁTOPEK Championships. So it is cool to see a bit of a centrepiece event, and must be really incentive for the clubs to put together strong 4x4 teams to be presented with the opportunity to compete on a night like tonight.
So I'm going to give these boys the credit they're due, because it is a Victorian title up for grabs here. If we were typically here at Lakeside, I'd be really going pretty hard on what we've got here. So from the inside, I'll go, I've got a different field here in front of me, but from the inside here, Mentone, and that's going to be Philip Blackberg, Alexander Gibson, Archer Duke, and also Ryan Gillespie. In lane 2, it's going to be Glenn Huntley, and that's going to be Jakaya Honna, James Houghton, Josh Stein, Ross, and Asari Amafio. In lane 3 from Essendon, it'll be Christian Reinhardt, Tariq Bello, Vishnu Satish, the former under-18 Australian champ, Brody Hicks, World Junior qualified last year. Michael Massini, I reckon you know Brody very well.
Brody's first coach, actually. I'll claim that if he runs well tonight.
Yeah.
And forget it if he doesn't.
And I'll quickly go through the rest. Doncaster, Matthew Fryer, Lockie Reynolds, Kev Rasul, Thomas Reynolds, Sandringham, Ben Sears, Hamish Donahue, Austin Fernando, and Lawson Power. Old Melburnians, Charlie Frooms, Conrad Kamaris, the veteran, Daniel Mintz and Hugo Hannick, and Geelong Guild, Caleb Kilpatrick, the flying Geelong man, Hamish Poulter, Finlay Kersop, Colvin, Harry Moran. But from the inside, it's Mentone, Glenn Huntley, Essendon, Doncaster, Sandringham, Old Melburnians, and Geelong Guild. The quickest one out here, unsurprisingly, at the moment, looks to be Doncaster. So Fryer it is. He's strong, he's tall, he's moving up well onto the Sandringham athlete there, and Hamish Donahue. And the other one making the move at the moment that's caught my eye might be Glenn Huntley, and that's the baby blue colours. On the night of the ZÁTOPEK, it's appropriate that Glenn Huntley do well. They are the legends, of course, at the ZÁTOPEK for a very long time, they're distance runners. But out wide, Geelong Guild now, Caleb Kirkpatrick, the APS champion over 400 metres just a few weeks ago. And he's now getting headed by the Doncaster athlete there in Fryer. So Fryer of Doncaster comes through. He's going to change just in front. He's going to change, and it's going to be, as he crosses that line, about 48.5. So Doncaster, Guild, Conrad Kamaris in the bodysuit. This man's won titles in 2 different clubs. Not many can say that, Doncaster and Old Melburnians. Sandringham next, Glenn Huntley, Essendon, Mentone out of it at the moment. They go through the tent. The tent tonight also is working as the crossover there. The little green bottles in the back straight. Kamaris is the big mover though. Leg number 2, the flying man in the bodysuit. The fastest veteran in the field. Kamaris moves into second for Old Melburnians. They're chasing down Geelong Guild. Guild, they've gone head-to-head with Melburnians many times. Sandringham next. Doncaster after a good first leg. And Glenn Huntley making a move. So they're lined up in front of me for the third leg. Kamaris hasn't quite done enough for Old Melburnians because it's going to be Guild going here. Finlay, Kersop, Cole. He goes next. Daniel Minns is the man. Minns and Kamaris training partners. Next through Sandringham, Doncaster, Glenn Huntley. Satish there for Essendon and also Mentone. But stalwarts of this one here down the back straight. Old Melburnians now go to the lead. Daniel Minns. You can see him packing shells regularly at Woolworths on Deep Dean. He goes to the lead. Next through is Geelong Guild. Doncaster making a big move. Sandringham, Glenn Huntley. I think that's where the medals are going to come from. So 500 metres left. Minns, Old Melburnians. Guild with a bit of work to do. This last leg's going to be huge. You've got 2 former World Junior qualified 400-metre hurdlers to go. The first one's going to be Hugo Hannick. Next goes Harvey Morant. Then goes Big Reynolds. Now, Reynolds in third's my danger tonight. So Thomas Reynolds, the fastest man in Australia this season over 400. He was a World Junior athlete last year, qualified, and he's the big tallest figure, and he's trying to shake off Sandringham. So Old Melburnians, Hugo Hannick, the Australian champion junior over 400-metre hurdles. He's getting hunted by Harvey Morant, former Australian 400-metre hurdles junior champ. And then comes Thomas Reynolds, the flat man, the Australian champion formerly over the 400 metres junior. And Reynolds under the bridge goes, bang, I'm chasing you down now. He's a big man with a big headband. Sure. Hannick, Old Melburnians, Guild, Doncaster, Old Melburnians. Can they do it again? Reynolds, Doncaster, Old Melburnians get it. The fireworks go off. Doncaster second, Guild third, Sandringham fourth, Essendon through fifth, Glenn Huntley and Mentone. But they've led it right through their Old Melburnians. A lot of work done in that second leg, and Hugo Hannick holds on to get another title and add to that great trophy cabinet of Old Melburnians. I saw you getting excited there. We went through, Brady.
Mate, if the crowd's not excited already, they are now. That was huge. And you called it with 350 to go, and I thought to myself, he's got to be kidding. There's no way they're closing that gap over that short a distance. But he nearly did. He nearly did and gave us a great race for the night.
It was a big first and big last leg for Doncaster that gave themselves a chance, but probably the consistency of Old Melburnians just took it out. There's some serious history, of course, with all these teams. The Doncaster team, I called the veteran of Conrad Kamaris. In the middle there, I had, how could I forget, Kevin Rasul, the Doncaster for 31-year-old sitting in the middle there. Rasul actually has done a lot of work with Hugh Van Cuylenberg, so it might give him the motivation we need later on.
Maybe we've got to start getting into this 400-metre or relay running, Brady.
Yeah, I don't know how
where
we'd
the excitement
go there.
is at.
Yeah, Michael, you and I are a bit old and a bit slow, I think.
I just love, though, we saw it in the 3,000 metres before, the teammates helping each other out and setting some pace. Here, there's nothing better than crossing the finishing line knowing you're sharing a medal with 3 mates. It's even different. It's different to anything else we have in the sport.
It is. And Nick, you'd be able to tell me the exact ruling. I'm pretty sure this is right. Where they are at 200 metres, that's how they line up here at the finish line to change over, which a lot can happen in that second 200, which causes drama here at the finish line, which I love.
And I tell you what's a bit interesting tonight, a little bit different, because the bridge is set up.
Yeah, people get lost.
Really sought after. Lads, that's 3 in a row. Okay, who wants to talk first of all? Who's the team captain? Conrad, because you're the only one with a beard here. Mate, how good did that feel? You had a little bit of work to do, but that back end of the legs, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think we just got it done, you know. We all knew we had it in us, and we were happy to get it done. So, can't complain, 3 in a row.
Now, who was the last leg here? Walk us through that. How could you feel him coming on your shoulder? I mean, I couldn't tell from this part who'd won it, but you were pretty confident as you crashed the tape. Talk us through the psyche of a last leg, knowing that there's somebody coming right down your neck.
I'm great friends with Tom. I knew he'd be coming home like a steam train, and I knew he wanted to beat me real bad, so I just kept running. I didn't know there was going to be tape there.
kind of threw me off. I almost fell over, but you know, between that and the looking around, you know, we got it done. So it was great to come out here with the boys and run a good 400.
Now, this team's changed a few times as well, and you've still won 3 in a row. Talk to me about the brotherhood that's going on at Old Melburnians. How do you guys stay so well connected, so good at 400s?
Yeah, it's a massive training squad down at the OMs, boys and girls. We have a great time. We bring each other to training. Like, if we're having a bad day, we know that we're going to have the company of our training partners that'll get us through, and that's so important when consistency is the number one thing to improving performance. And as you mentioned, a few new faces. This is my first 4x4 with this team, and I absolutely love these boys. I'd do anything for them. I'm so happy to be a part of this. It's so much fun.
Okay, Minzy, you're the last one. You look least likely to want to talk to me right now, but how'd you find it out? You've done a fair few of these. You've been out there individually.
Let's now introduce our field. Next event on the track. It's another Victorian State Championship.
So, Mitch there doing a good job. Trinity boy interviewing another Trinity boy there, Daniel Mins. Now we move to the ladies. Now there's some experts up here. We've got Tams and Manu commentating a couple of ones down. 1 year here. You'll love this one, Brady. You talk about the excitement. She made up 40 metres in the 4x4 to win. Do you know who she ran down?
I have no idea.
I knew I'd ask a true question. Answer. Ellie Sanford.
Okay.
So Ellie's gone on to bigger. So this experience of when a junior athlete gets to race a senior athlete at this level, pretty exciting. I think that's as good as it gets. So right now it's going to be the women's race. We've got Doncaster in lane 1. Next will be Sandringham, Collingwood in 3, and they're going to be led off by the Olympian here in Kendra Hubbard. Glenn Huntley, first leg there will be Jemima Tennacoon, spent a lot of time in Queensland. Melbourne University in 5 with Marley Wilkinson, the 400-metre hurdler. Western Athletics next. Athletics Essendon in 7, and then Deakin in lane 8. So we can't get a double. Old Melburnians didn't get their ladies up this year. They have been in the final here before.
Give us a tip, Nick. On the start line, you got to pick it early.
From the heats last week, I really like the form of Glenn Huntley. They've got Sophia Hanlon to fly home, the very talented junior, and they've got Sophia Figuera on the 3rd leg, who's coming back. So maybe Glenn Huntley from Collingwood.
In the baby blue.
Yes.
If you're watching at home.
I think if Collingwood win it, it'll be their first maiden title at this distance. So it'll be a big deal for Collingwood to get up. So from the inside, it's Doncaster, and that's Alicia Wynn, the talented hurdler and jumper. Chasing her, she's chasing Sandringham, which is Hannah Wilcock. Collingwood, Kendra Hubbard, the 400-metre Olympian from Tokyo. Glenn Huntley, Melbourne University, Marley Wilkinson made a really big move out there. Western Athletics, Essendon, and then also Deakin. So Essendon out wide, that's Sofia Gregorovic, the talented junior from Essendon, made a really strong move. And Kendra Hubbard, the Olympian, unsurprising, the red hair, the Collingwood colours. She's running very well as she goes behind that Peking duck stage we've talked about. So right now, Wilkinson, she's got those arms that go across her body. It's not the normal 400-metre style, but it's very effective for her. So Melbourne University are now taking the stagger out of everyone, including Essendon. Collingwood and Doncaster moving through really well into 3rd. So first change, it'll be Melbourne University, just 55 point. Essendon next, Doncaster, Collingwood. Glenn Huntley with a lot of work to do. My prediction's looking in trouble. Dingle I reckon it is there for Sandringham. And then also Deakin. But down the back straight, Melbourne University, they've said, come and catch me if you can. So they've put 40 metres on the field here. Second is going to be Essendon. Next is going to be Collingwood, Doncaster. And now my move here from Glenn Huntley. So it's 55 metres, 600 metres in the race. Can they get back into it with a big back end of their team to go? The second leg runner here for Glenn Huntley is Ashley Palmer. Another one of those athletes that's come back unbelievably well after the birth of their first child. So Melbourne University down the front straight now. Genevieve O'Brien looking really good. She's got 40 metres. Next one through is going to be Alessandra Flynn. The talented junior out of Genazzano now running very well for Doncaster. And then it's a pack chasing them. Essendon, Glenn Huntley. Honor Tobin from Western Athletics has flown. And who's Honor Tobin passing to, Michael?
Morgan Mitchell is underway. We know that she's transitioned to the 800 metres in the past couple of seasons, but she's still touching on her speed tonight. She's still quick as ever as she takes Western Athletics into 3rd position. going from the first Tobin sister to the second, and she's chasing Doncaster hard on the back straight with Glenn Huntley right on her heels, Nick.
I reckon this is perfect for my prediction of Glenn Huntley. Sophia Figuera is sitting on Morgan Mitchell, so you've got the 800-metre runner, the 1-2 runner, and they're going side by side, and they're going to close that gap, as I predicted, up to that team of Melbourne University. So Melbourne University, they're hanging on tough. They're coming to the bridge, but here comes Morgan Mitchell, Olympic finalist over this distance in 2016, the Rio star. It's so good to have you back, Morgan. So Morgan Mitchell, Western Athletics first, Melbourne University coming through next, Glenn Huntley, Doncaster, Essendon, back to Collingwood, Deakin, and also Sandringham. So here goes Western A's, Melbourne University chasing, and then Glenn Huntley. This is a big final leg. Ella Tobin, she self-funded a trip through Europe over the winter. She did some great work, and she's got a 20-metre lead here. Can Sophia Hanlon catch her? I don't think so. The race is on for the Miners. Doncaster's last leg's going to be young Shakira Harding. Very talented 400-metre hurdler herself. Essendon is now flying with Michaela Selenidakos. But out in front, the Victorian title's up for grabs. And it's still, at the moment, in the hands of Western A's, thanks to Morgan Mitchell. So she set it up. Ella Tobin's not going to get caught from there. The race for second, though, is huge. Essendon has come from nowhere, from 6th into 3rd. Can they get Glenn Huntley? But your Victorian champions, she's got the lactic bridge home. She's going to break the tape. The pyrotechnics, Western A's, Glenn Huntley, Essendon with a huge last run, Doncaster, Collingwood, Sandringham, Melbourne University, and Deakin, Michael Massini, show your club pride, Western A's, your Victorian champions.
Too good, the mighty, mighty, mighty Western Athletics. Never discount the boys and girls from the West.
Oh, you can take the girl out of the West, but you can't take the West out of the girl. It's just a shame there was no country clubs there. Deakin was there, Brady, so you're half represented.
Yeah, it was good to see the Geelong girls getting around there, and it's the leg for Morgan Mitchell. Like, she flew around that one and changed the race dramatically.
Look, it's all relative, of course, isn't it? I mean, she had a lot of juniors in that leg, but I mean, it's just great. Morgan Mitchell, we're talking, what are we now? We're 7 years since she was an Olympic finalist in the 4x4. She stepped up in distance. She did some amazing things, but that 800 metres is now so hot at national level. Who knows what she might do this summer? Hopefully we get to see one more big summer from Morgan into another Olympic campaign. There's just so much competition going around. I'd love to see Morgan Mitchell on the track.
Well, talking about track, there's some carnage on the track now. There's some ladies bent over, sitting down. As you said, the lactic acid sorted a few people out there in that last 50 metres, and that's what you do when you're running for your team.
So look, some very happy girls down there. The one you mentioned it, Michael, in the middle there. The Tobin sisters were in that.
Yeah.
Honor Tobin, actually, I gave a lot of credit to Morgan on the third leg, but Honor Tobin, I'd love to go back and have a look, because I reckon that second leg she took him a long way through.
Hamish Polder, Finlay Kersop Cole, and Harvey Morant. Receiving the silver medals in a time of 3:12.37. It is the team from Doncaster: Matthew Fryer, Lachlan Reynolds, Kevin Rasool, and the very fast finishing Thomas Reynolds. Our gold medalists and Victorian champions in a time of 3:12.31. It is the team from Old Melburnians: Charlie Froomes, Conrad Kamaris, Daniel Mintz, and Hugo Hannock. So back down to Mitch. And he's got an interview with the girls from Western A's.
I am here with the women of Western A's, and Morgan will join us in a moment. I want to start with you, though. Now, how many 400s have you run before tonight?
None.
So debut 400 and comes away with the winner. How did you go leg number one? Bit to throw you in number there. How'd you find it?
Around the bend, I was like, oh yeah, this is calm. And then I just saw someone just pass me, and the last 200 just got me. Never again.
All right, one 400, one victory. Morgan, we'll go to you next. You were absolutely flying out there. How nice was it to get back to a 400?
Oh, to be honest, it's a lot easier than an 800. It's something we've planned for. We're hitting it a little earlier than we thought, but honestly, I'm just happy to be here with the girls. That's all I wanted was...
Oh, so medal presentation's done. 4x4s, I was about to say it done, but the biggest 4x4 of the night, which is hard to believe, is not the Victorian title. It's going to be the next race, and I don't know what's going on here. Steve Hooker's already cheering to the crowd before we get started. So, Brady, I'm going to get you to tell me about this 4x4 because you're a podcast star yourself, inside running, of course. Out here, we've got potentially... Is he the biggest podcaster in Australia?
Oh, I'd be definitely the biggest self-help man in Australia, wouldn't he? He's selling books, he's doing live shows, he's doing podcasts, he's doing schools, he's doing a lot in that kind of self-help area. Hugh Van Colenberg we're talking about. If you didn't know, they're just waving to the crowd now. You can just see at the bottom of your live stream. And, they're going for the Australian over 40s 4x400 metre record, which is 3:26.86, and it stood since 1981. They've got to run 51.5 splits, and they're trying to raise $100,000 for the Kathy Freeman Community Spirit Foundation, which is supporting First Nations young people. So it's going to be interesting. I was a bit concerned, Nick. I was like, can they do this? And you're telling me they should be right. It's going to be a real maybe touch and go.
But it's... Brendan Cole's a Commonwealth Games 4x400 metre gold medalist. Steve Hooker has run a back straight. I mean, his last ever event was a 4x4 Victorian title, so the race 2 late lanes ago, and he would have gone well and truly sub 50 back then. And look at him, he actually looks better than he looked when he was pole vaulting.
He looks sharp.
He looks lean. Brendan Cole's the healthiest man in Byron Bay. He's the massage therapist to the stars up there. Former coach, of course, of the US bobsled team, 400 metre hurdler. Now, I'm a bit concerned about Simon Glendinning because he's running with 2 Olympians and this superstar in Hugh Van Colenberg. He doesn't even have social media. They couldn't even tag him in anything. Simon, I don't know Simon's personal background, but if he's single, he's missed a big opportunity here. And they're going to get helped out by a couple of Victorian stars here on the outside. So Connor Fry, the Australian 400 metre star, is going to be helping them out on the inside in the rising track colours. Will Johns, who'd be very disappointed not to be running the 4x4 early, obviously didn't make the final, obviously, his team. He's running the second leg. Xavier McDonald will be third, and Kev Rasul's backing up from the 4x4 just before, and they're going to try and... I've never seen this in a 4x4, but they're going to pace an Australian record.
Have you seen a standalone event like this before at a ZÁTOPEK meet?
I actually had the pleasure of commentating recently Steve Monaghetti breaking a Masters 4x1500 metre record.
Yep.
In a very similar manner.
Yep.
But I feel the 4x1500 pacemaking feels normal. It's 6K of pacemaking on the track. 1 mile running at sort of, I suppose the guys running the outside are running at about 85 to 90%. So it's a bit more of an awkward...
I mean, they're trying to run as fast as they can anyway for the whole time.
And just in front of us here, Ryan Shelton, his podcast buddy and celebrity comedian in Australia, is, I think, taking a photo of Bruce McAvaney in the commentary box next to us.
Swing the camera this way, Ryan.
Wrong box.
We're over here.
Wrong box, Ryan. Wrong box.
It's good to know Hugh's brought some of his celebrity mates with him.
Yeah, of course, Ryan Shelton on the podcast is he's the dry man on the one. Hugh's obviously the funny one. But no, obviously, I love listening to it. I've commentated a lot of these ZÁTOPEK nights. My wife's never listened in once, but she's watching tonight just for this race, so shows where
hide an ex-wife if you...
she'll be here. She's an Imperfects lover. So shout out to Catherine and the kids at home. But Brendan Cole, he's the man that's going to set up on the first leg, and I think it's important that he goes 50 point here for this team to be set up. So Brendan Cole, it was this track here where he ran his Olympic qualifier to make the 2012 London Olympics over the 400 metre hurdles. And then ironically, he's tracking down another 400 metre hurdler here. And Connor Fry has not worked out how past to run here because Connor Fry's a 47-second man and he's gone out at about 50 flat speed.
As you said, Nick, it's always going to be hard to try and pace a 4x400 metre. It's not a natural thing like a distance race. I mean, the pace looks on so far, but it's a bit hard to tell at this point.
So Connor Fry it is. Oh.
As they go past the Peking duck stage on the back straight.
So Connor Fry has come across, and I'm not sure what's going on here. He's cut in. So whether that was part of the plans, Connor Fry has cut across and helped him out here. So he's helping him out with the pace here. The team tactics, it's only about the 4x4 team get it right. And I said 50 point, and he's going to be a tick over 50, 51 mid I'm going to give you, BJ. So not a bad start. Glendinning's the next man to come through. So Brendan Cole, as we said, it was the Delhi Commonwealth Games where he won a 4x4. And they celebrate on that occasion with the old sort of, cricket appeal, if you're one of the bowlers, one of them relay runners came in, pretended to bowl. Sean Rowe hit it, and they then appealed around, and that was their celebration. And of course, it was in Delhi, India, so the crowd loved it.
All right, so I wonder what the celebration is tonight if they break that record. We have that to look forward to at least.
I think we've got to peel them off the track. That's going to be the biggest problem with these men. So right now, Will Johns dragging through Simon Glendinning. So Glendinning, he's doing a lot of hard work here. We're going to see how close he is. Let's watch that clock as we come through. So 3:26 is the time they need. So we're looking at about 1:04. They're not bad. They're not bad. Here goes Steve Hooker. This man has done amazing things in Victorian athletics. I talked about his 4x4 Victorian Championships run here to sort of end his career as a professional athlete. Well, tonight he's back.
How's the bounce on him at 40?
Oh, he's a beautiful mover, Steve Hooker. On his social media this week, he told me that if Bruce McAvaney is commentating, it's worth 10%. I said if he's commentating, you can hear him. I reckon it's worth 15%. And Bruce is right now on the microphone giving Steve Hooker all the energy he needs.
As if that wasn't planned, as he goes under the tunnel, under the bridge with 100 metres to go, as he passes off to Hugh Van Cuylenberg, and the crowd erupts on this front straight to get him over the line.
So we're going to look at this clock. It needs to be at about, I'm a bit worried. We're close. It's going to be a 52. We need, Hugh Van Cuylenberg is going to need to go probably 51 and a half, right on the average. Kev Rasool, I said before, Kev Rasool helps him out. Kev Rasool did a lot of work with Kat Bissett as well. These three are very good friends. Rasool, one of the nicest men in Victorian athletics, and here he is doing his job again. He just ran in the 4x4 though. Hope his legs are okay. So Rasool in the Doncaster bodysuit's trying to pull through Hugh Van Cuylenberg. Van Cuylenberg needs 26.2 for the last 200, Hugh. You can do this. Think about those reps. Think about those things that Peter Fortune gave you for a long time. You were there at Collingwood doing those efforts. Can you finish with 26? Comes down the main straight. Rasool steps off. Hugh Van Cuylenberg. He's everyone's favourite podcaster. Can the Imperfects go perfect? 3:24, 3:25. Oh, he's missed it by a second. He's missed it by 0.94 of a second. Steve Hooker, though, gives him the cheer. Hugh Van Cuylenberg, you're still the man in my heart, though, tonight. You did everything you could. Well done. Well done to Simon Glendinning, BJ Cole, Steve Hooker, and Hugh Van Cuylenberg. It was an extraordinary event. It was something different. There are definitely people in this crowd who just came for that. And I, for one, am very proud that I got to see it. And not just that, call it, Brady.
I don't know where all the photographers have been the whole night, because about 35 of them lined up on the track to get the money shot there that I hadn't seen previously this evening. But it's good to see they're in here, and the crowd's getting louder. I feel like we're getting louder in this box, and the crowd outside this window is also getting louder as the night goes.
Personal entourage, do you reckon, come down for the podcast media team?
Whenever you put Australian record attempt on a press release, I reckon you get the audience to come in.
So good. And if you'd like to donate to Kathy Freeman's Community Spirit Foundation, of course, follow the link in the bio from the Imperfects podcast. And we're just going to cross down to the medal ceremony of the women's 4x400 metres.
Olympian, one of Australia's best ever 400-metre hurdlers. Brendan, the cramps, I could see they were kicking in over the final 50, but how'd you find it out there?
I knew I'd be good for at least 300, maybe 350, and I think that's what I go. Last 50 was a bit rough, that's for sure. It's been a while.
Okay, you've had a long career. Out of levels of difficulty, where do you rank that one in there?
The last 50, that's probably up there at about a 9 out of 10, yeah.
Now, Simon, on to you. I heard something on Thursday from Hugh. He said, well, Simon's actually only repped a 350 in the lead up to this in the last 6 months. How was that final 50? How'd you find it out there?
Well, Masters Athletics, you've just got to take every day as it comes. And, I haven't done a 400 in about 3 years. And that last 100 felt like about okay.
What was the call-up like to say, hey, by the way, we might try and go break this Australian record? Who was it that made the call, and what was the initial thought when it was mentioned to you?
Well, this was all Steve's idea, and it started as what I thought was just a small thing, and here we are running at ZÁTOPEK, and The main thing is we've now raised more than $40,000 for the Community Spirit Foundation, so that's a huge achievement for us. We're really proud of that.
So I think that deserves applause. $40,000 for the charity. That's amazing. Steve, we'll go to you. Now it's your idea, okay? So you can't complain too much, all right? But how was it out there?
I loved it. That was the best. It's just amazing to be able to meet competing out in the warm-up area with the athletes, hearing Bruce over the PA. What an evening. So happy. My legs are not happy, but I'm very happy. I'm full.
Now, you've been to a lot of athletic meets. This one is to try and make it very exciting and very energetic. How great is it to see so many people out here on the stands, on the bridge, on the infield? It's great to see it in Australia.
Oh, the setup is amazing. Credit to Athletics Victoria and On Running for putting this on. It's amazing. A shame the weather didn't cooperate as much as it could have today, but all of you who are here today, tell everyone how great this is and come back next year.
Thanks, Steve. And now to you, Hugh. The weight, the pressure on the shoulders. Do you have any idea what you needed to run in that last lap, or were you just out there gunning for it?
I was just focusing on Bruce's voice, and that's about it really. No, I had no idea. I had no idea what I had to run. I just had to run fast. Unfortunately, second short, but that's right. We'll have to keep training together.
Yeah. Well, how'd the crowd and the atmosphere help you? First of all, do you think you'll have another crack at it? And second of all, how great is this event here this evening?
I'll check with my wife on my hamstrings first before I commit, but yeah, we'll definitely have another go. That's just unbelievable. Like, yeah, it's incredible. It's, yeah, I really couldn't believe. I mean, Steve Hooker, Brendan Cole, just legends of the sport. So hanging out with them is just such a privilege. Yeah, it's not lost on me how special it was. We're running with those guys.
Fantastic, Hugh. Congratulations. Hey, they only just missed it. We might see them back to do it again. A big congratulations to the Imperfect boys. Congratulations, lads.
Thanks, Mitch, and what a wonderful performance that was. Great to see the crowd involvement, and that's going to be a key to the on-track nights here this evening as we see our next competitors coming out. And it will be the Castella 3,000 metres for men, the A race. But let's now go to another important part of the night. It is our presentations for the Victorian Championship in the women's 4x400 metres. Presentations once again being done by Rob Wendell, President Athletics Victoria. In third place and receiving the bronze medals in a time of 3:49.09 is the team from Athletics Essendon, represented by Sophia Gregorevic, Nina Lawson, Jamieson Towers and Michaela Saladanakos. Our silver medalists in a time of 3:48.25. It is the team from Glen Huntly, represented by Jemima Tennakoon, Ashley Palmer, Sophia Figuera and Sophia Hanlon. But let's congratulate our new Victorian champions who took out this event in a time of 3:47.21. It is the team from Western Athletics, represented by Sumaya Bayal, Honor Tobin, Morgan Mitchell and Alla Tobin. So congratulations to Sumaya, Honor, Morgan and Alla, our new Victorian champions in the 4x400 metres. Congratulations once again to the ladies in our 4x4 Victorian Championship. And just rounding out the Imperfects relay, official time, probably the second best time by an Australian over 40s team, 3:27.79 for our Imperfects team of Brendan Cole, Simon Glendenning, Steve Hooker and Hugh Van Kuylenberg.
So over $40,000 of fundraising already from the boys. The media, as you mentioned there, Brady, they're all over them.
They were. You can tell who they rocked up to see early in the program, Nick, and it was definitely the Imperfect boys there. So good to see. And now the men's 3,000 metre boys for the Castella under-20 title have just started walking across to the start line.
So let's talk about this field here. I know you've done some good form in the lead up to it. One of the ones I'm really interested in here is possibly Logan Janetsky. Broke obviously a famous Castella record here once before and went to World Cross this year, but there's plenty of others in the field. Tell me some of your favourites ones to watch tonight?
Well, firstly, last year's winner, Cam Myers, who is still under 20, isn't here. He's going to take in on the open men later on in the program. But Logan, he's strong. He's run a quick 10K as well, just over 29 minutes. He's set a 3K PB here a couple of weeks ago in the Vic Milers Club 3K meet where he ran 8:09. The whole field's quicker than 8:27, but we've also got 7 boys under 8:20. So, and there's some big kickers here as well. I know personally Harrison Boyd and Logan Tickle from Bendigo, they can both go pretty quick, and Harrison in particular has got a pretty big kick down. And Michael, you know a few more information about some of the other guys in the field?
Yeah, well, we spoke earlier about people who have their second or third dips at the ZÁTOPEK event, at the under-20 event, and Charles Barrett is the youngest in this field, but is the under-16 Victorian record holder over 1,500 metres at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So youngest in this field, so he's got a couple more left, a couple more years left at ZÁTOPEK, but he might sort of be a bit of a surprise packet as well, as you know, when you're a teenager and you PB every other race that you have.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what Logan does as well. Like, I think he's the strongest in the field, but I don't think he's got the best kick over, 250, 300, 400 metres. So I'm interested to see if he puts the pressure on early, but he also doesn't want to become the pacemaker for a lot of these guys who might run over him in the last couple of laps.
I reckon there's 2 men. If it's a bunch and there's a bit of a kick to go, there's 2 men. There's Peyton Craig, whose speed will be dangerous, you've already mentioned, but the other one for me is Ben Thomas. So Carly Thomas's brother, he's a sub 50-second flat 400-metre man. So if we get to a position here, I'm really excited for what Ben Thomas might do. He's just thrown chunks off his PB so far this season over every distance. So there's a couple there to watch. Peyton Craig, just a superstar, the triathlete now who's dedicated his time to the track.
And a number of these athletes running national cross country this year, coming in the top 5. As you said, not many who raced the ZÁTOPEK event last year are in the field tonight, so don't have that sort of form, but they're all very proven junior runners.
In the Western Australia, Kai Hira, you know much about him?
The Australian Junior Championships, he actually was front running. He was fantastic in Queensland at those. And look, he doesn't get to race against quality opposition enough like the Victorians and the Queenslanders. I rate him highly. I think he could be anything tonight. So Kai here, I think he only got beaten by the New Zealander at the Australian Junior Championship. So real star. And an
8:11 PB.
Yeah, second fastest PB in the field.
He's only 17. So I know you mentioned about Charles Barrett, but this field's split between those athletes between 16 and 19, and he's one here that's got 2 more years of this race.
Yeah. So almost in the starters' hands, just getting their final instructions. As we see the crowd starting to pile into Lakeside Stadium, the Peking Duck stage starting to fill up.
And lining up in PB order, which I like. Sometimes you go to races and it's a bit of a mixed bag about where you get on the start line, but PB order, you know, watching at home, that's right to left in fastest to slowest coming into this field.
Makes it easier for us to call as well, Brady?
Give me a tip, boys.
So I'm liking Logan Janeski. He's going to be hard to beat, and he is in station number 1 from Victoria. Kai here from Western Australia, number 2. Number 3 is from Queensland, Peyton Craig. Then New South Wales, Benjamin Thomas. From New South Wales, Cameron Gorman. Then from Victoria, Harrison Boyd. From Queensland, Seth Marnie. From South Australia, Jonathan Harris. From Victoria, Logan Tickle, Charles Barrett and Isaac Bibley. From Queensland, Toby Chippendale. From New South Wales, Max Russell. From Queensland, Patrick Heffernan. From Victoria, Sam Albertson. And to round out the field of 16 in this men's under-20 A race is Matthew Hansen from Queensland.
And it was a quick first 50 metres before they settled down a bit there as well. Harrison Boyd, the Bendigo boy, and coached by Andy Buchanan. So a lot of listeners or viewers of this live stream will know Andy Buchanan, the marathon man now, cross-country dominance around Australia. He would have given instructions to Harrison, and I highly doubt it was lead for the first 400 metres as they go through in about 68 seconds.
Yeah, so 69 seconds means that it looks like it's going to be a pack race. It's going to be a sit and kick. At least at the moment, that's the way it's leading out, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, and it's been, historically over the years, this under-20 ZÁTOPEK has been anything from a lead from the front. We saw A number of years ago, Matthew Ramsden go back-to-back wins, and one of those years just absolutely dominated from the gun. And other years we've seen a bunched pack like this, more championship-style race, which tends to happen as the athletes get into the under-20 or senior ranks. They're all vying for that gold medal rather than fast times.
72-second lap as well. So these boys are very, very comfortable at this pace, and they're very, very bunched, which could get a bit dangerous with legs and arms going everywhere.
So we may be looking for people like Benjamin Thomas, who has that fast 400, 800 metre speed, who will be dangerous in the later stages of this race. Logan Janetsky, I mean, he's a strong runner. He's running extremely fast over 10Ks. He's a former national cross-country champion. But is it in his best interest to have a slow race today?
No, I think this is a Peyton Craig set-up race right now. So Peyton Craig can do anything at any distance. He's the man you can see on your screen there in the maroon Queensland colours. Just sitting on his shoulder at the moment there is... He was a real aspiring YouTuber himself there for a while, Isaac Bibberley.
Yeah, absolutely he was.
The SAS squads to one of the Steve Ellinghouse crew. He himself maybe might be in our steps at some stage. He's jumped in the box with you before. Charles Barrett, we talked about early in the race. He's going to move to the outside. But this is a championship race right now. These lads want to say who's the best in Australia in the under 23,000 metres. And at the moment, it's Jonathan Harris sitting just on the outside of Janetsky. Bibberley, we said the Box Hill athlete through next. Logan Tickle, the Victorian there, but you could throw a blanket over all of them.
It's certainly going to be a fun finish, Brady. What are we looking forward to?
Well, 73. So Logan went to the front but didn't quicken it up. And I'm thinking someone's got to start turning some screws soon. Otherwise, it's going to be a race for the kick finishes. And this happened to Logan 2 years ago. I remember he had a really good winter. He was the strongest guy in the field. And he kind of let it play out similar. So be prepared to see something happening in the next 400 metres or so.
So the South Australian goes to the front. Doesn't really change the tempo too much. You can see out wide there Sam Alberston trying to make a bit more of a tempo change. He just tucks back in. Athletes though here, we're going to have a problem here. I reckon we're going to clip some heels and we're going to potentially have a bit of a stumble. But what were the odds pre-race that the A race was going to go slower than the B race? Because at the moment, it's on track.
It's looking absolutely likely. I mean, what was the B race? 8:25, 8:26 for the winners there. All of these athletes come in with PBs under that time. But we're probably, I mean, everyone's pretty comfortable as Jonathan Harris of South Australia makes his way to the front and Logan Janetsky just settles in behind. Logan Tickle from Victoria in the mix as well, but it's still a bunch. I mean, it's anyone's race from this point.
So Harrison bought the tall Victorian with the headband, the blonde locks there. He's been sitting in that sort of right spot the right way through. We'll see him through halfway now here. So 4:23 through 1,500 metres. So 8:46 tempo at the moment.
But a 69 that last lap. You can see they're starting to string out a bit.
So Peyton Craig, you see that slightly hunched over, rolled shoulders. He's on the outside of Logan Janetsky. We've said already the South Australian there in Harris has been at the front now for the last 500 metres. Seth Marnie, the spectacled Brisbane Athletics prodigy there, just sitting about 4 from the back as well. He's done wonderful things this season.
And Peyton Craig is just making the right moves at the right time. Bit over 4 laps to go. And he's just sitting on Janetsky's heels there. Janetsky looking pretty comfortable, but he has done some of the work early. Peyton Craig just making his way to the front of the field, maybe getting slightly boxed, but there's plenty of time to sit and wait for that kick.
So last lap, what was that one, Brady?
67. So you can see they're starting to wind it up a bit, and this is where the strength runners are going to benefit. This far out, still 3 laps to go. They've gone 72, 69, 67. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a 65 or 66 here. They're just trying to take the sting out of those big kick finishes as Janetsky goes to the front. This is his script to follow.
And Thomas is the one now. So Ben Thomas and Charles Barrett, they're the two that match the lead. So Charles Barrett, we mentioned, he is the youngest in the field tonight. He's been working on his speed recently at the All Schools. He ran the 800 and the 1500, trying to set himself up for a race exactly like this, which is going to build its way through. Kai Hahi is also moving through well, the West Australian. But right now, the pack is splitting for the first time, and we've lost one first runner off the group, which tells you the race is on. 800 metres remain. Janetsky, Peyton Craig, Barrett, Thomas. He's my threat from here. Thomas is going to be hard to beat. Next one through is going to be Cameron Gorman of New South Wales. On the inside, still looking really good there, is the talk, Victorian Harrison Boyd. But we've got a little bit of a split now in the group as they splinter out. Bibley with a bit of work to do as he hangs onto the back of the pack. But out in front, it is Thomas and Janetsky, Barrett, Peyton Craig, and it looks to be Cameron Gorman of New South Wales, 64. Thank you very much for that one, Brady. And here we go. Thomas is the man. So 600 metres to go. He goes to the front. Peyton Craig and Janetsky, Michael.
And we're not so worried about the time anymore, apart from the fact that it illustrates the picture that this race is. We're getting faster, lap by lap, split by split, as we see them pop out from under the tunnel. Thomas, Craig, Janetsky are your 1, 2, 3, and our 1, 2, 3 predictions from the start of the race with 400 and a bit metres to go. Thomas and Craig, it's going to be a 1-2 battle as Thomas just extends his lead into the last lap.
And geez, I underrated how classy these athletes are. Don't worry about them going slower than the B race. They've gone through the first kilometre in, 15 seconds slower, and they're actually going to still run quicker. So Thomas and Craig, do not write Craig out yet. This man has got a huge heart. Janetsky's gone, Gorman's gone. It's a race in two. So Thomas, I said he's got sub 50-second shape. What can he do for this last lap? Because right now he's gone through 29 seconds for that first 200 of the last lap. Peyton Craig's digging deep. He wanted this title. It's one he doesn't have. Who's going to follow in the footsteps of Cameron Myers last year? Ironically, Myers is the same age, if not younger than some of these boys. But it's Thomas. It's the brother of Carly, of course. Here comes Peyton Craig. Thomas looks to his left, and Craig goes to his right down the outside. He was the class man in the field. We thought it might be the case. Peyton Craig of Queensland. He's going to take out the Castella under 23,000. 8:18:20, etches his names in the record books. Next through is Thomas. Great run, Kai here of the West Australian. Next through is Janetsky. Fifth through is going to be Gorman. Good run then from Jonathan Harris. Seth Marnie of Queensland looking really good. Boyd's really bent over there at the end as he crosses the finish line. Logan Tickle through there. Isaac Bibelet. And rounding out the field here looks to be Matthew Hansen of Queensland. But Peyton Craig, he's classy. He's done all sorts of things over all sorts of distances, triathlete as well. Brady, that was an impressive display of running. What did we run the last 1,500 in?
I got the last 800 at 1:58.3, Nick, so that's the kind of wheels they were showing, and that was already when they started to wind it, when they went 67, 64. So to put that on top of that, that's phenomenal running, and they made it look easy when they were doing it. Super smooth techniques, and so full of running out the back straight there.
3:55 for the last 1,500.
Wouldn't mind that as a 1,500 standalone. A lot of people watching be the same, I think.
So what sort of distance does Peyton Craig go from here, do you reckon, Michael? Is his 3K might be his sweet spot?
Yeah, I know, which is sort of when you get into the senior ranks. So it is a bit dangerous to have 3K as your sweet spot. A lot of people say that, Stewie McSwain's event might be the 3,000 metres. The only problem is it's not an Olympic distance, as they say. So I think running the race he did just then shows that he could do anything.
How about that last 300 metres? What are you thinking? I know you've got to chase down a quality athlete in front of you, but you seem to just get there with 100 metres to go and look confident doing it.
Yeah, mate. I had to work for that one. That was pretty brutal out there. So it was good having someone to chase, obviously. I don't know, last 100 metres I always seem to be able to find something extra, and I think they just come out again today. So, but I think I credit this last 100 to the fucking crowd. Sorry, guys. To the crowd that's out and about, this atmosphere. So that really got me over the line, and it was just glad to, finish strong. And took the tape, which is good.
We've had a pretty strong start to the year. There's no exaggerating that. What's the training been like? What's the build-up been like? And what are we going to see you doing as we get further into this season?
Mate, it's just been like a massive build phase. So I'm really trying to look at, early to middle next year as like really trying to peak. So hopefully I don't have to run a distance this long again for this season. So hopefully that's out of the way. So really going to try and shorten up over the 15 and 800 and give it a red hot crack early next year. So, yeah.
Now, last one for you. You've been to a few ZÁTOPEKs now as a fan. You've been to a few ZÁTOPEKs now as a competitor. How amazing is it to have, something like this now just starting to get a facelift to get a little bit more exciting for the crowd?
Mate, it's unmatched. Like, you'll never find a crowd like this again anywhere in Australia for track and field. So it's really good, building the sport up. The sport's very much on the rise, and especially for us guys, middle distance running. So the more exposure we can have to, our nation, and the bigger crowds we can get, the better off for us athletes and, the rest of Australia. So, yeah.
Without a doubt. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Peyton Craig down here. His mo will be better than Jack Rayner's next year, I reckon. He's looking very good. Peyton, congratulations. Hey, while we're on it and while we've got the time, don't forget you can use this bridge. You can get yourself...
So we're getting a whole lot of love from Mitch down in the infield there, trying to get the crowd onto the infield. It's building. The front straight stands, you might not see all of it at home. The front straight stand is now full. So they've stayed out of the cold a little bit. Hopefully they get down there for those 25 laps later on. The atmosphere here, though, at the on-track nights, it's incredible, Brady, isn't it? I'm a bit jealous I'm out on the track.
Well, Nick, I said off air before that I was a bit concerned that I hadn't seen too many people having a beer and enjoying a bit of track, but now I have. I'm seeing a few frothies getting around, and it's good to see some people getting festives. Obviously, we're drinking responsibly, but that whole track night festival vibe is just starting to change, I think, at this stage of the evening.
As the sun, well, the sun was never out today, let's be honest, but saying it's getting deeper into the night, the events start to heat up. We do see the crowd build. It almost is that party atmosphere now. And if you're not here yet and you're watching us from your living room, you still got time to come down.
Oh yeah, the main event. What do we got? Men's 10K, 7:50 p.m. So we've got plenty of time to the big events of the evening kick off.
Yeah, with that and that feature women's at 8:50 to wrap up the night, and in some people's eyes tonight it leads into the real feature of the night, Peking Duck on stage.
Do you think many people have purchased a ticket to ZÁTOPEK just to see Peking Duck?
I know 5 that I met on the way in. So I'm sure that if those 5 were very excited to tell me.
Yeah, good.
They were here early. They were actually trying to find a spot at the front of stage. So they're obviously those groups in there that haven't left. They've got a few hours to wait for that gig to go off. But, oh, look, what a setup they've done here. We're well aware of here in Melbourne, thanks to Craig Mottram's coaching. You see the crew go around the tan and at Wattle Park regularly, and Luke Bell's done a lot of great work with him here. Obviously the former triathlete himself with that brand in Melbourne, and you can see the gym set up on Swan Street in Richmond. It's starting to have a real presence. We talked about the rec runners before wearing the on gear, and they look terrific out there in it. And the one that I noticed last week, and this is going to go far from what On's featuring in, but it's probably feedback on how cool the brand is going. At the Australian at the Australian Primary Schools Championships last week, I saw 4 meet records set with kids wearing On spikes.
Oh, no way.
So, $250 a pair for a quality pair of spikes for a 12-year-old, though. They're already on board because it's the brand is killing it.
Speaking footwear, I walked in one of the back doors when I got here today and went through the officials, and they were all getting a brand new pair out of the box, and there was about 50 absolutely stoked officials putting a pair
volunteer
of
officials.
Yeah, volunteer officials.
Well, supporting the sport. That's what we love to see. And speaking about the On athletes as well, we'll see some kits getting around now for the first time on track tonight with Bendiri Oboya, Imogen Barrett and Tess Kersop-Cole all running with the On Athletics Club kit. 3 out of 8 athletes in this women's 600 metres.
So, and what a field here. So we're going to go, I'm going to talk down the field here.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
If you go, you've got Sarah Carley, Australia's, I think she's now our 4th fastest ever 400 metre hurdler. So 400 metre hurdlers, very good at often over 500. So 400 metre hurdler here going to 600. You've got Shani Landon here, who obviously very familiar with, an international representative athlete, but who trains here in Victoria. Paige Elvey, the 400 metre hurdler, might be helping them out there for some pace potentially. I'm not sure. I'll have to check that one. Bendiri that you mentioned. Imogen Barrett, back from the States, back from Florida now with the OAC team. Holly Manning of New Zealand. Tess Kersop-Cole, former 400 metre Australian junior champ, stepping up to 800. Did great things last season, another one of that On team. And then Rochelle Kennedy, another Western A's athlete who's going to be inspired by their effort earlier. What sort of athlete is going to dominate a 600 metres, do you reckon here, Michael?
Well, it's one of those questions that I was going to raise, actually. I mean, I think you kind of said your 400 metre hurdler is kind of almost in the box seat. We've got 3 runners in this event who are 201 or under. As we're about to go over the presentations,
or making the
For the
ZÁTOPEK what
under
it is today.
23,000.
Fred sadly passed away, I think, in 2010. But the Fred Lester Scholarship now funds both the Castella 3,000 metres and also the Ondieki 3,000 metres. And it's with great pleasure that we do bring Neil out to do the presentations for this event. And receiving our Australian bronze medal in a time of 8:24.19, it is Braden Everett. In second position, and receiving the silver medal in a time of 8:20.20 from New South Wales, Benjamin Thomas. So all recipients here receiving the scholarship funds from the Fred Lester Foundation. But our new Australian champion in a time of 8:18.17 from Queensland. Let's congratulate Peyton Craig. Congratulations, Braden, Benjamin and Peyton, our medalists in the Castella under 20 3,000 metres, funded by the Fred Lester Foundation.
So we're just talking about it. So it's going to be a 200-metre style start here. So they're going to start in lanes. I haven't seen this one done before, the 600 properly, so I'm not sure where our cutting's going to be. But we were just talking about the importance of 400-metre speed versus 800-metre PB. I think the perfect athlete here really is Bendiri, because she's been training for the 8 and she's the fastest 400-metre runner in the field with 51. And Kersop Cole, probably the other one who's such great form over a 400-metre as a junior now, stepping up to the 800.
Couple of our on athletes just been up at an altitude camp as well, clearly working on their endurance, but natural speed athletes, especially in Bendiri and Kersop Cole. I like these sort of events. They're a bit unique. They're not often run and that bring sort of two different styles of runners together.
I'm going to put it. We need to put a prediction on the line. I know Brady, we're meant to be leaving you out of anything that's long, that's shorter than distance. But come on, who's your prediction here?
I'm going to say Bendiri Boya. I just think that class. I think you're just telling me that she needs to run 57 to have a go at that Australian record, and her PB is 51.
So what is that Australian record they're chasing, Brady?
They are chasing 125.79 from Tamsin Manu. Yeah, it's going to be... I just look at the numbers and think, oh, she can run 51. Sure, we can get an extra 200 out off a bit slower.
And it's really going to give us an indication of where she's at for this summer.
Yeah.
Can she be in Catbisset land of 157?
Yeah.
She's certainly got the potential to. And as they go out from the inside, we've got Sarah Carley, Shani Landon, Paige Elvey, Bendiri Boya, Imogen Barrett, Holly Manning, Tess Kersop Cole, Rochelle Kennedy. And they cross over down the front straight here, Michael. I'll let you call them through as they go past us.
And Bendiri Boya has already got a lead of almost 10 metres on the field. Tess Kersop Cole chasing hard and Imogen Barrett slotting into third. So it's an On Athletic Club 1, 2, 3 as they go through that first 200, 250 metres. And Bendiri is putting it on the line to chase Tamsin's record as Tamsin, it calls her trackside.
So Kersop Cole's the one that's going to lead the chase bunch. Imogen Barrett. Then next through is the 400-metre hurdler in Sarah Carley. But it's Bendiri Boya. She's going to hit the 50, sort of 6:57, we said, quite comfortably down the back straight. So she goes through in 56 flat. So 56 flat, Bendiri Boya. Can she hold that form? Can she take Tamsin down? We talked about Hooker earlier, having an event named after him and racing the track. Can Tamsin Manure in the commentary box have her record scalped? Bendiri Boya hits the meet straight. She goes on the bridge. Tess Kersop Cole representing On Athletics in second. And then Imogen Barrett. And here comes Sarah Carley, the 400-metre hurdler. But it's Bendiri Boya. She's back. We're excited, Australians. Bendiri Boya, Australian record. And it's going to be right on it. 126.37, just outside. Tess Kersop Cole, Sarah Carley, Imogen Barrett. Next through there, the New Zealander in Holly Manning, Rochelle Kennedy. Paige Elvey went the whole way around. Very impressed by that one. Shani Landon. What a run, Bendiri Boya. No Australian record tonight. But On Athletics, they get their moment in the sun tonight. That's first, second, fourth. The future is bright.
There we go. More or less went to plan and ever so close to the record there, but some strong performances for the first run in the On Athletics kit for many of these ladies.
It's December. It's cold. It's early in the season. If that's how close you get to an Australian record this time of the year, you're doing pretty well.
The problem is, though, I don't think you're going to run it again for a long time. I'd love to. We should have asked Tamsin earlier how many times she actually ran a formal 600, because you don't get many opportunities to, and I love that they set it up. I reckon if we put this maybe on the Gold Coast in the middle of summer, or maybe in the middle of a Gold Coast winter, probably might be the perfect time to run it, actually. But Bendira Boya, I'm excited to see you back, and I reckon sub 2 minutes might be the way you open your summer.
Absolutely. The future is bright for Bendiri if she can pull this off so early in the season.
Gun to tape as well.
Those colours really suited her, don't they? The On Athletics, the brand is so strong. They look terrific.
What I was literally just thinking was, as the 3 On Athletics athletes come from under that tunnel, I'm like, imagine that photo. There's going to be some some good content as we throw to Mitch for an interview with Bendiri.
You're back on the track. And what was the moment when you were out there in that 600 metres where you thought, oh my God, this is actually a comeback now?
It was definitely the last 150. I was like, all right, okay, cool, we're now back. But it's sort of when you're out there, but I had to just go out there and just go for it.
So in terms of this 600, obviously Special Tamsin up in the booth, she's the one who currently has the record. When was this flagged to you as something that you sort of wanted to get after as you come back in introduction to On and to the crowd and back into this Australian scene?
Well, I just wanted something that would excite me and it's kind of like a goal that I had. But honestly, I just wanted to come out here healthy, happy, and that's what I did.
Awesome. And how unique is it to be a part of the brand that's putting something like this on? Obviously, track nights have been going across the globe, in America, in Europe, it now comes to Australia. How unique is it for you and your teammates here as well to be a part of the company that's putting it on?
Oh, it's so great to have someone like On that supports the athletes and put on a great event, so really happy with that.
Fantastic. Well, massive congratulations, Bendiri back, and she's flying. Congratulations to you, Bendiri. We'll now cross to the track, or Tim and Tamsin, I'll throw it back to you, or Bruce, whoever's up there. And just by the way, for all the kids,
so Bendiri's announced herself as being back, and I reckon for one I'm pretty excited about it. As the next On Athletic star walks past us down the front straight, and she's one of the most exciting I've seen, that's Claudia Hollingsworth. The next, we actually got some footage from the pole vault at the same time though, which is a bit cool, as they jump in their colours. So for those at home, you can see the back straight pole vault going on right now, and up and over in the front of that ZÁTOPEK 10 sign there. Great pole vaulting. But yeah, Claudia Hollingsworth, Brady, I know you've followed her progress in recent times. Prodigal junior. Now even though she's young, she's now a senior athlete, world-class representative.
Yeah, representing Australia in the Open World Champs, as well as the junior ones over the years. And it feels like, although we're talking about an under-20 athlete here, it's a name that we've been talking about for the last 2 or 3 years. And it's been interesting to watch how she's handled that pressure. Hasn't faltered at all so far. The way she speaks and the way she handles herself has been fantastic. And I know she just finished year 12, cut schoolies short to come back to get an Australian under-20 title. She's definitely shown maturity beyond her years in the last couple of years. She was a star Australian footballer as well. I think his twin sister, is a soccer player. So, I mean, plenty of talent in the family. She obviously had choices, and I just love the fact that she's come out of that Mentone grammar system where Craig saw her and spotted her as a coach. Did a lot of work also with, who was that down there? Keely Hodgkinson as well, as a coach there. But she's come on in leaps and bounds, and what distance she eventually gets to is interesting, because I would say this is at the top end of her distance. Yeah. I'd love to see her focus on the 1500 and maybe even the 8, but we know how hot that field is in Australia. Well, that's the important thing, that she's so young and she doesn't have to break through, and beat Jess Hulls and Lyndon Halls and Kat Bissett's and those kind of names now. This is hopefully a name we get to watch for the next 10, 12 years. And she's, you're talking about 3K being the longer side of her distance, but she's also 12 seconds quicker than anyone else in this field. The crazy one here on the ranking list is that the second fastest time seed coming in is, of course, the 15-year-old Piper Gay. Victorian mile champion earlier in the year, open age. Look at her just wandering behind the official there. She's a diminutive figure, but with a big heart.
And third in the 5K Open Champs as well, only a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and you've got also Maddie King there, number 3, Of course, very prominent Australian junior, another Victorian here who's been taking some scalps at milers clubs. It's a real quality field here, and hopefully the ladies take it out a little bit quicker than the boys do and set up some fast personal bests. Because I'd love to see some of those personal bests. I'll get well inside that 9:30 for the back end of the field here, because we have a whole field inside 10 minutes.
It is a bit of a spread between 9:22 and 9:52 for their PBs. Claudia Hollingsworth doesn't have a 3,000 metre time against her World Athletics profile. She may have run a few low-key ones in the past, but as you said, it might be saying a bit new for her without a solid time yet.
So what are some names to watch, Brady, outside our...
Yeah, Madison King comes in as the 3rd seed with a 9.24. Gabrielle Vincent with a 9.27 as the 4th seed. And then Ada Rand from New South Wales with a 9.31. I'm not 100% sure about who's got that top end speed, Nick. Like, I think Claudia can win it if it's fast from the gun or if it's a 600, 400 metre wind up.
If it's a sit and kick, like we saw with Peyton Craig, and we saw Thomas as the only threat, I think that Ada Rand is the only threat.
Okay.
So Ada Rand's the one with a 207-800. Good speed to burn. So I think she's the only one that could be a threat off a sit and kick style. But don't I suppose forget about Aspen Anderson, who was our best finisher at the World Cross Country under 20s.
What do you reckon the instructions are, Michael, from Craig Mottram as they walk to the start line?
I mean, for Claudia, her race, she's just got to be patient. I mean, her strength is that 800, 1500. Obviously, under an athlete or coach like Craig Mottram, he values that base training, the endurance running, which she would have been working on since being coached. Well, he's been coached with her for a long time, but it would be patient, let others dictate the race, and wait for a strong finish. This race is a bit unique as well, as opposed to the boys' race, where there wasn't many who raced ZÁTOPEK last year who came back, whereas in this one tonight we've got the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place athletes from the ZÁTOPEK last year who are back on track tonight. So they will be the biggest challenges for Claudia amongst the others that we have named.
It's a big field, 19 starters.
Yeah, considering we had a B race as well, it's good to see so many under 20 athletes get a run tonight.
And a true mix of athletes from interstate and Victoria, as we will go through as the race gets underway. But we have athletes from New South Wales, Queensland, Tasmania, Western Australia. I think we've got them all. South Australia, the only one not represented is the ACT and NT.
Michael, I'll let you call them as they get underway.
As they're in the starters' hands. And in station number 1, as mentioned, Claudia Hollingsworth of Victoria, followed by Piper Gay, Madison King and Gabrielle Vincent of Victoria. Then from New South Wales, Ada Rand, Queensland, Aspen Anderson, Kobe Walker and Tess Hannigan. From Victoria's Cushy Diol. From Tasmania, Abby Butler. From Victoria is Imogen Barker. From Queensland, Ruby Hughes. From Victoria, Alexandra Schultz. From Western Australia, Charlie Rose Carleon. And from New South Wales, Annabelle Miller. Lily O'Reilly. From South Australia, Tiana Cheta. From Victoria, Nissa Males. And to round out the field of 19, a huge field for the under 20 women. 3,000 metres is Poppy Austin from South Australia.
Threw in 36 seconds as well, so right on 3-minute K pace, which is quick for a lot of the girls in this field. So we could see some people dropping off the back pretty quickly because they're strung out pretty fast.
It is quick. As we mentioned, like a lot of these athletes would be happy to break 9:30 for this 3,000 metres as they go through that first lap in a 74-second, which is 9:15 pace. So they have gone out strong. The field is still together for now. I wonder if they'll start to pump the brakes or they'll just start to get more and more strung out as laps tick over, Brady.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as they come under the On Athletics Club bridge here, which we do lose them for a few seconds just as they do come around that corner, and now they are. But I think the pace is still on. I think it's going to be a fast one from the gun. You can see Claudia boxed in, but she's in the perfect position. She's on the rail. She's not going to run any extra distance here. She's going to cover any moves through the first couple of laps here and then come home strong, I think.
As we said, the likely instructions to Claudia would have been just sit, wait, be patient, as Lily O'Reilly and Madison King lead her around the first almost 2 laps. Piper Gay is right up there as well in the mix, the young athlete from Victoria.
I tell you what, Lily O'Reilly's laying it down here. She comes in with a 9:50 seed time, so she's the athlete at the front that's setting the tempo, one of the younger ones in the field. So she's going to make sure the pace is on. So I think some of these athletes will be quite happy with her setting that tempo. You can see, as you said, Piper Gay, the 2 Victorians, King and Gay there on her outside. Hollingsworth looking beautiful there on the inside, and then also Schultz, the Victorian. But the field still pretty evenly spread as they go through 800 metres.
Yeah, they went through in about a 2:30, so they kind of settled down the pace a little bit now, which more lends to that 9:22, 9:25 pace. So field's still bunched. It is that championship race that we were talking about, and it may be that sit and kick style.
To give you an idea of the class in the field, though, that's Imogen Baker at the back of the field, hip number 11. She was the silver medalist at the Australian Junior Championships in her age group. So this is a quality age group of women. They're going to go through 1K here in 3:11. So on track sort of for that 9:33 type tempo at the moment, which the majority of the field will be pretty happy with. I reckon Hollingsworth, Gay and King can kick down from there. Haven't dropped anyone yet. They all look really good.
You mentioned Ada Rand early on as well, Nick. So she's sitting just on the inside, probably in 4th position, just on the rail at the moment. And she has quick 800-metre speed, as does Claudia Hollingsworth. So they're definitely 2 to watch, who are probably feeling quite confident right now in their positioning.
So here we have Piper Gay now, just moves the outside of Madison King. O'Reilly still moving well. Tiana Setter, the South Australian, and we've now got a little bit of a split in the field as our back 5 just need to do a bit more work as they run past that stage. They're going to work a little bit harder to maintain contact. So 19 athletes. They're spread by about 20 metres. They come down this front straight. It's King in front, Gay on her shoulder, O'Reilly, Hollingsworth, Setter on the outside of her. The tall figure in Aspen Anderson, I think, is one of the threats tonight with Ava Rand. So I really like those 2 athletes who are checking Hollingsworth. Hollingsworth seeking for the rail again. The next one behind them is going to be Schultz, the Victorian.
Looked like a move was coming from Hollingsworth, but she moved up on the shoulder and then put the brakes on a bit. I was thinking, I was getting excited saying, here it comes, but not quite yet.
I think your clear instructions are to sit second for the whole way. I think she's going to sit. She was looking for the rail, I felt, but as long as she's on the shoulder or thereabouts of the leader, I reckon maybe 2 laps to go, we might see Hollingsworth show some burst of speed as Ava Rand also wants to check those moves, and she moves outside with O'Reilly. So the 2 New South Wales athletes, they're still staying on the pace there with the South Australian. Hollingsworth finds herself boxed in a little bit now here as Maddie King still leads it. She's used to leading races. Aspen Anderson, the tall figure in the white there from Queensland. Moving through nicely now, Kobe Walker, another Queenslander. Queensland junior distance running, Brady. They are everywhere tonight.
Yeah, and a couple of South Australians in that pack as well. And my co-host on Inside Running, Julian Spence, just sent me through a message saying Poppy Austin is a bit of a smoky here. She's in the red, hip number 19, seed tide of 10:32. So he must know something I don't, because on paper she doesn't look like she should be keeping up with this pace, but she looks perfect in that lead pack, moving up on the inside behind Hollingsworth now.
So Piper Gay finds herself in a little bit of trouble on the inside rail there as Schultz makes a really good move there, her teammate. She goes up to about 4 or 5 wide, and we've only lost 4 off the back as we got 3 laps to go, Michael.
It's still absolutely anyone's race from here. We've got the likes of Ada Rand, Aspen Anderson, Piper Gay, and of course Claudia Hollingsworth just sitting in that 4th position right now. But as we talked about the strong kick finishes and the 800-metre speed on a few of these athletes, combined with the 5,000 metre speed of, Piper Gay, 3rd in the Open 5,000 metre championships only recently, and we've still got 1,000 metres to go. Is somebody going to kick early, or are you just going to wait until about 400 to go?
And Cushy Diol's now the one that's made a good move there. She was terrific recently here at the Milers Club meet here. That's hit number 9. She's moved her way up to about 6th or 7th at the moment on the outside of Anderson, so the tall figures matching those moves well. Setter, the South Australian, though, still piloting the field through and looking terrific. She comes under that bridge. It'll be 800 metres to go. When does Hollingsworth make a move? Does she have the move tonight? Have we talked it up too much?
Well, that's the whole thing. Does she have the move? We keep assuming that she's just going to wait and kick when she's ready, but it is 800 metres to go, and she's just slipping ever so slightly back into in the field as Cheta from South Australia, somebody who's got a 9:51 seed time, is leading the way with 1 lap till the bell, 800 metres to go.
There's fingers getting pointed everywhere here in the commentary box because we're trying to pick the winner in this pack. Ada Rand looks good. There's moves being made. People are moving, jostling for positions. 700 to go.
So Setter it is in the front. They're now gone 5 wide through the tunnel with 700 metres to go. And Aspen Anderson, she was in Bathurst. She was terrific. And here goes Ava Rand. She's run 57 for a 400. She sits on the heels of Hollingsworth. Aspen sits on this. Anderson sits on the heels of Setter, and O'Reilly hanging on. She set the pace for us early, and maybe we're down to 10. So the field's been split now. 19, 9. I'm going to say they're gone, but there's 10 still in the mix. And we find Anderson at the front, Hollingsworth on her shoulder. They've both been Australian junior representatives, one at cross country, one on the track, and Ava Rand is the threat. Setter still looks good. Piper Gay on the inside. Next one through there is going to be Hannigan, the Queenslander, followed by O'Reilly. Then we've got King. Cushy Dial still staying in a really good spot. And then now, with 400 metres to go, Hollingsworth takes over the lead, Michael.
And the times are relevant now as he's absolutely championship racing. Hollingsworth. We have Cheta, who still isn't giving anything away and going to collect a massive PB. Ada Rand coming into the mix just on Hollingsworth's heels. Aspen Anderson isn't going anywhere with 300 metres to go as they go under the party tunnel on the back straight. It could be anyone's race from here. Hollingsworth is looking strong, but Rand is getting up on her shoulder, waiting. Well, she's not waiting anymore. She's almost passing. 200 metres to go.
So, Michael, it is Ava Rand on the outside. She's got a 57 to her name over 400. The Ben Liddy coached athlete from New South Wales. His squad's been doing all sorts of things over the last 2 years. Hollingsworth's got a battle on her hands here. We know Hollingsworth's class, but this distance is going to hurt. Rand goes past the front straight, and Hollingsworth it is. Claudia Hollingsworth, Ava Rand, she's giving everything. Aspen Anderson's in third, but Claudia Hollingsworth on athletics, she's going to take the victory. Rand through in second. Anderson. Next through is going to be a fast finishing King, just in front of Kobe Walker. Piper Gay, Diol. Behind them, Hannigan. Then it was the South Australian in Setter. Not far behind them was also Carolyn. Behind them we had Gabrielle Vincent, another World Cross representative. The South Australian Poppy Austin. Next through is Baker. The tall figure coming through now is also males. Rounding out then our field will be Butler and the New South Wales athlete in Miller. But Ava Rand, she gave everything, but we said the class might shine, and the class shined, didn't it?
64.4 that last 400. And Rand was there. She was on her shoulder. The challenge was thrown down, and you can't falter first or second in that situation. Both strong runs. It's a shame we can only have one winner, but that's what happens in athletics.
Race of the night so far. I'm calling it.
It was terrific. We thought the men's B race was close in PBs, but those ladies just made it a really tight race right through. And as we said, we had the mix of world cross-country representatives. We had really, 800-metre runners in Claudia Hollingsworth as she goes down to Mitch now.
Yeah, congratulations. How did it feel out there?
Thank you. I felt really good. I was a bit nervous going into the 3K. Never done one before, but sat in the field and went well. Really enjoyed it. It was a good night to do it.
What sort of advice was Craig giving you for a debut 3,000 metres? Was he just saying sit there and be patient, or was it just about getting out and getting a time? Sort of ended up being a little bit slower maybe through the stages, but what was the thought process going into it?
Just sit in and stay relaxed. I think the only thing he said whilst running around the track is stay relaxed. So just, stay as relaxed as I could and just sit in and feel out the race and then sort of kick down home in the last 200.
Now, firstly, congratulations on finishing school. That's out of the way now. How exciting is this now to move forward with this young group that you have? Also a bit of experience. Benderi, obviously an Olympian, a few of them in there Olympians, but how great is it now to have that opportunity to really hit the ground running with nothing really stopping you through the year?
Yeah, for sure. It's just such a massive distraction and so much time that I have now free to really take on what I enjoy and give it best shot I can, and just having more time and commitment to the sport's really exciting. So can't wait for it. Yeah.
Now I have to ask, obviously I've asked everybody who's a part of On, how unique is it to be a part of a company like this who's trying to, I guess, push the sport forward and make it exciting, not just all over the world, but right here in our backyard in Australia?
Yeah, it's so exciting for the sport. I mean, the event they've already put on today and how many people have come out, it's amazing. And all us athletes really appreciate the support, and the cheering really helps when you're on the track. And I think On's really bringing that back to Australia, and I think it's just going to build from here. It's so exciting.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much. Claudia Hollingsworth, ladies and gentlemen, the national champion for the 3,000, the women's under-20 Ondieki champion as well.
4 or 5 wide, and we've only lost 4 off the back of the screen here. Claudia Hollingsworth. How good's that picture going to look? The On Athletic star moving past the crowd at the On Athletic track night.
All about the content.
Oh, look.
The ultimate professional. She looked like she was a professional athlete.
That crowd shot there. That gives those at home a bit of an idea of how good this is building.
You still got time. You still got time to jump in the car and come down, depending on where you live.
We talked about whether some people just came for Peking duck. Tony Marsh just came for the food trucks. So there's all sorts of reasons why people have come down here tonight.
There's a spinny prize wheel up on the hill as well. There's the party tent on the back straight. As we mentioned, the Peking duck stage, of course. We've got fire. We've got fire here every time someone crosses the line.
Now, some people were confused. Some people thought the food trucks only had Peking duck. But there was 2 separate things in the promotion.
That's a real dad joke.
I would hate to name anyone like Steve Ellinghouse confusing the 2 things, but that is what some people thought.
Oh, it was legit.
But the fact is tonight, everyone's here for a different reason. These events are about the party. They're about showcasing elite athletes. And the big one for us is Melbourne. We're the only one in the whole of the Southern Hemisphere now part of the party.
I mean, hate to be biased, but we will. Home of athletics, Melbourne. It's just got to be. We've got the Vic Milers Club. We've got the XCR series. ZÁTOPEK going for its 60th odd year, and now the On track nights. Maury plant meet. If you haven't been to an athletics event in Melbourne, get down. And we're going to go down to presentations now.
In a time of 9:33.33 from Queensland, Aspen Anderson. In second position, our silver medalist in a time of 9:30.25 from New South Wales, Ada Rand. And the new Australian champion and winner of the Ondieki 3,000 metres for under 20 women, in a time of 9:29.13 from Victoria, Claudia Hollingsworth. And congratulations also to Claudia and Ada. They have run World Junior qualifiers in that event.
So we've seen the ladies run the 600, so we've worked out now that they get the bridge is the crossover point pretty much, the Dream On bridge. So they run under that, they cross over on the front straight. I'm not sure who's going to lead this one through. We saw the aggression to Bendiria Boyer here. Michael, do you have a prediction of who's going to lead it through our first 200?
Well, I think it's going to be extremely close. Looking at these athletes and the personal best times, as we said, you look at their 800 time, you look at their 400 time, and you kind of try and make an estimate on what their 600 is going to be. And we've got 4 runners who have run 47 seconds for 400 at some point in their careers. 3 of those have run a 146 800. So it's really going to come down to their current form. We've got Harry Purcell from Ireland, former Villanova College athlete. Mason Cohen, who has been up and down and run numerous times over the years, some really strong 800s, unsure of his current form, and Jamie Harrison as well. So they'd be a few of the favourites. And we've got Hugo Monnier from France. I'm not sure. I've seen seen where he's run a 150, 800 metres, 40, 49, 400. So I'm unsure, Nick, to answer your question.
He's he looks like he's in the Melbourne uni colours almost there. Am I right?
Oh, there you go. He is
very
too.
similar colours.
Melbourne Uni very good at recruiting.
The other one I like here, so Josh Perdrissat, 400 former 400 metre star, stepping up here, a 46 high man over 400, going here at 800. Adam Pike, a bronze medalist at the Nationals, over 1500 in his time, and Simpfendorfer, 400 metre world junior representative from St Kevin's, who's gone up to the 800 as well. So another one of these 400 guys who's gone up.
I'll just mention Matthew Goff and Jaden Gill, and now we've said the whole field.
Mason Cohen's the most familiar name for someone who doesn't follow the 600, 400. Mason Cohen's my one in this one, Nick.
All right, so I'm going to go the Irishman. I'm going to hope that Harry Purcell's in the form to do something special. Michael, who's your tip?
We'll go Perdissat.
I like it. We've split out tips, and we're probably all going to get it wrong.
Yeah, we're lucky Cordia got up in that last one, because that was probably the first one we picked for the night.
Well, Michael, I'll let you call them away.
And we're underway. A strong start from Purcell. Adam Pike on the outside as well as one to watch, and Perdissat in lane 3. He's one of the first under the tunnel, and he does go into lane 1 as Matthew Goff settles into third position, and it is Harry Purcell in second. So Perdissat, Purcell and Mason Cohen. Matty Goff go through the first 200 in about 24.5. There's a race of 3 out the front. We have our French athlete in Hugo Monnier coming up on the shoulder and coming into third position.
So right now down the back straight, Michael, you're right there. You've called it really well. Perdrissat led them through. Goff's on his shoulder. Mason behind them. But the man leading him is Harry Purcell. So the Irishman out in front. There's still 6 in it. Simpfendorfer's at the back of that group. But in front now, Goff makes a move and he goes out to the shoulder of Harry Purcell, the Irishman. Behind the Peking stuck stage, who knows what's gone on. But out in front, Goff. Cohen chasing him. Cohen is a strong man. The New South Welshman. They go into the straight together. Perdrissat's not out of it. Simpfendorfer signing something. Perdrissat, can he run down Mason Cohen? Perdrissat, he's not going to do it tonight. It'll be Mason Cohen, 600 metres. Perdrissat second. Goff, Simpfendorfer, the Frenchman through next. Darcy Pound, my Irishman, Purcell, Adam Pike, and rounding out the field, Jaden Gill. But
Mason Cohen, there you go. I said he's had his ups and downs, and tonight he's on an up. Matthew Goff as well. We see we just mentioned him because we hadn't mentioned him and mentioned everyone else, but he has a very, very strong run and almost dictated the race until the final stages. Of course, Perdissat there, a strong run. He had that 400-metre speed, but managed to hang on in the final stages.
Look at that replay. Mason Cohen just held his form beautifully, Brady. It looked like you at the end of a cross-country run there. Beautiful technique through the line.
I'd love to look like that, Nick, at the end of a cross-country race, but he was composed, wasn't he? He took the bend, come under pressure, but then kept it straight and, ran through that line.
I think what we found out tonight is everyone's going to make their move somewhere between the Peking duck stage and the Dream On Bridge.
Yeah, where
they're
we
going to do
can't
it
see.
just so we can't see. I think I'm going to go get a spotter and put him down there just to give us to see if anything happens. It's about 25-metre blind spot.
Talk about blind spots, but it adds to the party, I guess, as we might throw to an interview with Mason Cohen very shortly with Mitch Dyer trackside.
He's got Mason Cohen for a bit of a chat after that very impressive 600.
Well, let's get this off mute. Mason, you just said it's been a while since you've been interviewed. I feel like it's death, taxes, and Mason Cohen winning these sort of races. How'd you find it out there, season opener?
Yeah, it was good. It was a bit windy, a bit cold, but 600's a good event. I like it. A bit shorter than the 8, so yeah, happy.
What sort of training sort of started to go into the beginning of the year? 600, unique distance to kick things off. You'd probably typically go for the 8 or the 4, but what's been building for you in 2024 and a big year ahead?
It's actually a bit more of a sprint focus. Started training with Paul Hallam just for the sprints. Still with Ben Liddy for the longer stuff, but yeah, just got to work on my pace. That's what I'm missing in the 8. So this is good prep for it, doing it 6.
And how'd you find people on the infield, people on the bridge, going under that 10 over there? I mean, it's a very unique thing. I don't know if you've ever raced in an environment like this before. How are you finding it?
Oh, it's epic, great night. It's a shame about the weather, but great atmosphere. On's killing it.
Fantastic. Well, Mason Cohen here, the winner of your men's 600 metres. Big round of applause. Mace, I'll let you go catch your breath, brother.
And the under 16 girls 1600 metres or one mile event is on the track now. Kim, the start lists are on the. Actually, first I should welcome Kim to the commentary box, and the start lists are on screen right now. Give us a couple of tips, a couple of athletes to watch in this women's.
Thanks, Michael.
16s.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Thanks for the welcome as well. I've really got a great field of junior athletes coming up here. The concept of this race is introduce some junior athletes from little athletics as well as senior athletics, but also to focus on the shift of these athletes moving from the juniors to senior ranks. And the transition is really incredible amongst a number of these athletes. There's a couple still mixed in little ass at the moment, but majority are really on the verge of their senior athletics career. So it's an exciting age group to watch and grow over their term. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for Lucy Cleveland, also Olivia Galang. Olivia's coming to us from New South Wales. Really good runner. She's a smart runner and won't necessarily run from the front. She represented ACT at the LAA Nationals in Melbourne last year and picked up a silver in the 8 and 15. Jess Hells is a bit of her inspiration. So a great shout out to Olivia there. Erin Mariner, really great mixture of speed and stamina, consistent over the 800 to 3K mark. So keep an eye out for her, Michael, because she's going to have a strong finish. Tilly Williams as well, longer stamina that she's got at the moment. She's from Mentone, so she runs a 2:23 for a 8, but also comes in with a good strong 4:44, which she ran at Caulfield recently. So probably Cleveland, Galang, Mariner, Williams and Mitre watch.
Fantastic. So we'll read out all the athletes, and unlike the under 20 events that we've had tonight, all Victorians, except for one athlete, Olivia Galang, from coming down from New South Wales.
Kim, just before we start, how often would some of these girls run a mile?
Not as frequently, probably. There's not a lot that have mile under their belt. So I think the one probably that has the strongest mile at the moment comes in the favourite as far as this distance is concerned would be Cleveland. So she ran it recently at Doncaster at 4:57. And she actually ran second to Mel Duncan at that. So she jumped in against the senior athletes.
Just last week too.
Yeah, smart race
huge.
as well. So, yeah, very, very interesting one to watch.
And, I mean, we've been talking about this all night. The party's well and truly here. We see the one girl on stage is a little bit cold. It's, well, I was about to say the atmosphere's heating up, but the temperature's still a little bit chilly out on track. If there's still time to get down, everyone, there's still time to come down to the track. Just whack on a jacket. Peking Duck will be on in a couple of hours. We've got the Dream On Bridge, we've got the Party Tunnel, and we've got the Peking Duck stage to bring the atmosphere here. The front straight stands are absolutely full. Around the bend it is filling up, and our tunnels and bridges are bringing the atmosphere here. So we have 13 athletes who are towing the line. They'll be in the hands of the starters pretty soon.
So you'll see Lucy obviously wears those long socks. So renowned forever as Lucy Long Socks, as I've noticed. So she's here wearing hip number 9. You'll see Galang from New South Wales. She is outplaced in 12. So you'll see her just probably closest to screen at the moment.
She the one doing up her shoes?
Yeah, well, that's right. You mentioned before, Michael, as well about coming down and getting warm down here. If you get near one of those flames, the heat that radiates out one of those is about enough to singe your eyebrows. So it's a great spot to be at the track.
And they're underway. Station number 1, we have Sarah Fitzpatrick, followed by Erin Mariner, Isabel Rhodes, Chelsea Tickles, Zoe Clark, Jasmine Hume, Tilly Williams, Paige Tuttleman, Lucy Cleveland, or Lucy Longsocks, we like to call her up in the commentary box, Priya Diol, Aria Violini, Olivia Galang, and Claudia Tierney, as Cleveland does lead out the field, as they're kind of strung out already, only 150 metres in, and the train is starting to stretch.
Yeah, so as we mentioned before, it is Lucy out in front. Galang closely followed behind. Just on the outside there, you see Chelsea Tickle in hip 4. So she's running in the red, running strong. Do expect her to come out to the front of the pack, as we mentioned before. She loves running out front, and she's going to need that extra distance at the finish to have the sprint finish away from the other girls in that pack. So the other competitor in that group is Erin Mariner. We mentioned before they were the 4, Michael, we spoke of. And not too far behind that, we've got Tilly Williams and also Isabel Rhodes running strongly too.
Absolutely. The race is going, it's predicted so far. Cleveland taking the lead. We haven't seen anyone go gun to tape so far tonight. But is Cleveland going to be the first person to do it? Galang is on her heels. And Kim, you said that she wouldn't go out fast. Maybe she's just waiting and this race is playing into her hands.
Yeah, Olivia ran a really strong 800 in Bankstown recently. A 2:13 it was, 2:13.89. And it wasn't from the front, Michael. She came in at probably came around about 5th in the first lap and then gradually moved with about 100 to go. So she's going to have a sprint in her towards the finish as well. We
see Chelsea Tickle, the Bendigo girl Brady coming in 3rd position, settling in on Galang's heels.
Coached by Andy Buchanan as well, so he would have given her some clear instructions leading to this race, and she's in a perfect position coming up to get 2 to go.
You can see what you see about this background noise of the stage blocking the vision there. Makes it exciting. It is Lucy still in front at the moment. Galang closely followed behind. Tickle sitting in 3rd, and Erin Mariner from Ringwood sitting in 4th. So really, really strong and confident racing by Lucy Cleveland out in front.
And we haven't really seen a distance race like this tonight where the athletes are so strung out so early. We're halfway through though, 2 laps down, 2 to go, and it has become a race in 3 out the front of the field. It is Cleveland, Galang and Tickle are your 1, 2, 3. The rest doing their best to chase hard.
So as they come around back past that 1,500 start line, it is Cleveland still holding it strong at the moment. There's not much distance between the 3 of them. Galang's starting to get a bit closer to her. Interested to see at what point she'll start to make that move, Michael. I think probably the 600 is generally when Lucy starts to move and make her wind up her race, but she looks pretty strong at the pretty well composed at the moment out there in front.
I don't mind the look of Tilly Williams as well, the athlete where we see on screen now, just coming off the right-hand side of our screen, the athlete in the yellow colours of the Mentone Athletics Club. She's doing her best to close the gap, but I don't see her pop out from the back of the Peking Duck stage yet as they go under the Dream On Bridge. And it is still Cleveland, Galang and Tickle. You said Galang would wait and pass at the appropriate moment, Kim. Is she about to do that soon?
I think she is. I think she'll get to that bell, and I think she's really posed to actually start to make a move. We'll see what sort of response Cleveland had, but at the moment, Galang may look the actual strongest of the two. She's going to sit on her shoulder, and let's see how she picks out this moment to make her move forward.
So Cleveland, Galang, Tickle just slipping off the pace a little bit. It'll be interesting to see if Tilly Williams from Mentone catches her. And then the rest of the athletes come through for the bell lap. And then we look through the cheer tunnel on the back straight. Cleveland, Galang are your 1-2. Let's see how it plays out over the last 250.
Tickle's still holding strong in third at the moment, but not too far behind her is her fellow competitor. I think was it Mariner sitting there. Here it is. Galang's really bound at home. She's coming home strong now. She's going to go behind the stage where we can't see her in vision now, but she's going to come out on the other side with about 5 metres in front of Cleveland. Cleveland's still holding on strong, but Galang is absolutely firing home at the moment. It is Galang. What a great run she's had from New South Wales. She's going to come home and take this one through. Watching her come through, Olivia, she's going to open it out to about 15 to 20 metres. Lucy Cleveland holding on for strong for second. But is Galang, she's going to take this out. Congratulations. Well worth the trip home to Melbourne. Cleveland will take it out, walks across the line for second, 4:53. Tickle's going to hold on just so much for third, with Tilly Williams, a great strong race for fourth.
So we've got Jasmine Hume. We haven't mentioned her yet, but she's come through strong for fifth. Isabel Rhodes, Zoe Clark, Sarah Fitzpatrick, Erin Mariner.
And a strong finish there by Paige Tuttenham from Ballarat. So she's running well. Pri Diol is going to come across the line. Just missed it there.
Just ahead of Claudia Tierney and Aria Violini to round out the field in the under-16 girls mile race here at the On Track Nights in Melbourne. One of my favourite parts of that, obviously, apart from the fact that the race pretty much went how you thought it would, Kim, which was pretty impressive. Did anyone notice in the back straight, we can see now the replay, the athletes charging down in the middle of the track, trying to keep up with the athletes on track? Thought that was very cool. And I wonder if they're going to do that when Pat Tiernan or Jack Rayner are charging for their last lap in the 10,000 metres later tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think it was just a matter of then in that race, who was going to take the first lead. And it was really, I guess it was a big and confident step for Lucy to step forward there and actually take that.
Everybody in the crowd away if they were racing. First of all, congratulations. How did you enjoy it out there?
It was really good, yeah, and it's really good atmosphere, like everything. I've never experienced something like this, so yeah, it was really fun to do, and good job to all the girls.
Now, is this the first mile that you've ever run? Are you a 1,500 metre runner? Sort of, what is your pet distance, and how did you approach this race a little differently?
Well, I love the 800. I reckon that's my favourite event. But my coach just told me to sit and just kick because, like not too early though, because like the wind and everything. But yeah, just on the last 100, just go for it. So yeah.
Now, is there anybody in Australian running or global running that you try and model your racing after, or anybody that comes to mind that you sort of want to be as you start to develop in this sport?
Definitely Jess Hull, yeah.
Well, congratulations, Olivia. I think you're well and truly on your way. Ladies and gentlemen, 13 years old, winning the mile down here. Olivia, congratulations.
And the next event on the track will be the under-16 boys mile race. So 14 competitors will be towing the line, all from Victoria. Kim, who do we like in this race? You were pretty spot on with your analysis for the girls under 16s. What are we thinking for the boys?
Well, I don't want to sort of burst it too quickly there, Michael, but Latest on the field at the moment is Lucas Chiss. Now, Lucas Chiss appeared pretty much out of the wilderness just recently. He came along and is in the hot topic probably a hot topic of the back straight at the moment. He's in absolute fine form. He took out the double gold at the All Schools Champs for the 8 and 15 here in Victoria just a couple of weeks ago. Came out of nowhere, front runner, basically means business. He goes out and does his thing. So he comes in with a seeded time that's pretty impressive, 3:54.58. He ran an 800 that same sort of championship schedule on 1:54.21, so he's really popping out there. Bart Leeton, not one to be dismissed at all. He's an athlete to be in about the ranks for some time. He's a national title holder in the 1500 metres. So Bart's someone to watch out, as is Avery McDermott as well. So he's a runner from Bendigo.
I raced him last Tuesday night, actually, over 3K.
How'd you go?
Made me feel very old when I saw his age as 15 on the start list, but I got him.
You got him?
Got him, yeah.
Ah,
just.
Good.
You have to make sure of that for sure, no doubt.
Yeah, it was
But the thing is, who's on the main stage at the on-track nights right now, Brady?
Now, he does have an 800 PB of 1:54. So if this is slow and tactical, I know we've got some guys with sub 4-minute 1500 metre PBs, but a 1:54 shows that he's got wheels if this comes down to a kick down.
Okay, so we might have our 1, 2, 3 predicted there in Lucas Chiss, Bart Leeton and Avery McDermott.
We've also got the brothers here from Albury as well, the Franks boys, Alec and Eddie as well. So
are they next to each other?
They always
there
put in a decent effort for the size of them.
Yep.
And someone else as well is always in prep is Sam Meehan as well. So he always runs a pretty strong and confident race. So keep an eye on Bart Leeton, so in the 12. And also his teammate as well is out there today, obviously supporting him as well. So some really strong racing we're probably looking forward to here, Michael.
Absolutely, and we're almost in the starters' hands. We'll read out the full start list as they get underway. I'm curious to see if it's going to be a strung-out affair, if it's going to be a bit of a championship race. I don't know. Looking at how things have gone tonight, Brady, what do you reckon? Is it going to be more like a go from the gun, or we're going to see a bit of a pack form?
Well, there's a lot of inexperience in this, isn't it? Like, this is a big crowd. First time a lot of these boys have raced in front of a crowd like this. So I think we see a bit of a mixture. A few boys will go a bit erratic early, and then I think it will settle down, and then we'll see experience probably shine from some of the people who've been around track and field maybe a bit longer. But Kim is telling me that Lucas Chiss, not very experienced, but he's got wheels and doesn't mind going off the front.
Absolutely, yeah. So he's going to be wearing that hip number 6. So we'll get some vision in a moment of hip 6 and just see his progress as he makes his way around the track as well. So he's there with the famous pink Nike shoes. So there's a couple of those.
Yep, in the
but he's on centre
singlet.
of screen at the moment. He's running in the Collingwood gear.
What an experience for the brothers, the two little fellas in 1 and 2 from Albury. 3-hour drive, come
They
down the highway.
absolutely do. You know, they always have an absolutely gutsy effort. I'm
Do they?
always impressed with the way that they run during their Little Ass and AV events. They really give it to the bigger boys, and there is such a vast difference in the sizes of these young men as well. So a lot more mature than others, and they do tend to mature at different ages. And, you know, height's obviously a buying factor in this type of race because of the opportunity to open up your leg stride. So
I like we've seen our first homemade signs up the top left-hand corner of screen as well.
Go
Something
Mentone.
about Mentone and Melbourne Pack.
So a little bit of unsteadiness there at the start. So give the boys a bit of an opportunity to settle up.
Okay, and lane number 1, of course, we mentioned Eddie, followed by Alec Franks, Riley Stewart, Oscar Litcher, Gus Augustine, Max Luke, Lucas Chiss, Noah Torello, Jonathan Neathling, Sam Meehan, Thomas Lindemann, Bart Leeton, Riley Sullivan, and Avery McDermott round out your field of 14 as one of the Franks.
But it is Alex. Alex always gets out there a little bit, gets out of the trouble, so he doesn't get, obviously boxed in. So he does tend to do this generally in the earlier stages of this race, but you can see them running as wide as lane 2 at the moment, Michael, just to try to jostle for that position that they want before they settle themselves into single file. Yeah,
Leeton, McDermott, Chiss, who we mentioned only moments ago, are at the head of the field right now as we see them pop under the Dream On tunnel. So it is Alec Franks, Bart Leeton, Lucas Chiss, Max Luke as well from Collingwood's right in the mix there, as is Avery McDermott there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as we're strung out already.
That's quick though, 64 I reckon through the 400 metre line there.
Of course, because it's a 1,609 metre mile, so it's funny to sort of see the splits come through every 400 as they just get more and more strung out as we just lose them behind the tent there, and the gap just starts to be bridged a little bit as Bart Leeton gets up on Frank's heels, Kim.
They do seem to be forming a bit of a pack now behind Frank's as well, so you can see that group really starting to make Avery McDermott as well, bringing into that collection of boys as well. So Chiss, Bart Leeton, Alec Franks, Avery McDermott, and Lucas Chiss.
As we lose them behind the Peking Duck stage, the order hasn't changed, except the front pack is bunching up and they're just stringing away from the rest of the field. Jonathan Neathling is in no man's land, and there's a bit of a pack at the back. But with 2 laps to go, it's very early to call, but we are looking at a top 5 out the front. It'll be interesting to see if Neathling can bridge that gap, as Franks is still in front. Leeton just sitting pretty on the inside, 1 back. As he just gets up on the shoulder and he said, no, enough's enough.
Bart's starting to make a move now on that pack as well. As he comes around through, he's sort of taken it over. The actual group of 4 of them have now passed the shoulder of Alec Franks. So as they make their way down the back straight, it's going to be some really strong front running at the moment from Leeton.
And look at McDermott. Brady, you were just mentioning his 800 metre speed.
Yeah, and the moves are looking now, 600 metres to go. Avery has got the head down a bit, but that is his technique, so don't be concerned if you're watching at home. But this move out the front here looks like it could be one for home.
Leeton, the under-14 Victorian record holder and multiple-time state champion, is showing why he is all class and comes through the Dream On tunnel for the second last time tonight. McDermott gets up on his shoulder and just goes bang. Chiss
is starting to move as well. So this is going to be interesting to see now what Chiss and Leeton do in this chase group for this final lap. Leeton's going to try and make his way through on the inside now as Chiss starts to make his way on the outside. It's not a sharp move right at this stage, but it wouldn't surprise me now with possibly the experience he might have at distance running that he may even pass on the shoulder of him on the bend. So making their way down to open up in the back straight. It is Leeton really leaning forward at the moment, digging his heels down at the moment, but Chiss on the outside is also moving up into second place.
Don't sleep on Max Luke, though. He is in 4th, and he is almost bridging a gap into Avery McDermott. 200 metres to go. It is Leeton, Chiss, McDermott, and Luke. They are your 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's see what happens over the Peking Duck stage and out of the Dream On tunnel.
Leeton's got some redemption here from a couple of weeks ago. He's going to run this really strongly home, but it is also Chiss that's not going to give up just yet. Leeton running strong, probably about 30 metres to go. He's not going to give up on this one now. Bart Leeton's going to take out first. Chiss is going to take second. McDermott's going to take third. And Luke is going to take 4th. Really strong running by our early leader, Alec Franks. He's going to take 5th.
Lichter, Stewart, Augustine, Neathling, Lindemann, and crossing the line now is Sullivan, followed by Torello, Franks, and to round out the field, Sam Meehan.
60-second last lap as well.
60-second
They
last
were
lap from
absolutely
under
firing
16.
those two. It was going to be down to that last lap between the two of them.
Did he pull out the telephone across the line as well?
Yeah, he did so. We'll want a bit of a replay on that celebration, actually. There was, he was loving it.
Was that the call me? I think it might have been the
don't know what that was all
earphone, was
about.
it not? Call me on the bat phone. Let's have a bit of a look-see here on this last bit here. Yeah, it is. Hello.
For all the fans out there, it's probably some TikTok thing that we don't know about.
I'm too old to know about that kind of stuff, Kim.
And that's it for the under-16 events tonight. Mitch, trackside with Bart Leeton. We'll grab an interview very shortly. There's presentations to be had as well, and more events on track quite soon.
We're just talking about what the tactics were in that race, because it's a bit of a different one for you. Usually you're a mile out in front, you just keep going. Had a few challenges there, played into your hands. What was the thought process going into it?
Yeah, very strong competition going into this. You knew that Chiss and Avery McDermott were going to be on my hammer, so just decided to make it a bit more chill than I usually do for a 15 or a mile. So yeah, happy that it worked.
So what's been the training going into all of this? Obviously, you're coming into a big year. You know, you're starting to get a bit bigger, a bit stronger. We're all used to watching Bart Leeton run around here in the Victorian and national scene, but what's working for you at the moment and what's allowing you to be able to go out and compete and race like that?
Yeah, just I've started to maybe pick up a tiny bit of Ks, but not too much. So I just kind of keep it chill, so nothing too bad happens. But yeah, just consistency's been on my side. I haven't had barely any injuries lately, so really happy to get a good stint of training in.
Now, I can't not see it. You just remind me so much of a young Luke Matthews in the way that you run and the way in the swagger, talking about it, the celebration over the finish line. Were you saluting somebody in the crowd, or was it just a catch of the moment thing?
It just came to me. Always looked up to Luke, probably my biggest hero of mine. So, well, back in year 4, he gave me a bunch of his Olympic gear that kind of inspired me. So, yeah, nothing really came of it. Just thought I'd do something different. Usually I'd go with the Carmelo Anthony, but switched it up this time.
Okay, well, I'm waiting for the double python next time, all right? I'll be very excited to see it. Congratulations, Bart Leeton, the winner of your men's under 16 mile. Well done, Bart.
So let's take our attention back to the infield, and we will have the presentations now for that very exciting Sarah Jamieson under 16 mile. Presentations now to be made by Anthony McIntosh, the CEO of Little Athletics Victoria. And in third position in a time of 5:05.10, let's congratulate Chelsea Chickle. In second position in a time of 4:57.36, it's the star from Western Athletics, Lucy Cleveland. But our winner today in a time of 4:53.80 from New South Wales, Olivia Galang. So congratulations to Chelsea, Lucy and Olivia. Podium place getters in our Sarah Jamieson under 16 mile. So once again, let's go to presentations. And on this occasion, it is for the Mike Hillardt Little Athletics Victoria under 16 mile. In third position in a time of 4:22.27, it is from Victoria, Avery McDermott. In second position in a time of 4:20.24, also from Victoria, Lucas Kish. And receiving that resplendent green sash in a time of 4:19.23, it is from the Old Scotch Club, Bart Leeton. Once again, thank you to Anthony McIntosh from Little Athletics Victoria, who's doing our presentations here in both the under-16 events, the joint venture between Athletics Victoria and Little Athletics Victoria for the up-and-coming talent of this country.
All right, so we've been having a debate up here about the 3K women's field. This is a really even field. All sorts of quality. Some on the comeback, some on the return, some with recent breaks or injury. Brady, give us your top three.
It's hard to do, Nick. I've got a circle around Zoe Buckman here. She's got a PB of 8:52. She's been returning to form every time we've seen her race over the last 6 months. I feel like she's got.
So you can see on the far side of the track near gate 1, we're lined up.
Second at the Noosa Bolt recently to Caitlin Adams, which was a strong run. I think Morty Skyring could be on the podium and she could easily win it. Nat Rule, she's got a 5K PB of 15:06. So if she's in form, also haven't seen her finish a race. I think you'll just tell me she DNF in a 3K recently. So I think it depends on what shape some of these ladies are actually in today. So it's going to be fascinating to see.
And that looks like Imogen Barrett out wide. That's going to help with the pace. So the pace will be on, which is good. I reckon the one, too, that we didn't mention, Carly Thomas. You know, she's an absolute star over the 800 metres.
1:59.
So stepping up here, if she finds a nice rhythm. And again, we know it's a night for on-track stars, and she's one of them.
Absolutely. She's been running for the University of Washington, and she has that NIL deal as well, saying that the NCAA has just brought in the last 6 to 12 months or so. So a bit of a unique opportunity for her to be running in the on colours.
And I mean, that 1:59 we talked about with that speed, Brady, she come back from one of the more horrific leg breaks to come back in and run that sort of time. Obviously, she was a prodigious junior. Washington served her really well over there, obviously. And now, as you said, she's in great shape and up a big distance here. But
there'll be a plan here as well, I think, Nick. Like, with 4 on athletic club members in the race, one of them being the pacemaker, this is going to be set up from the start. Jayla Hancock-Cameron as well. She could do anything. 9:11 recent at the New South Wales 3K.
And ran very well in the 1500 here last year at the ZÁTOPEK. So.
Yeah.
So to read out the field from start to finish, the 14 women who have towed the line, we have Stella Radford from Victoria, Jodie McCann of Ireland, Carly Thomas from New South Wales, Bridget Dennehy from New Zealand, Brielle Urbacher from Queensland, Stephanie Kelly from the ACT, Rachel McCormack also from the ACT, Jayla Hancock-Cameron, New South Wales, Emma Hogan from Victoria, Laura Nagel from New Zealand, Zoe Buckman from ACT, Zoe Toland from South Australia, Morty Skyring from Victoria, and Natalie Rule also from Victoria. So a truly diverse field here of international and interstate athletes at the women's 3K at the on-track night, Melbourne.
And Imogen Barrett had the pace and job, and I think it took her about 100 metres then to figure out that she was in a 3K, not a 1500 or maybe an 800, because she was fairly humming around that first bend and then settled things back down.
And it's the Irish woman that's decided to go with her, and of course she's one of the on-athletes as well, Jodie McCann.
And Jayla Hancock-Cameron just slides in behind her. Carly Thomas is in the mix as well. And as you said at the start of the call, Zoe Buckman, champion athlete, and has proven herself in the years gone by, but unsure of her form currently. Wouldn't it be a story if she comes out and gets the win tonight?
Yeah, of course, Olympic finalist over 1,500 metres, Commonwealth Games star as well. It's great to see her back.
So there's a bit of a gap out the head of the field between Barrett and the rest of them. You wonder what the instructions were on pacing. But she has well and truly strung out the field. Nat Rule running in lane 2, just picking off athletes one by one. Stella Radford is kind of in the mix there around the middle to front end of that field. She's run 9 minutes before. She will be in the mix in the closing stages, I would gather. But it is Jodie McCann who is chasing the fastest, the athlete from Ireland and the On Athletics Club.
I reckon it's sub-9. She was 71.72 for that lap. Looks like she's sticking to the pace of the instructions. The group hasn't quite got on yet, but I think that's the instructions from the coach.
So, look, Jodie McCann, the Irish woman there in second. She ran at a British Milers meet this year and ran 9:20 odd. Her PB is listed here as 9:15, which I think is probably what the sort of shape I think she thinks she's in. Stella Radford's in the middle of that group there. She's been in great form. She was second recently at our own Victorian Milers Club meet over 3,000 metres. Phenomenally that night, beaten by a 12-year-old Sophie Hall, who we're going to be speaking a lot more at these meetings in the years to come.
Absolutely. And we see Zoe Buckman sliding in there behind Jodie McCann as the infield starts to fill up. We're talking about this party atmosphere all night, and we do see the crowd start to fill Lakeside Stadium here on these on-track night. So it is McCann, Buckman, Skyring are your 1, 2, 3 behind the pacer, of course. Carly Thomas is in the mix, and that's all she has to be with until a couple of laps to go, because we know that she's got that top-end speed to beat anyone in this field if she's there in the mix.
Good pacing, threw in 3 minutes, 0 seconds, 0.1. I was hard on Imogen early, but she pulled it back and got it together.
So look, the on-athletic group, though, as you mentioned, it's 3 of the top 4. Obviously, one of them's the pacemaker, but it's the Irish woman representing on-athletic Europe. Behind them, Maori Skyring looking really good. Also,
and we really have seen this team atmosphere tonight from the On Athletics Club, with Imogen Barrett racing a 600 metres earlier on and then backing her up for a bit of a training session / pacing job. As we have said multiple times tonight, it's only December, it's still early in the season, so Imogen Barrett doing all she can to help out her teammates here, as the lead or the placings really haven't changed too much. As Stella Radford goes into lane 2, and we said that she'd be a bit of a force. She's run 9 minutes before, and she's making her way up the field.
Zoe Buckman, she's got that real traditional short arm swing, but little sort of pitter-patter feet, but it's so effective for her. As we said, she's got some impressive form over 1,500 at World Championship and Olympic level. That's her sitting just wonderfully there behind them at the moment, the real threat to them. But it's the Irish woman that's staying with the pace at the moment, and they went through 1,500 right on 4:30. Was that Brady?
Yeah, pretty much spot on. So the pace is doing a great job. I think this is what they want. Like, you want to just get, especially if she's gone, more than half of the race. Like, I think she's going to step off now. Yep, just as I say that. But job well done.
So great job by our pacemaker. She's done everything our athletes would have asked for. She set them up for that sub 9 minute run. And with the quality we have in the front of the field, there's no reason why they won't kick it down. So they move behind that Peking duck stage again under the Dream On bridge. It's everything you want here at the on-track night of nights, the 5th of this world tour. Absolute pleasure to be here and involved. And at the moment, leading down the front straight, you've got McCann of Ireland, Buckman through next, Skyring on the outside of Thomas, Stella Radford behind them, Hancock Cameron looking terrific, and then Nat Rule. That's our group at the moment of 7.
So we're talking about class, and Nat Rule is at the back of a pack of field. She's run 15:06 before, and she is, the last of 7 at the moment. Jodie McCann leading them around, Stella Radford in the mix. Morty Skyring, as we said, making her way up. But don't sleep on Carly Thomas. We said she'd be dangerous in the last 800 metres. We can't forget about Zoe Buckman. So it is McCann, Skyring, Buckman, Thomas, Radford, Jayla Hancock, Cameron, and Natalie Rule.
What was that lap there, Brady?
Yeah, 35 for the 200, and the lap before that was 72 high. So they've kept it honest, which is sometimes a concern when the pacemaker drops out. They've set this up really well to go under 9 minutes, and it looks like hopefully they've got a bit of a deal of taking a few laps each to keep it honest, because McCann is almost acting as the second pacemaker.
You're right. So for the first time, though, we've seen a little bit of a splinter at the back. Buckman's got some work to do in 5th. Hancock, Cameron and Rule are trying to grab onto her. But the on-athletic team now, it's a bit of a on-athletic sandwich, and Stella Radford's right in the middle of that. So it's the Irish woman, Jodie McCann. She's picked up the tempo. She's maintained those 70-second laps. Skyring looks terrific. Carly Thomas is going to be a massive threat if she's there with 1 lap to go. Stella Radford, gutsy, as it was only a few weeks ago here. She ran 3,000 metres. And right now, Buckman, Hancock, Cameron and Rule have got some work to do, Michael.
So it's starting to heat up on the back straight as they go through the party tunnel. And
Morty
Skyring, we mentioned her at the start of the race. We said she'd be a force, and she just gone bang. She was waiting, and who knew she had these afterburners on her? With 600 metres to go, Skyring says, catch me if you can, and Jodie McCann is doing her best to catch Stella Radford and Carly Thomas, just fading back a little bit. We said Carly Thomas would be one to watch if she's in the mix in the final stages. But Morty Skyring is making it so that she's not in that mix. With 1 lap to go, the crowd starts applauding. Everyone's getting up on their feet. The cheer zone is going off.
1 lap to go, so Skyring's going to get the bell. How quick can she go? How close will she go to 850? The Irish woman McCann moving well. Radford ungainly like always, but it's effective. Next through is obviously, we talked about Carly Thomas. The speed from there won't be enough to run down our winner. So only one threat, it looks like, at the moment. Skyring, when with 2 laps to go. Can the Irish woman McCann get anywhere near her? She goes through the 10th, 300 to go down the back straight. The race on for 3, serious. Thomas and Radford. Nat Rule's gone past Hancock Cameron. 8:59.9's the PB of Skyring, and she at the moment's going to shatter that. How close, as I said, can she get to something around 8:50? Probably 8:55 is what I reckon we're going to get from here. They go past the stage. They go past the party bridge. The on-tracker Knights crowd on the infield is just raising a glass as Morty Skyring comes down the main straight here at the on-track Night of Nights. She's going to take victory. It's going to be another on-athletic win. She's watching the clock. 8:48, 8:55's on the chance here. Skyring's going to be a winner. On Athletics takes it. Fireworks go off. 8:55. Wonderful run, Jodie McCann. She'll be right on 9 minutes in second. Stella Radford Brave in third. Carly Thomas, Natalie Rule, Jayla Hancock Cameron. But your winner, no doubt about it, Morty Skyring of On Athletics. And that group here in Melbourne is showing the force that they have. Hollingsworth was the first one tonight. And the thumbs up there from Skyring. What a good run there, Brady.
Oh, it was fantastic. And the way she made that move, she put in a 34-second 200 to break it apart and then finished in 66. So strong, speedy, fast. It's the start of December. So it just shows that she's in awesome shape this time of the year.
I just love the this night is just building and building and building. So 3 on Athletics wins. O'Boyer, Hollingsworth, and now Skyring. You can just see the media piling in at the end of the track. We saw all the media, all the photographers, all the videographers that our podcast star Hugh Van Kynberg brought along. But I think there was even more for Morty Skyring's win just then as she's charging down the home straight.
And we talk about team athletics. We saw relays earlier. Who did she run to first? It was Imogen Barrett. So training partner, I imagine even some of these girls, I know some of these crew are living together here in Melbourne. I know Zach Vacchioni's living with Tess Kersop-Cole and her partner. And this team, look at Craig Mottram's joined them down there now. Head coach, big warm embrace.
He's a happy man.
It hasn't been easy for Morty Skyring. She came back. She was obviously a college, doing good things in college, but it hadn't quite hit the form she'd hoped. And look at the footage you see on the replay in the screen there. It looks terrific. Really tough. She guts it out. As you said, Brady, perfectly. It was a 32-200 that was broke it, but it was a 2:53 last kilometre. As we're going to go into Mitch Dye, who's got the whole on team with her.
Look at all these on colours as well. This is what we want to see. Morty, 8:55 to kickstart your year. How are you feeling?
I'm so excited. Wasn't really sure if the race was going to be like going for time or just trying to win, and sort of so happy that I came away with both. Was really hoping to run under 9 today. Wasn't sure if it was going to happen, but so stoked it did, and just felt really good out there, coming off a good block at altitude. So, yeah, really happy with it.
You've had an enormous year. You were over in Europe for quite some time. You found yourself in a lot of big races, a really big learning year for you, as well as joining OAC, obviously. What's 2023 been like, and how significant is it now to dip 4 seconds under the first time you'd even broke 9 minutes this year?
Yeah, it's been a very interesting year, definitely learning a lot, sort of coming from college, always being up there in races, to then getting into these pro races and, you know, not really knowing what to do, being at the back, and also tactical, all run, completely different. So it's definitely a learning experience. I felt a little bit out of my element, but I think it's all really going to pay off coming into next year. And yeah, it's a good start to the season, so stoked.
Well, now you ran this similar event in Vienna, an on-track night. Now it comes down here to Melbourne. How awesome is it to have this in our own backyard? You know, we talk about it for a long time. How can we get something really exciting in Australia? And now it's been brought right here.
Yeah, it's so exciting. This is actually my 4th on-track night. So I did one in Paris, Vienna, and LA, and this is my favourite because it's home crowd. It's just so good to have so many family and friends out here, and I think it's just so exciting for athletics. I was out here at ZÁTOPEK last year, and I don't think there were many fans at all, so to see it transition so much in a year is super exciting for the sport.
Congratulations, Morty Skyring, 8:55. You'll hardly ever see that on Australian soil. A big round of applause for Morty Skyring. Congratulations.
And next event on the track is the men's 10,000 metres national championship, the ZÁTOPEK 10, the event where you get a big trophy of a man's head if you win it. What are you looking forward to, Brady?
I said in the opener, I'm looking forward to seeing Pat Tiernan on Australian soil. He's come out in the number 1 position in the Puma kit there. I'm looking at those flags over there, Michael, hardly moving. We could see a fast time. I don't know if we will. I'm interested to see what the tactics do. Pat's the first man to work out. Jack's the last man in his Nike kit at the back there. Seeing these guys go head-to-head is going to be a highlight for a lot of people in the audience here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I really am looking forward to my mate Jack winning a third ZÁTOPEK. I mean, that'd be something special. The boy from Western Athletics. But I mean, Pat Tiernan, the half marathon that he ran only a couple of weeks ago, he's in form, and we all heard his recent interview as well, talking about his trip over to Australia and hoping to have a good hit out tonight. And whenever he races to win.
Well, I think after everyone watched him at the Olympics in 2021, when he was there at the bell, and we all know the story, how he collapsed and didn't make it to the finish line, but it was just the most gutsy effort, Australian kind of grit we saw on our TVs. I think a lot of people have a bit of a soft spot for Pat. I know Jack's your teammate, so you're obviously rooting for him tonight, but I'm thinking that, hopefully we see a massive, similar race maybe to what we saw in 2019 between Pat and Stewie.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I'm just having a look at last year's results actually, and we've got a number of the people who raced last year in the field tonight as well. Andre Waring, do you remember that run from him last year? I mean, it was Jack's night, but Andre Waring charged his way into second position last year. Jack Bruce wasn't far off, and Sam McIntyre was in the mix as well, and they're all back tonight.
There's a few guys as well, like Seth O'Donnell, who might want to push the pace. He's not afraid to go off the front. So I know we do have Will Garbaletto out there as a pacemaker. I think he'll be able to get him to maybe 3, potentially 4K. And then it's going to be interesting to see how the order unfolds. Sam McIntyre, he's an Olympian over 5K. Sometimes people forget that.
Yeah.
And there is also the Irishman.
Yes, so he obviously didn't race last year. Andrew Corcoran, he's a national record holder for Ireland over the 1,500 metres. So he's got a couple of decent PBs with 14.08 and a 14.08 compared to a lot of these other athletes probably isn't that all that decent.
I don't think he's ran many though.
Yeah, so we say 1,500 record holder, has some speed. However, we have heard that he's been training up at Falls Creek with the MTC crew, a member of the Dublin Track Club and part of the MTC stable. So who knows? It will be interesting to see how he goes.
If it's slow, you think he's out kicking anyone. With a 3:30, 1,500 metre PB, he's going to be the man to run them off their feet over 400. If he's there with 400 metres to go, that's another question.
Yeah, and I was just saying to you as well, Hafter Strinzos. So Hafter has been running for Villanova College for a number of years, the college that Pat Tiernan and Sam McIntyre both attended. Only weeks ago, he finished in the top 40 in the NCAA cross country and has finished higher than that in the past as well. He's come back to Australia. He'll be very happy to see his former coach, Craig Mottram, as well on this on-track night as well, which Craig might have given him a few words of advice before this race as well.
Maybe he did, and wearing his uni Villanova singlet, Pat Tiernan won his first ZÁTOPEK in a Villanova singlet.
So there you go. Wouldn't that be a fairy tale?
Yeah, there's a bit going on there, but also we need to note that 2 of the favourites, maybe not favourites, but maybe some roughies that could have got over them. Dave McNeil, he's gone to Japan to pace Fukuoka Marathon, so he's not on the start list.
Oh, scissor hands.
Yeah, scissor hands. I think it's actually, I made that up on the spot. I think it's the blades he does, not scissor hands. But anyway, okay. You can run with that, Dave, if you want. And Zach Faccioni is also not on the start list here. So they were 2 rough chances, I was thinking, but they're obviously gone now.
So the full contingent of runners toe the line. It's a split start, as we see with so many runners in this 10,000 metres. We've got 22 who are on the start line.
29.45 to get into the race, so only looking at sub-30 guys in front of us at the moment.
And we'll introduce the field as they get underway. Obviously, eyes will be on Pat Tiernan in lane number 1 in the purple and yellow Puma singlet, and Jack Rayner in lane number 22, or with hip number 22 in the Nike singlet.
Remember I said earlier how they lined them up in PB order?
Yeah,
I don't get how now we've got 1 and 22.
Isn't this, I mean, bit of insight to the behind the scenes here, but we're looking at a start list which says Jack Rayner no time. I'll tell you what his time is. It's the Australian record.
Yeah, unlucky to get no time next to your name when you're the fastest of all time.
Yeah. Maybe you didn't enter properly. You know, these athletes aren't the best at admin.
That'd be a quite Jack thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, enter but not. Assume they know his time.
So just talking stats out there, the one stat that Jack Rayner's going for tonight is to become the 4th person to go 3 in a row.
Okay.
So it's a really big one in the history of it. Monaghetti did it. Stewie McSwain did it, and Kip Kosgei did it. So you're talking in the ZÁTOPEK history, that's a really big one for if Jack Rayner can do that. Plenty have won multiple, but to win it 3 years in a row, to be up at the right time of year, and it's an Australian title. Australian titles are hard to win.
Fun fact as well, 2 of those were in the same year. Remember when we had in January and then December?
You're right.
So he's got 2 in the same year and now going for 2023. We had this chat during the week as well. Jack's won, I think, 6 domestic races in a row, going back to National Cross Country where he beat Andy Buchanan. He won the Run Prix. He's won Burnie 10. He won Melbourne Half Marathon. And he won City to Bay, the Australian 12K champs. Hasn't been beaten in Australia in a long time, but also hasn't raced a guy like Pat Tiernan. He's been smashing the domestic boys.
So, Brady, the other thing, I mean, I know I'm not actually touching on it when I just exited the room there for a minute, but your podcast earlier, recently this week with Pat Tiernan, what was the thing that took you the most about his story and comeback since Tokyo?
Yeah, well, it was very interrupted. Like, he hardly raced. He stepped up and tried the marathon where he ran pretty well, just off the Australian fastest debut only time at Chicago, but then has really been injury-riddled since. And we actually brought him up probably 4 or 5 weeks ago saying, are we getting a bit concerned that Pat Tiernan hasn't put any time on the board in the last 12 months and is his best runner behind him, which it's good that it isn't. He ran a really good half recently in Boston on a hilly course. And I don't think Pat would come back to Australia all the way from the States if he wasn't in half-decent shape to be able to have a crack. I know he's going to visit his family. It's close to Christmas time, so it's a good time to come back. But this is a guy that races with his heart on his sleeve, and I think he's going to have a decent crack tonight.
Now, we're not going to cover this while we're in the middle of the 10K, but the shot put crowd's just gone a bit crazy over there. The crowd's lifting at the shot put.
We need someone on the ground as the 10,000 metre Australian champs, the on-track night, the ZÁTOPEK 10 gets underway for 2023 with hip number 1. We've mentioned him before. We've mentioned him a ton of times. He's the Tokyo Olympian Patrick Tiernan. In lane number 2, or hip number 2, Sam McEntee, followed by Andre Waring, Haftu Strinzos, Matthew Clark, Seth O'Donnell, Joshua Phillips, Dale Carroll, Archie Reid, Samuel Clifford, Liam Buden, Adrian Potter, Luke Burrows, Daniel Canala, Harry Norman, Bailey Mazecki-Hintz, Jacob Cox, William Garbelotto is going to be our pacemaker, Nathan Stote, William Little, Andrew Corskren, the Irishman national record holder that we mentioned earlier, and of course our 2-time ZÁTOPEK winner, Jack Rayner.
So Brady, our pacemaker's doing his job in front. They're strung out in single file very quickly, so you're going to be our expert up here with splits.
Yeah, I thought maybe we would see like 66, 67. That will be looking at 14 flat kind of thing, but I think we're seeing, 66. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'd say the instructions will be get him as close to 1350, 1355 as possible.
And I'd just like to add as well, we see Will Garbelotto, the pacemaker, who we mentioned up the front of the field. I also did hear a whisper a few weeks ago, which makes complete sense now. The person in second position, Luke Burrows, I believe is the second pacemaker, as Pat Tiernan and Jack Rayner have to Strinzos slide in behind those two.
Confirmed whisper?
A whisper from somebody who's competing tonight. So,
okay.
Yeah, from pretty good authority.
Now, Michael, tell us a little bit, how long's he been back in the country?
Not too sure. I reckon it'd be pretty fresh. I mean, he ran the NCAA championships for cross country only a few weeks ago. Came in the top 40 there, which top 40 might not seem like a great result, but hard to do. If anyone's seen those NCAA cross country races, you know they're tough, and he's finished a lot higher than that.
It's probably the most
before.
competitive race in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe even more than World Cross. It is a hectic race, and I mean, to get through something like that and finish quite well. And I think you were out of the commentary box a bit earlier, but Brady had a bit of a superstitious feeling that Pat Tiernan has won ZÁTOPEK in the Villanova colours before, which Haftu is wearing tonight.
It's I love those little gut feelings there.
Could be something in it if we pull it off.
I don't
we called
mind
it early.
I don't mind it.
They're very strung out. You can see the guys here as well. You're finding your right pace group. So you know what your pace you're going for tonight. You know who you're going to sit with. This is a huge train. This is 18 guys in a row in that front pack here.
Look, it is an Australian title, but we've talked about it a lot. You've got the 2 fastest men of all time in this field. So there's a few there are a little bit cautious of racing up against these top ones. Obviously, we talked about Haftu. He's used to now quality fields. And he's the one that's sitting at the moment on those 2 Australian superstars in Tiernan and Rayner. And then just behind them, probably New South Welshman there and Joshua Phillips. And then the slight gap rolling back to Sam McIntyre, who was right with him for a long time last year in this field as well.
Yeah, and on Andre Waring, Seth O'Donnell. You got some good domestic guys there. Sam Clifford from Tassie. I did find it fascinating. I hoped that when they got into the train that Pat might have just slotted behind Jack, because once the pacemakers do disappear, it looks like Jack's in the box seat to just sit on Pat. So I wonder how strategic that was. They're still going to get a few laps here from the pacemakers, but what we saw in 2019 where the pacemakers, I think it was Brett Robertson and Jordan Williams that year, dropped out and it was left to Pat to do it for the next 12 laps before Stewie out-kicked him.
Now that was the night at Box Hill, wasn't it?
It was.
So that was Box Hill track, fantastically fast track, but not quite the lights and the grandeur here of the on-track nights. Right now, we're just starting to get a little bit darker here. The artificial lights are starting to take over here at Lakeside Stadium. The crowd's getting a little bit more energetic each time they go around. It's going to be 21 laps to go when they go past us. In this field, and you talk about entertainers, Seth O'Donnell, Australia's fastest 10K runner in a band, I reckon.
Yeah, and with a mullet, I reckon.
I reckon if you set the drum kit up outside tonight up on Albert Park Lake, the man, he's most excited tonight to be running with Bruce McAvaney calling him, he said, during the week.
Yeah, I actually heard he's opening for Peking Duck.
But yeah, look, he was a mad Hawthorn supporter as a kid, and he's got a photo of him as a 10-year-old with Bruce McAvaney. He was hoping to play football for Hawthorn and get called by Bruce, and this is what's happened. That sort of story is cool. And Seth O'Donnell probably tells the story better himself, but the flying mullet, not the Rowan Browning variety, but the man in 10th at the moment on the track as that train breaks into probably 3 groups now.
Yeah, we're going to get a 2K split in about 150 metres, so this will be very interesting to see. It's been a bit erratic. There's been a couple of 65s, a couple of 68s, but everyone's still there, and I think he's going to land around the mark where he needs to.
So Tiernan, Rayner, Strinzos, Phillips, your top 4 behind the pacer. Waring, McEntee. The class just continues. Corcoran from Ireland is in the mix as well as they go through 2K in a 5:35, which is 27:55 10K pace.
So the big boys are comfortable here. Like, this is a minute 50, 40 seconds off their PB. So they're very relaxed. They're just ticking laps off. They're probably not even looking at the lap counter yet. A few guys will have the thinking that they won't look at it until it's something under 10. So they're just going to sleep, ticking it off, trusting the pacemaker to do the job.
And there's a bit of a gap up the back straight. We see Andre Waring in the fluoro singlet, and a few paces back is Andrew Corcoran, the Irishman, who we're a bit unsure about his form. McEntee's just behind him. But as I'm saying that, he's bridging the gap, and that train is connecting all its carriages again, with Seth O'Donnell just rounding it. And Matthew Clark, he had such a strong start, the athlete in the red singlet on our camera there. Such a gutsy run last year. He has found himself a fair way back in the field this year, probably not in the same form as he would have hoped.
So really good sort of times. We're talking about sub 28 minutes. I think the lads will be very happy with that tonight if they can open a season and win a national title, that sort of form. Haftu's in that group, as we mentioned. The pack's now down to 7 with a couple of pacemakers in the front. Andre Waring, he's the surprise packet over the last couple of years, has come on really well. I'm sure, Brady, you've raced him a few times, both on the track and definitely over cross-country. What do you reckon his chances are in this group tonight to be on the podium and, of course, an Australian title?
Yeah, he's been up at Falls Creek recently as well, doing some altitude training up there. I think if he gets on the podium today, that's a big win. But if we're locking in if we're locking in Jack and Pat for 1-2, that third spot is really, there's 6 or 7 guys vying for that tonight, and he's definitely focused on that, I'd say.
So as they disappear behind the stage, and about to go through the Dream On tunnel, which is lit up in the neon lights now that the Melbourne weather just gets darker and darker. Our two pacemakers just doing their job at the front of the field, and the athletes holding on. Seth O'Donnell just losing contact off the back of that pack. Sam McEntee almost losing contact as well. Maybe expect him to do so in the next lap or so. So it's Tiernan, Rayner, have to Strinzos. Love seeing him at the head of the field. Corcoran, Phillips, and Waring. And Sam McEntee just trying to keep up on the back of Waring's heels.
So the DJ is playing some songs out there. So, Brady, here's the question for you. I'm sure you've talked about this before on your podcast. What song would you want going as you just start feeling the hurt tonight?
Oh, a bit of Eminem, Lose Yourself, don't you reckon? Put that on with a couple K to go. You'll find something.
I reckon that's a good way to live. My son would be really impressed by that one. It gets
So
played
they
on the way to every under-10s basketball game.
They just went through the first 3Ks, Nick, in 8:24, so that's 28-minute pace on the nose. So pretty much maintained that same pace that they have been running in the early few laps as Garbelotto, our first pacemaker, just starts to peel off into lane 2. His job might be done.
That's going to leave us with 6, I think. McEntee's just got a bit of work to do to get back onto Waring. And Seth has found himself in that really awkward spot where he's going to be running solo for a while. Brady, how's that going to feel for an athlete sitting, 20 metres back from the lead pack and 20 metres in front of the next pack with still 17 laps to go?
Yeah, it's really difficult, but if he knows or thinks that this pace is too hot for some of those other boys in there, he can come back over the top of them a bit later on. We often see that at ZÁTOPEK. People roll the dice, you want to stay in that lead pack for as long as possible, and then when things do go pear-shaped, they're very easy to pick off. That's a similar race to Andre's ran the last couple of years and come through very late. I think Sam, though, this is just a bit hot for him and he just can't keep it up. We're going to be interesting to see what the pace are, how much longer they go before you assume that Pat takes over the pacemaking job or the racing.
And for those watching at home, I think you're starting to get a real feel of the vibe here at Lakeside. Those shots now are what you want. The crowd's moving the infield. The lights are going. The DJ's pumping the tunes. And Australia's fastest 2 men ever over 25 laps are sitting first and second on the track behind our pacemaker.
So the pace is, or I would say slowing slightly. We're probably going a tick over 28 minutes, but I don't think it matters all that much with the Olympic qualifier being so fast at 27 minutes, the Australian record at 27:15. Both are very, very likely to be off the cards tonight as championship racing that we're probably going to see once our pacemaker in Luke Burrows steps off at some point. The boys are just trying to conserve energy at this stage.
We spoke about the Irishman, Andrew Corcoran's, his PBs, not really stacking up as a 14.08 guy and 29.01 guy, but he's in this lead pack. They're going at 28 low pace. These 5 and 10K PBs aren't relevant for him. We know he's the Irish record holder with a 3:30 national record. It's good to see he's committed to it, and he looks good. He's the one sitting at about 5th. He's in the New Balance kit there, so he's a professional athlete for New Balance. It's good to see him in this pack, and he could be dangerous. We said if he's there with a lap to go, he could be dangerous. Well, he's there with 15 to go. He's just got to hang in here and hope it's a kick down.
Now, when our pacemaker steps off, Brady, what do you reckon Pat Tiernan's going to do? We saw him in the Olympics just sit with like a metronome for 9,600 metres. Does Tiernan let everyone take a lead at any stage? Is there any reason why Rayner wants to lead? What happens when that pacemaker steps off?
Well, I think Pat has to try and run them off their feet, but Jack's fit enough and obviously talented enough when he's the Australian record holder to be able to cover anything Jack can kind of throw, anything Pat can throw at him. So it's going to be a really interesting thing to see what happens. Pat surely has 2019 in his head and does not want to become the unofficial pacemaker for someone to kick him.
And there it is, the pacemaker stepped off.
So it'll be interesting. We'll see if he slows it and makes Jack go around him. We'll see if anyone else takes up the running. Or we'll see. I think the only way Pat can beat Jack is if he just turns it up very slowly from maybe 6 or 7 out to try to bring the herd on.
In 2019, he was ever so close to beating Stewie. In the interview that you did on the Inside Running podcast during the week, he said he'd prefer not to be the pacemaker for the race, and he would like to just run his own race and go for the win. I hope it's all going, or wonder if it's all going to plan for him right now.
So, Michael, what do you reckon? What tips would you give in Have To's glory days at Hailbury? Sitting in third there. You had some experience coaching him at school. What sort of runner is he? Is he a gutsy runner or is he a front runner?
I mean, Have To is all guts. He is a bit of a front runner, but he's also very smart as well. He would have got specific instructions on how to run the night, and he'd be confident in his ability as well. Have To is the sort of athlete that always surprised us in his high school days. So very proud to see him running in that third position on the heels of Jack Rayner, but think he absolutely deserves to be there. And
we've talked a lot about Craig Mottram tonight. Of course, Craig had a lot to do with his junior career as well in that school program. So I'm sure Have To's got a bit of a sense of pride as well as he sees him sitting behind Australia's greatest, and I'll keep saying it, Australia's greatest ever two and fastest ever two 10,000 metre runners. With Andre Waring looking really good now. He's trying to work his way up into fourth on the Australian contenders. And the one that's got some work to do now is Joshua Phillips. So 13 laps to go. What was that split there, Brady?
68.01. And don't be surprised if you see Pat just keep churning those out for the next couple of laps. We're going to get a 5K split over here. We're thinking it's going to be maybe 14.05, 14.10. Then we'll be able to know exactly what kind of shape we're looking at here. Is that Phillips coming off the back now in sixth?
It is Phillips, the New South Welshman. He's going to make it a group of 5. Now, obviously, Have To is eligible for that Australian title. We talked about his US college time, but this would be, he didn't probably even win an under-20 Australian medal, so to potentially be in the mix here at an Australian championship after his college career, this is a big step up for him. And it's the race for third tonight, we're assuming those top 2 stars might be thereabouts, but Have To Strinsos is the one at the moment that might be stepping up into the senior ranks very quickly, with Andre Waring looking to add to last year's bronze medal.
Absolutely. It'll be extremely exciting to see as the race unfolds. A little bit further back in the field, we haven't seen Sam McEntee completely let go. I mean, there's our top 5. There's Josh Phillips about 10 metres off the pack. But then only about 20 or 25 metres off them is Sam McEntee. We talked about athletes in past ZÁTOPEKs just slipping off the pack, but then waiting for the athletes to come back to them. So it will be interesting to see what happens in the final stages, final laps. But for now, it's pretty exciting to see our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just metronomically going lap after lap at the head of the field.
They're going at 28.10 pace, and there's only 2 guys, they're 2 fastest of all time, in Jack and Pat, who have got PBs quicker than that. So these other 3, 4 guys close to that lead pack are in unknown territory here and on track for big PBs.
It's really valid that you raised that, obviously, Brady, because these guys at some point, they'll probably hang on with maybe 2K, 1 mile to go, and then they're going to be feeling the hurt, aren't they? Yeah. So, but it's one of those moments they might break through it, a big breakthrough run. 15, 20-second PBs is what's going to be needed to probably be in the medals tonight, whoever's going to be third. But Tiernan and Rayner look so comfortable. Strinsos just behind them. Corkscrew, as we mentioned, the Irishman. Obviously, the training form holding up really well here. Waring's the one in 5th. Next coming through then is Phillips, who's broken away from that group. McEntee through next. Seth O'Donnell, the Victorian. He rolls past us next, and we might keep rolling through these names as they come through. We haven't called through a few in this field. Our next one through there will be Daniel Canella, obviously the South Australian. Samuel Clifford from Tasmania. Dale Carroll, Victorian, the Collingwood athlete. And then it looks like Liam Bouden, I think, was next on the track. But they go down the back straight. And the camera there will show you 5 of Australia's best, or 4 of Australia's best, and the Irishman in the middle of them.
So our top 5 haven't changed in a while. We're talking about Jack Rayner going for the 3-peat tonight, Brady. What's the ideal scenario for Jack from here?
This is it, I think. Pat's on the front, throwing out 68. Every one of the last 4 laps has been 68 low. Like, he is locked in. We're seeing the pack dwindle down. We're seeing the pressure come on to Andre at the back there. How long can Have To sit at this kind of pace for? That was another 68 high, that one. So Jack's just got to sit and wait. He'll know there's less than 10 laps to go now. When does he make his move? He needs to make sure this stays honest, because if it gets too slow, it's too many chances, I guess, at the bell. So he'll be just keeping an eye on if Pat keeps this ticking along, and if not, when he needs to make a move.
And for Pat, what does he want? Is he all right with what's happening now? Would he prefer to be sitting second? Is he looking for a long, drawn-out kick, or?
He seems to be wiping sweat off his face quite a lot, and that last lap went from like a 68 to 69, so I'm really fascinated to see if this is a 69 or 70 again. Is that intentionally him slowing it down so someone makes a move around him, or is he actually finding this hard work? You could see from Pat as well. He could run out into lane 2 around the straight here and say, hey, somebody else do some work. Like,
absolutely.
So 10 laps to go coming out, 4K. What's that 6K split going to be? I'll get you to keep an eye on it there, Michael. So we tick over 18 minutes. 18:05.
18:05. So they're just sitting around that 28:10 or so pace. Probably more like a 28:15 at this point. So the pace has slowed slightly. Not too much, but just a half second a lap here and there. They're probably more looking for that 28:15 rather than that sub-28 that they had set up in the first couple of Ks.
But I reckon those last 2K, there's no reason why they don't kick it down pretty close to 28. I know there's no Dave McDeal scissor hands at the end there, Brady, but there's certainly some serious speed. Jack Rayner obviously has got the ability to turn it on. Likewise as Patrick Tin, and so don't be surprised they still get pretty close to nudge into that 28, sub-28 territory.
Well, these guys are so comfortable at this pace as well. Like, they've gone through in 14:10. These guys can run 13 low for 5K. This is, although Pat looks a bit sweaty and he seems to be wiping his face a bit, this is very comfortable for these guys.
So they're coming back past us down here. It's going to be 8 laps to go. Tin, and it is. Rayner sitting behind him. Really impressive. Strinsos there has not left that position the whole time. The Irishman, Coscarin, as we mentioned, Andre Waring just behind them. And they're starting to now tackle some of the lap runners, so that will have a factor later on in the last couple of kilometres. We've seen athletes in the past use those lap runners to go with a little bit of surge, and they may come into play.
It is going to be interesting to see how and when tactics come into play as Andrew Corsker now, the Irish runner, just goes up on the shoulder and passes Strinsos all at once under the party tent in the back straight. So it is Tiernan, Rayner and Corskren. Your 1, 2, 3. Corskren probably very comfortable seeing the backside of Jack Rayner for the last couple of weeks at Falls Creek, a training partner, and doing some good work up at altitude. We said he was an unknown. Quality over 1,500 metres. Yeah, he may well and truly be in the mix in the last few laps.
I feel like they picked it up, you reckon? Just look at it. I've got a split on it now. We'll get in a second, but I feel like they picked it up a bit because Haftu's dropped off, Andre's dropped off. This is what we might see from Pat, a slow wind-up. Jack looks like he's struggling a bit to cover it. 34 for that 200, so still similar to those 68 splits.
As you said before, though, it's new territory for Waring and Strinsos, so they're just starting to feel the pinch.
Well, because Corin ran a 5K PB through the first 5K, so it's also new territory for him, but we know he's not in that kind of shape. He's fitter than that.
So this is where it really starts to heat up. Bit under 7 laps to go, and all at once, in the space of 1 lap, a 40-metre gap has been bridged between our top 3 and our 4th and 5th. We talk about athletes coming back into the medals later in the race, but I don't know, looking at the gait of the first few athletes, their stride looks smooth, and they have pulled away as they come and pop under the Dream on bridge at the on-track nights here in Melbourne for the first time.
That was 33, that last 200, so Pat's turning it up.
Yes, he's just grinding away. He's turning the screws on Rayner and also Kosker and the Irishman. Strinsos and Waring in a race for the bronze medal in the Australian title, and we'll keep an eye on that as we go through the last couple of kilometres. But it's 3 men. They've got 6 laps to go.
I feel like we've seen this movie before, Nick.
We have. This venue here, somehow it still manages to turn on fast 10Ks and great races. It feels so windy when you're down there, but they love running here at Lakeside. And Jack Rayner looking to create some history by winning 3 in a row and joining the 3 men before him in Moneghetti, McSwain, and of course, Luke Kipkosgei.
And now they're really starting to lap the other athletes. The top 3 just passing 6 athletes or so all at once in the unknown lands behind the Peking Duck stage as we just lose contact. But a bit of lane 2 running for a moment. As we said, that is sometimes where moves get made, but they haven't on this occasion. Tiernan, Rayner and Corcoran, 1, 2, 3, clipping each other's heels as they go through a bit of the cheer zone on the front straight.
All right, 2K to go. It's time to lay your predictions on the table now. We talked about who the top two are likely to be. Is the Irishman as a chance? Brady, I'm going to go through you to first. You're the only man who's run this race. Who wins it from here?
Here's a huge chance, the Irishman. There's 5 laps to go. If he gets a sniff, this is getting into 1,500 metre territory now, so Jack and Pat need to get rid of him. And as we say that gap from Pat to Jack actually increases in the slightest. We've seen Pat go from 68s down to 66s, occasional 67. He's trying to draw the kick finish out of these boys, but they're still on his shoulder. If I want Pat to win, because I love front running like this, but I think it's a Jack Rayner show potentially.
Michael, do you agree?
I mean, I've got to back my boy Jack Rayner. He's won 6 races in a row here on Australian soil, so I don't see why he can't run his 7th. He has the speed. He has the endurance, obviously, and now's the time to use it. 5 laps to go, or almost 4 laps to go. I back Jack.
So, as you said, it's a mile left. So, Patrick Tiernan, he led an Olympic final for 9,600 metres. He was with the best men in the world. Jack Rayner, fastest ever Australian, chasing the second fastest ever. Corcoran, the Irishman, sitting just on their heels. And the race for bronze is getting really hot now as Haftus Strinsos and Andre Waring go through with their mile to go, sitting 80 metres behind our leaders.
It was another 66 too.
So there's 3 of them. It's broken down to 3. Tiernan, he's the bravest runner we've seen the last few years. Rayner might be all class or all sort of distances, but Tiernan looking to make amends for that last 200 in Tokyo, and he leads them round that Peking duck stage area as the crowd just starts getting noisier on the infield, and the Irishman, Corcoran, says, don't forget about me.
I keep thinking that Tiernan's bridging a bit of a gap on Rayner, but I just think it's his elongated stride and heel kick that he's making it look like he's getting that 1.5 metres ahead. But Jack's not going anywhere. And Corcoran, what a run. He was the unknown going in. We knew some stats. We heard some training data. We know what he's been doing the last couple of months, but he's still there. 3 laps to go. He's in the mix. Wouldn't that be exciting if he comes through for a challenge in the last couple of laps?
67.2, so slowed a bit, but still looks like he's trying to stretch. It's not like Jack is right on his heels. And Jack's he doesn't have a blistering kick. He's not a 1,500 metre, 800 metre guy.
It's a grind kick.
Yeah.
It's a kick.
What happens is that at 1K, we're going to come up with 1K to go. Does someone take control of this race and lay it down and say, come and catch me? Tiernan just wipes a little bit of the sweat from his face there. There you go again. I hope it wasn't a bit of splash of the beer tent in the back straight. But here we are. It's 1K to go now. Give me a split, Brady.
32, so now he's winding it up. He wants 64, 62, 58.
So right now, Rayner sits on his heels. You say he hasn't got that blistering 800 metre, 1,500 metre speed, but he does have a 27.15 to his name. And right now, they're looking at somewhere around 28 minutes. So Tiernan it is. Rayner sits on his heels. He's not dropped him at any stage. Right behind them's Corcoran. It's a race in 3, and they're going to get 2 laps to go. Whose Australian titles is going to be? Corcoran's going to be running a massive PB regardless. But they'll get 2 laps to go right now, and it was 25.55. They're going to go well, I reckon, just inside 28 minutes.
Yeah. The time doesn't really matter, but they have well and truly wound it up. Since we were talking around the 5-6K mark, around their 28-20 sort of pace. It's absolutely a race. Just when they came through that front straight, we could barely hear ourselves over the cheer and roar of the crowd. They're piling into the infield. They're piling into the home straight. They're lining the track as we see Jack moving up on Pat's shoulders. Corcoran following him. Jack, 600 metres to go. Is he going to bridge a gap? Let's see him disappear behind the Peking duck stage.
What a move. It was a big move. We can see the back of them here from our screens. They're going to come out of the bridge, and it's going to be Rayner in front. Corcoran chase him, and Tiernan give him one more go.
Jack's got to get rid of Corcoran.
Is the real deal tonight,
yeah, he's got to get rid of him.
And it's going to be 1 lap left. Rayner comes past the Dream on signs.
Pat's still there.
Michael, go for it.
Jack, 1 lap to go, comes through in 26.58. The time is going to be irrelevant, although that last lap was a 62 second, their fastest of the race so far. So it's Rayner, Corcoran, Tiernan. Tiernan almost up on the shoulder of Corcoran. Let's see when they get back of the tent. He's up on his shoulder. Rayner a couple of metres ahead. Who knows what's going to happen at this point? Corcoran on the shoulder of Rayner. 250 metres to go. Tiernan
following as hard as he can. Does Jack have the legs to stay with him? It's our 1,500 metre Irish national champion. Unproven, untested in the 5,000 and 10,000 as they emerge out the back of the Peking Duck stage under the Dream On Bridge. 100 metres to go is Andrew Cosgren, who's going to win the race overall from Ireland. But who's going to get the national championship? Is it going to be Jack Rayner for the national championship? Andrew Cosgren for the overall win in the Melbourne on-track night. Rayner second, and the national championship, Pat Tiernan in third.
Michael, what a finish there. We thought the lap traffic might come into play. It was the combination of lap runners, the Peking Duck stage, the Dream On Bridge. It was all happening. Rayner, he laid it down to them with 600 to go. Cosgren, though, decided with 300 to go, this is my race.
I don't know, bro. I need to sit down, Nick.
Bronze medal here, and it's going to be Andre Waring. He's your Australian Championship bronze medalist. Haftu Strinsos comes through next. The fireworks continue. Andre's going to be right on his PB. Haftu's going to be right on his as well. I reckon they've run 31 and 34. So 28-31 and 28-34. Sam McEntee, brave. He comes through next. Terrific run from him. He's going to finish as the fifth Australian through. Brady, what a night, what a race.
Well, it planned. I can't even get words out. I'm nearly speechless. It was the whole situation where Pat was trying to get rid of Jack, and then Jack knew he had to get rid of Andrew Cosgren because that big finishing kick, which he pulled out, 57.5 for the last 400 metres, which just created carnage all over the last 600 metres. You know, you wouldn't have had somebody else's money on him before the race, and he went under the radar. And then when you started looking and hearing stories late, Cam Myers actually messaged into the Inside Running podcast yesterday and said, hey, you guys forgot about Andrew Cosgren in your preview during the week. He could win this, so he had some mail. And we had an Irishman win ZÁTOPEK.
So we've seen a few others come through. Liam Bouden was one of the ones. Sam Clifford. Matty Clark comes through now. Good run.
Nathan Stote and Archie Reid.
It is Nathan Stote. Look, they're all inside 30 minutes, this group. There'll be two more inside sub 30. Only two more to round it out. So 20 of our men, or 18 of our men, will be inside that 30-minute mark on the on-track night of nights.
Can't believe what's just happened. We were sort of hypothesising, theorising, saying, wouldn't it be a fairy tale if the Irishman got up? Don't know about his form, but we know he ran a good 1,500 once.
No, I feel if you just scroll back like 30 minutes ago, we would have said he could be a danger here. I reckon we got him. We got him before the gun went, which was the most important thing.
And then, of course, Jack's second overall, but still an Australian championship.
Yeah.
Three in a row. He wins three Australians. That's his third Australian title in a row. So he doesn't get the ZÁTOPEK title 3 times in a row.
It's an interesting scenario, isn't it?
So that history unfortunately doesn't join the likes of Monaghetti, Kip Cosguy and McSwain. So we have to start again next year for that record.
Yeah.
But what a great race. And we were a bit worried maybe that there might only be 2 of them in that 10,000 metres. But we had 5 for a long way, and then we had 3 in the home straight. Yeah. And those pictures are going to be pretty amazing as they come under that Dream On Bridge and flew home down the home straight.
Yeah, and Haftu and Andre, hats off to those two guys for coming 3rd and 4th Australians in that race. They committed to the early pace. I haven't got their official times in front of me right now, but I'll get them in a second. I think they would have ran PBs. Hats off to those guys for committing to that early pace and hanging on for those medals.
I reckon they'll be both within tenths of a second anyway.
Yeah.
The clocks was 31 and 34 when they went through, and that is their PB.
Yep.
So I don't think they can complain about it. Obviously, Andre gets another bronze medal, which he'll be very happy with. Haftu returns to his first big race on Australian soil after his collegiate career, and likewise shows what the future has got in store for him as a potential Australian senior athlete, and join that amazing ranks now of Australian distance runners. We are going to throw down to Mitch shortly. And he's going to have our winner, Andrew Cosgren, the 3,000 metre man, who's just done the finger point to the crowd. He's high-fiving the men as they come out for the 3K. And it was his Irish
I am here with Andy Cosgren. Now, Andy, I've got to admit, you've run 3:30 this year. When I saw your name and entered at the ZÁTOPEK, I thought, this bloke's got to be running the 3,000 metres. You've just left here as ZÁTOPEK 10 champion. How are you feeling?
Yeah, that was a great crack, that race. Yeah, obviously I'm a 1500 metre runner, so it's light years away from that. But I was up in Falls Creek with the Melbourne Track Club boys, and I thought I'd come down for a bit of a fitness test early on the season. I have run the 10K before. My PB was 29:01, so it's a big PB, but I knew it was kind of in the leg, so yeah, great crack that was.
How did it find yourself in that position? Obviously, it was really well strung out early. You guys got yourselves into a great rhythm, great pacing, but then when you start to make that fracture and you're running with the likes of Jack Rayner and Pat Tiernan in front of you, what are you sort of telling yourself in those moments? And you might have run 29:01, but it was a long time ago that you'd run a 10K.
I suppose that was actually a great 10K race because you kind of had, I suppose the three of us were three completely different profiles. I suppose Pat's like a 10K guy more, he just done the 5K, but he's just got that endurance, and then Jack's obviously kind of in the middle there, kind of more of a 5K guy, but also obviously the Australian 10K record holder, so he's obviously pretty good over 10K. And then I was there, kind of maybe not so with the strength in the legs, but I had the speed, so it was a decent run out, and I knew with 2K to go that I could kind of take a crack at the win if they hadn't dropped me. And I suppose the wind was a bit of an aid there. They couldn't kind of tear off and leave me in the dust because I could just sit in behind them. So the wind definitely helped me there today, but yeah, it was good. It was a good race.
Well, Pat did a lot of the early work, then Jack decided he'd throw a crack at it, and then obviously with those 330 wheels that you have behind you, how confident were you when you got to that last 400 metres that, as you said, if they hadn't dropped you, you were going to be the one that they were going to have to chase down, and you were going to be the target on the back come 200 metres to go?
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously on paper, I'm the fastest guy there. You know, I'm fastest over 1,500 metres, so typically I'd have the best wheels over the last 200 metres or 400 metres, so yeah, I had the best wheels on the day. I suppose we were all tired. Anyone probably could have won that now because the wind kind of made it a bit rough, but I had the speed at the end, yeah, and the fitness is there, so yeah, it'll be a great season ahead.
Not a bad introduction to Australian racing. Do you think we're going to see you back down here?
Ah, man, I love it here.
How much longer we got you down here for?
Till the 18th of December. I haven't any races planned yet, but might get another one in, seeing as the fitness is there.
Hey, a massive congratulations. Andy Coscoran from 29:01 down to 27:56 or 57 in the end. A big round of applause for our man from Ireland. Congratulations, Andy.
Thanks, Mitch.
Great work down there, Mitch. And once again, congratulations to Andy Coscoran from Ireland, moving up into the top 10.
On our screens. There's your winner. The Irishman, 330 wheels, got him home. Jack Rayner in second. And there comes Patrick Tiernan through in third, and the Australian silver medalist ahead of Andre Waring, the bronze medalist in the Australian title. So 2 races to go, and they don't get any less exciting, do they, Brody?
No, a 3K new to the program. We've seen some men's 1500s in the past, but a 3K, which I was wondering how this was going to go, considering it takes a bit of depth out of the 10K and potentially some pacemakers out of the 10K. But the big story here is Cam Myers bypasses the under-20 race to take on the men in the open 3,000 metres. And I don't know, do you reckon starts favourite? Matthew Ramsden's there. Paul Robinson from Ireland's there. Can we have 2 Irishmen win in a row? Jude Thomas is there.
If he's not favourite, I still believe he would have the greatest confidence that he can win this race because he wins races.
Yeah, he knows how to win races, especially in Australia. He can run fast. He's had that international experience this year. At the start of the year on this track at the Murray Plant Meet, running that mile. Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what he's going to do here.
The other one that will come into play here, we need to obviously go back to our Australian junior records as well to check what he can slash here because they'll be in the record book. So we'll check on those as we go through. Because that's what Myers has just done and shattered in recent years is he keeps breaking Australian records for his age. So hard to fathom, but he's only 17.
Yeah.
So he's looking at under 18 Australian records today. So we'll check out what they exist. Even though in the Oceania records at some of those ages, he'll be looking to get some new territory.
Matthew Ramsden's been up with Jack, training at Falls Creek, so he's in good company, what he's been putting together.
And a couple of the on-athletes that we see kitted up in this event as well, who have recently joined the Oceania on-athletics club in Jesse Hunt and Ed Trippus.
So the world best for a 17-year-old is 7:47. So I reckon we're in a real chance to see a world age best here.
That's interesting. I believe Riley Bryce is the pacemaker for tonight. From our information, he's going through the first 1,600 metres in 4 minutes and 14 seconds, which would be about 7:55 pace. and then they may just kick down from there. Either way, he's going to have plenty of company up the head of the field. Always interesting to see what Ramsden's going to do when he toes the line as well.
Yeah, fastest guy in the field with the 7:35. And he's won the junior race before, hasn't he? The Castella 3K, so he's familiar with ZÁTOPEK night.
Twice from memory?
I'll trust you.
Now this is it's a stacked field. One of your men here, Michael, of course.
Yeah, Liam Cashin with the
Cashin.
from Western Athletics. So we'll see if he runs like his clubmate Jack Rayner in his 3,000 metres. So he's got the hip number 4.
I'd also suggest that here one of the big threats is probably, we just saw his counterpart, I reckon Paul Robinson. With the form we just saw Corkscrew do, I reckon Paul Robinson could do anything here over 3,000 metres. I think 7:58 will be obliterated by him. And if the field can run as quick as we think they can with Myers,
Myers already has the under 18 and under 20 record at 7:52.06, thanks to Dave Tarbottom for sending that one through. So I reckon he'll want to shatter that.
As we said, those world best at his age is 7:47, so that's in real threat tonight.
Yeah, forget about Australian breast, Brady. We're going for world best. It's Cam Myers, come on.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
So here we've got Stefan Music of New South Wales, Paul Robinson, the Irishman, Alistair Christie of Victoria, Liam Cashin, the Victorian, Zaid Al-Saad of Lebanon, Connor Whiteley, New South Wales, Jude Thomas, Queensland, I reckon one of the big threats in the field you mentioned, Cameron Myers of Australia in that field, World Championship qualified the course this year, Edward Trippus, New South Wales, back, one of the on-athletic stars, Jesse Hunt, Western Australia, joined that team as well, Thomas Dowd, South Australia, Adam Goddard, South Australia, Riley Bryce of Victoria, been doing good things in milers there. Is that him setting the tempo for us? Craig Huffer, the evergreen Craig Huffer. Yeah, the only one here, I reckon, in the field that's probably born in the 80s. Christopher Dale of Victoria and Matthew Ramsden, the West Australian we've talked about. And it's a single file train down the back straight, Brady, and I'll get you to give us a 400 split when they roll through.
Yeah, it took them a while to get on the pace, but it's been sorted now, and it looks like it's about 67, which I think's a bit too slow. So I reckon the pacer was probably correct, and he had to back it off to get the field together. Jude Thomas, remember 2022, I reckon he was a youngster, an underage athlete, maybe under 18 at the time, won the Open National Champs for 3K. Which was pretty impressive. So he's definitely one to look out for as well. Trying to spot him there, usually in the Puma kit. Yeah, just behind Matthew Ramsden in 5th. Cam Myers on his shoulder in 6th.
So Liam Cashin, who we mentioned briefly earlier, he's just on the heels of our pacemaker in Riley Bryce as they go through the first 600 metres. He came third, an equal third with his clubmate Cody Shanahan in the 5,000 metre Vic Champs the other week. So he's running well. He's in a bit of form. And he's got a PB under 8 minutes as well. So he's doing what he can right now to hang on to that pace of around a 7:56 and see what he can do in the later stages, because he can run.
Myers recently stepped up to run 5K road up at Noosa Bolt, which is a long way for a junior athlete. I think he probably found that challenging. But I think he'd be much more at home here on the track and over 3,000 metres.
And that was a 2:14 for the first 800 metres, which is 8:20 pace. Yeah, it's pretty slow. So I don't know.
It's going to be a race.
Exactly, and I'm not sure what the pacer would be doing. I doubt they would have had a pacer to go out at 8:20 pace. So, yeah, not sure what's going on there.
And it's single file. I thought it would have been bunched at that kind of pace.
So the interesting athlete here, I reckon, is Jesse Hunt, who's third on the track at the moment. Hip number 10 there, you see, in the on-athletics colours. 3:37 man in college, has come back and joined the crew here in Victoria. West Australian before he went back over to the States. He's now really thriving, enjoying the Victorian running culture here. He certainly wouldn't have had that sort of number of athletes around him when he was in WA, but then would have obviously loved the college experience. And one of the things when I was talking to the on guys down before when I disappeared to the track was that they described it as really similar to a college team. That's what Zach Faccioni described it as. It's like joining what he had in college. He left here as an individual athlete in the sport, went to college, became part of a team where it's all about team results. He's come back here, and that's the same care for each other. We've seen it tonight in the ladies' events, and I think we'll be seeing more of it in the future here at these on-track nights where we have on pacemakers helping each other out.
Yeah, and 3 wins from On so far as well. Can Jesse Hunt be 4 from 4?
They've picked this up. The last lap was 65, and this looks like it's going to be quick again. So maybe the instructions were settle and then wind it up a bit. Well, but no one's really jumping on the heels. Yeah, 65 low again.
Ed Trippus goes 3 wide for the first time and makes sure he doesn't get left out there. Of course, the Olympic steeplechaser from Princeton in college.
And it's not quick enough to lose anyone off the back of the pack yet as we go through almost 1,400 metres. The pacemaker has bridged about 5-10 metres, but...
He's trying.
Yeah, the pack isn't following for one reason or another. And he steps off the track into lane 3 and he's off, so it's a race now.
Yeah, so no one's obviously feeling it tonight. Someone just wants to open their season with a win against some of the well-credentialed athletes. Ramsden's the tall figure you're seeing third, of course. The Victorian in front, Liam Cashin. We've seen him gutsy and brave and leading many, many distance races here at Lakeside in the past as he goes under the on-bridge. On his outside, Jesse Hunt, the former West Australian I mentioned before. Now moving out right, Alistair Christie in the Box Hill colours. Following him through there's Ed Trippus. But it's a bunch pack. It's anyone's race. It's going to be the brave one. Here's Alistair Christie who's decided enough's enough. I was here to run fast tonight. I'm going to kick it down with 3 laps to go.
69.8. And the fact that Alistair Christie is the one who's made the move, a good state runner, he would have been stoked to get a start in this field. But really, it just shows that some of the more elite athletes in this field are just there to try and get the win.
Ed Trippus up on the heels of Hunt as well. All at once, he sort of made a move from about 7th into 3rd. So it's Christie, Hunt and Trippus, so 2 on athletes at the head of the field. Ones to watch though, Thomas, Ramsden, Myers, they're still sort of floating around the middle of the pack.
Myers is so tactically good as well for such a young runner. Like we saw him overseas, we've seen him here. When he races, he generally gets it right.
So as we mentioned, there's not going to be any world best now at threat, unfortunately. I was ready to get loud and crazy and call 7:45 for Myers. But he obviously just wants to open his domestic season here with a win. And it's big scalps he's talking about. Matthew Ramsden, international athlete, Olympian Ed Trippus, Jesse Hunt part of that on team. And with 2 laps to go here, what have we gone through? At 6:05, it'll be really interesting to see, or 6:06, to see what our last 800 metres and to see what sort of speed Myers has after that long European campaign he had this year.
Who rolls the dice first? Ramsden's poised. Myers is in the same zone as him. Jude Thomas. And here it goes.
So Myers would be loving his position right now, right up on the shoulder of Jesse Hunt, just behind Alistair Christie. Ramsden, though, is up on the heels of Myers. He doesn't want him to make any massive moves without him being in a position to do something about it, Nick.
With 600 metres to go, no one goes past Myers from here. That's my call. He checks his left. He's realised that Ramsden's on his right, and he's just going to hold 500 metres. He's going to try and hold this rail and tell them all they're going to have to get around him to take this victory. So Myers, familiar with this, he won here last year in the junior race, the Castella race. The boys tonight almost ran the same time. The senior athletes might go here. So Cameron Myers, the prodigy from New South Wales. Ramsden goes at the bell and Myers lets him go, which is interesting. Right on their heels is Jesse Hunt. Next behind them is the one we talked about in Jude Thomas. Behind them, it looks to be Robinson in the mix and then Liam Cashin. 300 metres to go. Ramsden, he's been here on the biggest night we've had previous to this, and that was the Nitro event. On that night, he was representing the Usain Bolt team. Tonight, he's flying the flag and trying to get back onto those top world-class teams, and it's Jesse Hunt, the on-athlete. He wants to add a victory for the on-men. Cameron Myers not looking as sharp as we've seen him previously, but he's only 17. We expect a lot of him. So Ramsden, Hunt, as they go through the bridge, there's still Myers in it. Does Myers swing wide? Ramsden, Jesse Hunt, Cameron Myers 3 wide. He won't get there tonight. It's a Ramsden and Hunt affair. Ramsden, Hunt, Ramsden on the inside. Hunt second, so 2 West Australians.
You're calling it.
Myers, Jude Thomas, Cashin, Robinson. Music comes through next. It looked to be Whiteley coming through. The time was irrelevant, as we mentioned. Trippus, the on-athlete, and the Olympian. I've called it. I'll wait for the
photo, please.
I
want
like
the photo.
going early.
Craig Mottram's hands are on his head as that happened at the finish line there. He thought it was close.
Here we go. We're going to look at our screens here and call it. Ramsden held form beautifully. Is he getting back to his best? He knows how hard it is to break into these Australian teams now at 1,500 and 5,000. Jesse Hunt threw everything at him. He never quite got to the shoulder.
Oh,
I've called it incorrectly, maybe.
Oh,
it's going to be a massive throw.
It's too close.
Jesse Hunt's throw was magnificent.
And what a run by him. Don't know a lot about him, and he's come out and taken potentially Myers and Ramsden.
I'm going to be happy to be called wrong here if it means it's another on athlete.
4 from 4. It's almost like it's been set up.
Scripted, you reckon?
Yeah. It's all marketing. Love to see it.
Matthew Ramsden by 0.01 of a second, 8:00.20. Jesse Hunt, 8:00.21. So,
especially going the first 4 laps at 8:20 pace. I don't know what they closed in, but
they've closed. They went 6:06. They've closed in 1:54. Brady looked at me funny and said, we're going to go to the photo. I'd called it and said it was a certainty, Brady. Don't ever doubt me. 0.01. We're not even on the finish line here. Bruce has kicked us out of the finish line call, so we're 10 metres past it, but my eyesight's okay.
They went early on the fire too. That threw me. I reckon Matthew Ramsden thought the fire's going off. I've won this race, and then, yeah, that was an epic finish. And Jesse Hunt, so impressed that he could throw down like that.
It was an underwhelming time for us because we kept talking about the times at the start of the race, but in the end it's become the most exciting night of the race. And, you know, Ramsden's world class. Jesse Hunt, look, really probably the most unknown in the field for Australian fans because he left straight after his junior year. 3:37, nothing to sneeze at in the States, but because we've had so many distance runners running so quick, Myers was the hot topic. Nothing wrong with his race at all, though, for the junior. It was a massive year for him. He'll keep building up. Jude Thomas was there in the mix. Ed Troopers flew home late. It just tells you a bit about the depth of Australian distance running.
It's exciting. All these runners coming through, and we're going to cross to an interview pretty soon with Matthew Ramsden and Mitch.
It comes down to a finish like that. More often than not, you'd back your kick, and today it prevailed.
Well, I've been scrutinised a little bit about my kick not being up to scratch, so I'm glad after a few months of base, a good 3 weeks at Falls Creek, I was able to kick hard home. I don't know what the last lap was, but I feel it was fast.
No, it was flying. I couldn't tell you exactly, but to have someone like Jesse and also Cam right on your tail, obviously you've raced Cam over the domestic season. Jesse's just come back from the NCAA. So what was it that you were expecting over that final 600 metres that maybe caught you off guard, or did it go the way you thought?
I was honestly hating it when I saw the splits, like how slow it was, because everyone gets worried about a kick down, except the guys who aren't fit enough. But yeah, I knew it was going to be tough. Honestly, Cam, Jude, Jesse, I saw Jesse training at Falls and looked like he was going pretty well, same as Ed Trippers, so I didn't really know what to expect. I was running a lot at Falls Creek, did no real hard sessions, maybe one in the last week, and yeah, showed up in decent enough shape.
It's a big year for you. You've made every major team except for the one that comes up in 2024. I think that's underrated. It doesn't get spoken about enough for you. But how big is this now moving into a huge year? That 1,500 metres is so competitive. Is it the 5K? Is it just a year where you want to get better? How do you approach this Olympic cycle now?
The approach stays the same, but maybe I've got to look at other options like the 5K. I run a decent 5K, but I've never really focused on it the last few years. So I'm doing a little bit more strength work, running a few more miles than I normally would, and hopefully that translates into a good 5K.
Well, there's ever a man who loves winning 3,000s at Lakeside. It's Matty Ramsden. Congratulations, your 3,000 metre champion for the men's, Matt Ramsden. Well done, big fella.
Thanks, Mitch. Another great interview there. Congratulations, Matt. What a race.
Well, we just heard Matthew Ramsden talk about his goals to move back to 5,000 metre Australian teams. Brady, it's probably the distance for him. He's probably doesn't have the speed of those 1,500 metre guys in Australia at the moment when you look at the class we have. But he's probably showed again tonight that he's good enough to make it that 5K.
Yeah, well, just the qualifying time. It's so hard to kind of hit. I think it's 13:05. There's only 2 Australians actually ever done that in history. It's probably one of those events where the ranking points aren't going to quite get you in. So I understand what he means because you're looking at Ollie Hoare, Stewie, Cam Myers. I'm missing one. Who's our other third 1,500 metre man?
Ollie Hoare.
Ollie Hoare. Yeah, how did I miss Ollie Hoare?
What did you say? You didn't say Ollie. Sorry, mate. I switched off for a minute.
I think I said Ollie. I don't know. I'll have to go back and listen to that.
Ollie,
But
Stewie,
yeah,
you
it's
got all
very
of them.
competitive, that men's 1,500 metre. How is it the last race already?
Oh,
Feels like we just got here.
Yeah. It's been exciting though, hasn't it? I mean, the crowd certainly hasn't deteriorated at all. The pack of people at the finish line, I'd love I'd love Dave to pan down to the crowd just getting around our athletes as they come off. Some of those...
It's a full media scrum coupled with people waiting for autographs and selfies, plus family and friends.
We've had to shut the door up here because a lot of them are trying to want photos with the inside running podcast star up here. So we shut the back door because Brady was getting requests for photos and selfies. It's all happening here on the Night of Nights, on track nights. As we said, it's a world tour. We're the 5th one this year. I believe we're here for 2 more years. It's a multi-year deal, which is so exciting for our sport. And Melbourne now has the 2 big meets on their calendar. We'll be back here for the Maury Plant meet in the new year. This meet here, if these just become fixtures in Australian athletics, we are absolutely blessed here in Victoria.
So 13 competitors will toe the line, a bit less than the men's race. Who are we liking in this women's event, the women's 10,000 metre national championships, Brady?
Well, we should make note before we go through who is here, who isn't here. So obviously Valencia Marathon tomorrow. So we've got Lisa Waitman, Izzy Bat-Doyle, Eloise Wellings and Jen Gregson over there. Ali Pashley was on the start list originally but has been scratched, and Sinead Diver also not here. So when we talk about our top 8, 10 female distance runs at the moment over this distance, we're probably missing 6 or 7 of them. Pompiani as well, injured, yep, and previous winner. Not sure how I left that name off, but thank you for reminding me. I'm liking, I think it's a race between 3. We got Lauren Ryan, who's come back from the States. We've got Caitlin Adams, and we've also got Rose Davies up the top there on our list, the fastest in the field with her 31.18. So I think it's going to be similar to the men's. I think Caitlin's going to try to probably run the kick off Rose. And I'm not 100% sure what kind of form that Lauren Ryan's in coming back from the States. So she did do the World Road Racing Championships a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, always is in pretty good form overseas. And it's good to see her back here on Australian soil.
So tell me more though. We've got the People's Champ out here.
Caitlin Adams, yeah.
So have you appointed her the People's Champ, or is it your observations, or is it self-appointed by her?
No, I appointed her that. At the start of the year, we pick one athlete to focus on, as if we're picking stock. Someone to watch for 2023 who can come out and have a big season. And at the start of the year, my pick was Caitlin Adams for a massive breakthrough and potentially a ZÁTOPEK win. So I've given her the label of the People's Champ because I know there's a whole lot of people who are in the same boat and wanted to see her get up tonight.
So, Rose Davies, as you mentioned, is the fastest one in the field. Only 14 women have ever broken 32 minutes, and she's there at 31.18. So you imagine if she's in some good shape, it is hard to top. But we've seen tonight it's about championship racing too, so I imagine this is going to be probably a bit of a hold and sit and kick for a while. I don't think we're going to be clock watching the same way. I think we're going to be running for an Australian title. And really importantly behind it, someone's going to probably have a big breakthrough here for a medal at this level. So Lauren Ryan hasn't got one at a 10,000 metre level before an Australian championship, so she'll be looking for it. And as we said, the People's Champ right there in the mix.
It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. I don't think there's a pacemaker for this race, so girls may have to sort themselves out pretty early, sort of set their own pace, maybe share the lead a little bit between a few of them. I'm sure there might be a little bit of a race plan or maybe an understanding that's been worked out.
Yeah, Rose was injured throughout like October, September, but from all accounts got fit very quick, been up at Falls Creek, and she can win this a number of ways. She can go hard from the gun, she can sit and kick. 4th fastest ever Australian over 10,000 metres, so she's kind of in a different league with her personal best against a lot of these ladies, and has been here and done this.
The crowd still getting around the men who just stepped off the track. Photographs galore,
collecting
appropriately. Bibs. Matthew Ramsden surrounded. He's head and shoulders above him. He's very Mottram-like, isn't he, with that height?
Yeah.
Our men get taller and taller in distance running. Patrick Tiernan's a big one. Stewie McSwain, Australian distance runners.
That was very much when, in his under 20 years, for watching him run the 3K, it was like, is this the next Mottram, that tall, loping figure?
No, they're...
Stewie, we forgot to mention Stewie as well, very tall runner.
So the ladies are going to be itchy here. They've been called up. We've got a couple of... just missed it there. Kate Mason and Brooke Williams, they were getting excited, I reckon, by the crowd getting around it. So from the outside, I'm going to go this time. That's Brooke Williams, Kate Mason, Isabel Hume of South Australia, Caitlin McQuilkin-Bell, Queensland-based New Zealander. The ladies are just trotting down the back straight. So this is going to be an Australian Championship title. Do not worry about the time. I expected we were going to be finished here at about 9:20. It might be about 9:25. Gemma Maney's there. She's been in great form recently, the Victorian. Cara Fianne Ryan, the steeplechaser. Caitlin Adams of South Australia. Lissy Duncan, one of my favourites. I love Lissy Duncan. Stepped from 1,500, worked her way up. Holly Campbell, I think a big threat tonight. Tara Palm of South Australia. Lauren Ryan, we've talked about, returned from the US. And Rose Davies looking to go three in a row.
Now, you were telling me earlier, Holly Campbell, roughie, your pick of the roughies out here tonight?
I didn't call her for a whole race at the World Cross Country Trials in Canberra. She shocked me when she ran down Georgia Hansen late in the race to get herself onto that team. And I feel like she's just one of those athletes that's having a really good year. And her recent form at the New South Wales 3K Championship says that she's going to be in the mix.
Gemma Maney as well, fresh off her win at the Melbourne Marathon. So now 25 laps around the track.
Yeah, and Lissy Duncan's the one that's taken the lead. Now, Lissy Duncan was in that era when anything sub 4:10 for a 1,500 was starting to be looking at world teams, and she ran sort of that 4:05 type time and was fantastic. The world's gone a long way since she was in Australian team. She was a medalist, I think, in a 4x1,500 in the Bahamas, in an Australian team there. And here she is now at 10,000 metres.
Well, she had that stint in Japan as well, running for the corporate team. And in the last couple of months, she ran the half marathon at Melbourne, and last week ran the mile at Doncaster. So now she's going in the middle and running the 10K.
And just a lovely human being.
And they went through that first lap in 84 seconds, which is 35-minute pace. So quite pedestrian for all the women in this race. So we're going to see championship racing rather than absolutely fast times, which is kind of fun. There's been the championship style races that have been the best tonight.
The only problem it means is you've got to listen to the three of us for an extra 2 or 3 minutes than you would have planned.
Yeah.
Rose Davies in about 9th. She's got no intention of being near the front early on, even at this pace.
Look at that. It's strung out at a very slow pace.
Yeah, and it's increased slightly. They've gone from an 84 to an 80. Which still hitting 80s is a 33.20 total pace. Still not super quick by most of these girls' standards.
Now, the important question is, we won't talk about it too much later on, but who's exciting for Peking Duck later?
Yeah, I'll be down there. Yeah. Yourself?
Mate, I can't wait. As I said, once we found out that it wasn't just on the menu at the food trucks, I'm excited to see the band.
The thing is, the actual stage area looks kind of empty right now, which it should be because there's athletics going on. But if at least half of these people who are stationed in the front straight right now make their way to the front of the stage, it's going to be shoulder to shoulder in there like sardines, and I cannot wait.
And to get there, there's only one way to get to the infield, and that's crossing the Dream-On
Bridge.
We've at times tonight been frustrated by the Dream-On Bridge from our race calling, but it's the most practical thing to get to the fan zone and be part of that Peking Duck experience. Little things I've noticed tonight that I've really loved. In front of us, we've got one of the roving cameramen. We've got little kids jumping in front of it, waving about. This meet has definitely brought some athletics fans, I think, who are maybe just casual participants in the sport. Bit different to what we would normally see in Aths meet, and that's exactly the plan on athletics. Their plan is to bring the party to athletics. Elite athletes, they've done it around the world, and this meet is just going to get bigger and bigger here in Melbourne. And I think it's going to be a fixture in our calendar.
I love it. We talk about how do we grow the sport. what are some events, what are some things that we can do to make it cool, make it marketable, make more people come along. And On over the last couple of years have really been investing in athletics and yeah, making it fun, making it marketable, making it more appealing to the masses, but also the athletics diehards like ourselves.
Melissa Duncan's picked it up here. She was dawdling early and she just put in a bit of a surge, and now it looks like she's maybe relaxed and back into the pack.
Move under that bridge again.
And Jamieson is making her way up the field just a little bit, just trying to, well, her ideal position would be in the heels of Lauren Ryan. Don't want to run too far in that lane too. So she either needs to slip back behind Holly Campbell, or, which she does right now as they go through the first 4 laps. So still on that, or around that 34-minute overall time. So it's well and truly set up for a kick finish here. And I don't know, we talk about Mel Duncan having that 1,500 metre speed, that mile speed of previous years. You know, she'll be one in the last few laps. They'll definitely figure.
Yeah, I don't think Rose is going to let it come to that. Or
yeah,
Lauren,
we've still got a long way to go.
Or Caitlin.
So sub 34 pace.
There you go, so we'll get a 2K split once they come past the back of the Peking Duck stage. Jamieson, she's wanting to get in front of Holly Campbell, behind, in front, as long as she's not rounding the bends in lane 2 or 3. Yeah, she might be feeling a little bit too comfortable at this pace.
So I did incorrectly say before Rose is going for 3 in a row. She's going for a 3rd title, of course, but it was Leanne Pompiani who won last year. Rose Davies was on the podium in 3rd. Before that, you've had Rose Davies who went back-to-back. Jen Gregson, of course, was on the top of the podium in 2020. Rose Davies was 3rd on that stage. Brigitte Check on that occasion was in between that in 2nd. Sinead Diver was the winner in 2019. Celia Sullivan, that was a brave run that year that she took the title in 2018. And Bridie Delaney going back to 2017. So there's a lot of the field here unfamiliar with the dais in an Australian Championship at 10,000 metres. So it's going to be a real exciting one for someone here to step up and take a first medal at an Australian title over 10,000 metres tonight.
Yeah, don't mind the positioning of Lauren Ryan. She's been in on the heels of Campbell since the race has... Oh, sorry. On the heels of Duncan since the race has begun. And she's first season or second season as a professional athlete for Under Armour. Big season in the US and clocked a few PBs over the last 12 months. So I don't mind her chances in those final stages and maybe a first national title.
Now, can you believe it? It rained all day. It turned some people off coming. It's just started raining as the women's 10,000 metres has 18 laps to go. So the drizzle is just getting a little bit heavier. It's not going to affect the times, obviously. It's going to be irrelevant for the ladies running. But it may affect some of my dance moves in the Peking Duck stage later on. But Lissy Duncan just piloting the field through at a very conservative pace. As we said, there's just ladies here hoping to get their first Australian Championship medal. Someone may be hoping to upset Rose Davies, the only one in the field who's won this title. And you can see that rain now through your screen. They'll get some relief from it as they go into the tent. But now they'll work back into it. It's just getting a little bit heavier. See Gemma Maney there in the black on the far left. Lauren Ryan, the small figure in 2nd. Brooke Williams fighting up hard there. Doing one for Country Victoria out there in number 13. Working her way out wide. But the whole field still only split by about 10 metres as we move to 19 laps to go. And the crowd from the infield disperse.
So Brady, we've got Gemma Maney in 2nd position now as she goes up on the shoulder of or maybe third position. So hip number 8, Gemma Maney, she won the Melbourne Marathon only a couple of months ago. How's marathon training play a part in the 10,000 metres?
Yeah, well, it gives her that strength, and we saw her at the Vic 5K champs here, where she won that as well. Probably wasn't the strongest field, like we sometimes see at the Vic 5K champs, but she's bounced back from that marathon well. Coached by her partner, Matt Davey, who's a very knowledgeable guy, so he would have given her a nice program leading into this race today. She's strong. I don't think she's got that massive kick when they do, if they do, start rolling it out, but she's going to be able to stick in this pace, no worries at all. For as long as I guess it happens.
So, Brady, big question here, of course. Matt and Gemma,
yep.
Victoria's answer to Jen and Ryan?
I'm not quite sure. Very big compliment for Matt to be compared to Ryan Gregson like that, but potentially, and I think they had their children on the same weekend.
That's what I was about to follow with, because I know it was very, very close.
Yep, and Ali Pashley also had a child that same weekend.
That's right.
So a bit of a star of running in Australia weekend to give birth.
And we've been talking a lot about this
in there.
Recently, is the success of our Australian women post first children.
The mums.
The Commonwealth
Mum
Games
strength.
marathon was featured so many of them. We talked earlier on tonight about some of those that are running tomorrow in Valencia and some things they have in common, which is having children. Gemma Maney seems to have got better since the birth of their first child, and tonight I don't think it's going to hold her back at all.
No, we just got, I'm sure Gemma just races with that thought of her child in her head and nothing to lose, and just it's amazing that they can get back so quick. It's almost like if you want a performance enhancer, go have a baby and then you'll be running pretty well for the next 8, 12 months after that.
Well, as we've been reminded many times, I think if they can go through the challenges that we don't have to deal with as men of childbirth, and I think 25 laps sounds quite easy.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole talking about this kind of content, but yep, I'll agree with you there. And we have got a change in leader. Melissa Duncan, after taking us for the first 7.5 laps, is now sitting in second. And it is Kate Mason, who has a PB of 34.50 off my running sheet and goes to the front.
She's just decided to pick up the pace. Lauren Ryan's just clipped her heels. She put the two hands up to make sure no one else went down with her. This is just real championship racing. Rose Davies has just made, every time there's been a move, she's made sure she doesn't shuffle more than about 10 metres back. As you mentioned earlier, she was back as far as about 9th or 10th. She's sitting about 8th at the moment. I really like Holly Campbell in this. I've gone with it all night. She's 4th on your track at the moment, wearing number 4. Gemma Maney on her right shoulder. Caitlin Adams hasn't done a thing wrong at all. She just clips the heels down of Holly Campbell as soon as I say she hasn't done a thing wrong. Rose Davies tracking behind them. Elizabeth Dool, the
Here
Victorian.
We go. Big move from Lauren Ryan.
There she goes. That was a distinctive move. As soon as I saw the heels clip behind us, almost she took advantage of Holly and
she's got to say, catch me if you can from this point. Rose Davies is the other person to watch with number 1 hip as we see her running wide through the cheer tunnel.
She was a long way back.
She's got some work to do, but she's got plenty of time to do it.
They'll respect this move, though. Like, they're not going to let her get away. She's the second fastest in the field. She wouldn't have come back from the States for a not a serious race. She wants this title.
And you're right. She checked her watch through that 200. She's got a real plan now. Clearly, it was to get sort of through about 4K or thereabouts, and she's made a distinctive move.
And as you said, Nick, you're liking Holly Campbell, and she's the next to go.
Rose Davies piloting the next field through now. That's her moving into 3rd.
It's going to take a little bit of work to bridge this gap, though. It's definitely, it's more than doable over the next 10 laps, but it's still a bit of a shock to the system. Lauren Ryan making that move shows that she's in control. She had the plan in her mind, and now it's up to the others to react, put a bit of a surge in, a bit of fartlek type running. How much will it take out of the others, Brady?
Well, having Holly there helps. This could be a group of 2 now, and if they can get away and start trading laps and doing a bit, like all of a sudden they've got the jump on Rose and Caitlin, and they've got to work pretty hard just to get on the back of it. Lauren will know. She's looking at her watch every 200, so she knows what kind of pace she wants to hold, and really her 5K is strong. She's a 15-11 lady. which is pretty similar to Rose, I think, over 5K. So that kind of stuff, this turns into a 5K race now because there's only just a few more laps extra than 5K to go.
Yeah, so before Lauren Ryan made that move, I was actually going to say, you know, we know a marathon starts at around the 30 to 35K mark. Like, when does a 10K start? And she's shown, well, about the 4K mark.
Yeah, well, she's jogged for 4K. This is like her doing a 6K time trial now.
Well, 35-minute pace. She would threshold that any other day of the week.
Spot on.
And we also know that she can front run. She can run solo. She's done it. Her last 10K victory was solo. So having Holly Campbell with her, in fact, is going to help her a lot.
Yeah. I do think these ladies have bridged it a bit, though. And you see Rose is on the front of that pack now, driving it. That was a 74, so they picked it up quite a lot compared to what they were running early in the night. We've got our first DNF here. I'm trying to make out who that is.
Yeah, Elizabeth Duell from Victoria just pulled off to the side of the track there.
So the rain's eased, but the heat in the race has not changed. In fact, it's just getting turned up. Lauren Ryan's decided she's going to play Catch Me If You Can. Davies is dropping Adams there at the moment in third as she tries to link on. She wants to be part of the action out in front, which is the action of Campbell and Ryan. Campbell just looks superb on the heels of Ryan. This would be a big breakthrough for her if she can take an Australian title over 10,000 metres.
Yeah, there's a bit to keep our eyes on now. So we've obviously got Ryan and Campbell at the head of the field. Rose Davies just breaking away from the other few to try and bridge that gap.
Cara Fianne Ryan, we haven't actually mentioned her at all. The steeplechaser sitting in fifth at the moment. She's looking really good. It's that really nice long striding work. She's up onto Adams now. Adams not looking as comfortable, and Duncan's the next in the track there in sixth.
So she's rolling off 74s, which means Rose needs to run a 71-72, which is sub 3 minute pace to actually get back on this group, which is hard to do.
That's really relevant. You mentioned that because it was such a slow pace early, and if they do keep grinding the screws and turning the screws like they are, but Davies, to be fair, though, is making some inroads, and she's got the capabilities to do a 3-minute kilometre somewhere in the middle here to do that.
She's actually chasing her 6th straight podium at ZÁTOPEK, Rose, so that shows her talent in this race.
So Davies, 15 metres down at the moment on Campbell and Ryan. With Adams, a lot of work to do to get up onto that podium at the moment, but there still is a long way to go in this race. So we'll come through here. We're going to get a really good idea of what sort of pace we're on. It's going to be getting closer and closer now to that sort of sub 34 now. They have picked the pace up. Lauren Ryan's going to go past us now in 17:35. Next is going to be Campbell. Rose Davies through next. Adams, as we mentioned. Fianne Ryan. Lissy Duncan. And then our next athlete through will be Tara Palm, who we haven't called at all through the other South Australian. Gemma Maney leads the next pack. And that includes Kate Mason and the tall figure there in Isabel Hume. But right now, it's lovely the way in which Rose Davies has just wound them up here. And it's going to be a race in 3.
And it's going to be interesting to see how much this move has taken out of her. She'll, of course, get a bit of a rest now. She'll be able to take a breath and just concentrate on looking ahead and sticking on the heels of Campbell, as Campbell sticks on the heels of Lauren Ryan out in front.
And to be fair, we've only just ticked over halfway in the race, so there's a lot of action to go. So it was a really good move and strong move by Lauren Ryan and Holly Campbell, but they weren't going to shake an athlete the calibre of Rose Davies. And now it'll be a race in 3 with Adams hoping that she can pick off someone over these last 11 laps.
Yeah, so it's another 74. So she runs 4 74s in a row. So it shows that Rose really had to pick that up to get back on. You see she's gone wide here. She's going somebody else, do some work. I've made the move. I've picked up the pace. I've got rid of a little pack of 12 people a couple of laps ago, and now it's strung out massively. And now she's saying, hey, somebody else help me here. We can still run a half-decent time.
I think the interesting thing you said there was the work that Rose had to do to latch onto them. So she's now pulled right back.
But it means nothing now because they're slowed so much. Rose is getting recovery.
Correct. She's going to get the recovery, and it's not going to sting her at all. And what they're going to actually do is they're going to let Caitlin Adams get back onto this pack and potentially even Finn Ryan. So it's back to an Australian Championship title.
It's a strange race.
I like the way Lauren Ryan did it.
And is that a bit of a smirk that I saw from Lauren Ryan as she runs down the back straight? I like it.
Rose Davies is too classy to not catch us. As Adams latches on and we have a race in 4. She's not going to be chasing scraps in the last few races. She's going to be right amongst these ladies. And I think that's the thing to remember. She showed patience. She wasn't too concerned. None of them were. We might even get a group of 5 now as they go to a trot. Brady, this is going to be a really interesting split. We talked about Rose probably running out some 71s and some 70s there. I reckon we're going to see something back in the mid-80s here.
I'll tell you in a couple of seconds, but yes, you are correct. It's a very interesting race we're watching here, and Caravan Ryan's on as well. So here we go, coming through to get 10 to go, and they've run a 91 second lap after running 4 in 75 in 74.
I actually love it.
This is cat and mouse. This has got so strange now. It is interesting.
You can't get to the end of a race like this and be a front runner leading most of the race and get to the end and say, well, I had to lead. No one else would do any work. It's like, all right, well, if you don't want to, then don't.
This is where it gets interesting. So Tara Palm has been lapping evenly the whole race. She's the runner in 6. When she joins the pack, does she just go past them and lap
she's a
what she's been doing? Because she's actually been... This will be really interesting right now. So she's the runner in 6 on the track. Does she latch onto them? Nope. She's going to go past, as I said. So Tara Palm, who has not changed tempo all night, will now change the tempo of the race, and Caitlin Adams will go with her. And they're very familiar with each other, of course, the South Australians in the front.
Yeah, it's a good move. I like it. And I think Lauren Ryan also just had another smile again to say thank you. Somebody else is going to make a bit of a move here. And she can now sit back in and go, well, you know that move you saw 7 laps ago? I can do that again with 4 laps to go.
I just still laugh that 91 second split. If someone's watching the World Athletics splits at home, when you know, they're not going to believe these things. They was going to think there's an error. So Lauren Ryan onto the heels now of Caitlin Adams. Palm did a little bit of work. It was only 200 metres worth, but it was enough to pick the tempo back up, wasn't it?
It was 123, so picked it up slightly, but mostly in the last 250 because they were still power walking the first 150 of that lap.
So as they disappear behind the tent and off the screen is Adams, Ryan, Campbell, Rose, Davies, Tara Palm.
It's become a bit of a famous fartlek type session out there.
Yeah.
Lauren Ryan, she looks really comfortable. When Ryan feels sore, you do often see the grimace, but look at that. The cheekbones aren't changing. That little grin's there. Caitlin Adams always looks a little bit tense through the shoulders, but it's her style and it's effective. Rose Davies has gone too wide now. She doesn't want to have to do the work like she did before. She'll match every move, I think, from here on in our last eight and a half laps.
It's that fartlek component as well now. Like, is that going to drain someone? You feel like you're on and off. You can see that group splintered again. Cara Fairlawren's now off the back of that pack.
It's the fittest athletes that are going to win this, which seems obvious in a 10,000 metre race. But those who can handle the change of pace, it's pure championship racing.
Here we go. There's a move.
The first time we're seeing Rose at the front.
So Rose has gone to the front. So with 8 laps to go, or 3,200 metres, 2 mile to remain, and she decided to kick it down. So I'm really interested in this split here, and I'll wait for you to get that from you, Brady, as they do go around this lap, because I think it might be our fastest one of the last couple of kilometres. Campbell's the one that's matched it, and Lauren Ryan. Adams not quite giving us what we thought she might tonight. So the racing 3 at the moment, with Ryan on the heels of Campbell, and they're tracking through Rose Davies, and just behind them the 2 South Australians in 4th and 5th at the moment.
So the race as well and truly spread out again. Are we going to see any change of paces for the next 8 laps? Any slowdowns? I don't think so. I think it's only going to get faster and faster from here on out.
You think so? From 8 to go?
I reckon. Maybe not faster and faster, but I think it might. The 3 up the front might maintain, and then only kick down. I don't think they're going to let Adams back in the race, back with a sniff.
Yeah, I agree. I think the fact that these women are actually now just chasing for Australian titles, I don't think they're going to be silly enough to let someone else who's a real threat in the last kilometre be involved. I think they'd be silly to let them back on one more time. It's a race in 3 now, and I think they'd try to keep that 50-metre gap back to Adams. What was the split there on that last lap?
69.70, so we're talking 2:55k pace. So that's why Caitlin's been spat out the back. And I don't think they can maintain this for the next 3k.
No, totally agree, but I think that
That's
injection of
8:45,
pace, though,
yeah.
the injection of pace, and Rose looks so comfortable
She does.
injecting the pace.
But now what does she do? You've got rid of the 4th, 5th, 6th, but you've still got 2, especially Lauren Ryan. She's a 15:11 5k PB, so she can stick with this.
I've just loved the way tonight that Holly Campbell's matched everything.
Yeah.
So Lauren Ryan went early. Campbell's matched it. There was that little move from Palm. She went there again. Rose Davies went, and Holly Campbell was the first one to respond again. She's batting above her average here tonight on PBs over 10,000 metres, but she's a quality athlete. In 2023 calendar year could be the year of Holly Campbell because she got her first senior Australian tracksuit, and here tonight she's trying to take her first senior Australian title. We got another split there on that one.
Yeah, 72, 73. So that 3-minute K pace. How much do you think Miss and Bathurst is in Holly Campbell's? Makes the team, surprises everyone to make the teams. Doesn't get to compete due to an injury, had to give up her spot. And now here she is at the end of the year, from January to December.
And I think as soon as you get that first Australian tracksuit, she'd be looking ahead and going, what's next for me? Now, I know she didn't get to compete in the end, but that was a big breakthrough run, as we said at the trials, and the excitement of, an Olympic cycle coming not far away, and her looking and going, maybe there's somewhere in that 5 and 10Ks in my niche. Because right now, she's on the heels of Rose Davies, who is an Australian superstar at this 10,000 metre distance. And Lauren Ryan, the emerging youngster, has come out. She's had her time in college. I say youngster, she's been there for quite a while now. She'll be 24 now, probably, Lauren Ryan. And she's sitting on the heels at the moment of Holly Campbell. And Rose Davies has, as you said, looking for a 6th podium in a row and her 3rd title in 4 years.
It's so good because none of them are looking tired at this point. I mean, Rose is obviously doing a lot of work out the front. It's easy to say the 2 that are trailing the winner are looking comfortable, but they truly are looking pretty good. Rose has kind of just looked over her left shoulder. Sometimes she looks like she's kind of got that awkward sidewards lean style, and it looks like she's running out on the side of the lane 1 at times. But I think that's just her style. It almost looks like she's trying to let them through, but I don't know if that's the case.
Well,
they're still 1, 2, 3.
The big move happened with that 69.70. Then she slowed to 72 and then 74. I thought it was too early to see that big move for home, so maybe it's taken the sting out a bit and should be feeling them on her shoulder.
So when we get down this last 2K now, Holly Campbell's probably a 4:12, 4:13, 1500 metre runner. Rose Davies will be very similar.
Yeah, 4:13.
4:13
for Holly.
Rose Davies is about the same, and Lauren Ryan also with some similar quality speed, as we know. So the 3 ladies in front, there's probably not a real distinct advantage over this sort of metric mile distance. And they're going to get 4 laps to go now, and it's going to be a kick for 1 mile. As someone here says, it's my Australian title at the ZÁTOPEK on track. Night of nights. 4 laps to go. Rose Davies hasn't shaken them, but she also hasn't turned the screws too hard. Ryan's tucked in again.
Lauren Ryan
Davies almost asked for someone there to take control. Do you feel?
Yeah, I feel that. And Lauren Ryan's taken a split every lap.
Yeah, I just noticed that
You
then.
see it with rec runners and some people who are on the track, but not so much when you're in the lead pack at ZÁTOPEK. And
Yeah.
she's not looking at it, so she's not using it for data right here, right now.
Even so, I don't know. Take half an hour and look back at the live stream.
Yeah.
Don't waste the energy or distraction on tapping your watch every lap. But maybe it's a bit of a habit and it's worked for her over the years.
Oh, Michael, let's be serious. These distance runners are absolute nuffy, some of them, aren't
Yeah,
they?
right.
Brady, isn't that true?
Yeah.
Data nerds.
I don't know.
Brady
she puts
picked
it on
his selection
Strava
tonight
tonight.
based off Strava.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, that's got to pay off tomorrow when Isabel Doyle goes well in Valencia.
No, look, Holly Campbell now has gone to the lead. Davies has gone back to the 3rd. So for the first time in the last 2K, it's Davies not leading the field. She's going to wait and, I think, sit for that last lap now. Rose Davies, I'm not going to drop them. It's going to have to win it from here. It's going to be a kick finish. Who's going to position themselves well? I'm going to stick with my tip to prediction of Campbell. Lauren Ryan on her outside shoulder. Rose Davies. They all look magnificent because they are absolute class women. And tonight, someone's going to be an Australian champion. Rose Davies looking to break into history there and be the 4th woman only to win this championship 3 times.
It's slowed again, 80 seconds. It's going to be a big kick down, I feel.
So it's a real grind. They really are just hanging on to that pace. I regret everything that I said 5 laps ago about them increasing. So it's really anyone's race. I mean, Rose did do a lot of the work, but now is she just tactically resting behind, just having a bit of a cruise on Lauren Ryan's heels? I know none of them are actually cruising with 2 or 3 and a bit laps to go.
So that's 1K to go.
2 and a bit laps to go, 1K to go.
29.58 through 9K. It's irrelevant, as we've talked about. The time's not relevant, but it'll be really interesting to see what the last K is running. Does someone go at the with 800 to go, or are they all going to wait for this last lap, Brady?
I think it's got to be Holly Campbell, doesn't it? I think she's going to try to draw it out. As she's kind of on the front here, I think Rose has that. We've seen Rose do this in the past. The big 250, 300 metres to go. She knows that script, and I reckon that's why she's happy to be sitting in 3rd now, where she can see the other girls before she peels out.
And that crescendo clap is just building from the crowd. It's 2 laps to go as Lauren touches her split again.
I'm going to say it's a grind to the finish. I reckon they stick together for the next 2 laps, and none of them shake off the pace. None of them out-kick each other. They just grind it out to the last 10 metres.
So you'll need my photo finish type eyes against the finish, Michael. Is that right? Holly Campbell, 700 metres to go, just makes a little move. It's nothing too strong. It hasn't dropped any of them. But it just means they've gone back to single file. They were in a bunch through. So it's going to be 600 metres to go now. Rose Davies does go now. So Davies makes the first move. There's an injection of speed, or maybe it was just enough to make sure that Ryan's into 3rd. No one really wants to do anything big.
Holly Campbell's ran 61 for 400. She's actually got a time on her profile.
So Campbell, Davies, Ryan, the crowd gets up on their feet, starts to cheer the athletes on with 1 lap to go in this Australian Championship, the on-track nights, Melbourne, the ZÁTOPEK 10, whatever you like to call it. There's 1 lap to go. Holly Campbell, Rose Davies and Lauren Ryan are your 1, 2, 3.
She didn't take the lap either. She's focused on racing.
Oh, it's been a huge night, and what a way this is to finish it. It's appropriate that we're going to get a photo finish, and the crowd on the track of photographers are getting excited. So as they go through the tent, Davies now goes to the outside of Campbell. The lap runners are becoming relevant here. Lauren Ryan matches the move of Davies. 220 to go. Ryan, Davies, Campbell. Michael, you might be right. The 3 are going to hit the straight together. So behind the Peking duck stage, they go for the last time tonight. 32 through that 200. Ryan's going to come under the Dream on bridge in front. Davies goes to her. Campbell's race may just have come to an end, but it's been brave. Lauren Ryan, the Victorian. She's going to come of age. Here she is. She's going to take her first Australian title.
Big celebration.
She gives the crowd a cheer. Lauren Ryan, your Australian champion. Holly Campbell for 2nd. Rose Davies for the podium 3 times in a row. But Lauren Ryan, take a bow. She even moved out like they do at a milers meet outside the cones and got through the finish. The crowd's got around her. I love the celebration, the finish. She's a Victorian athlete who over the years, he would have won a lot of junior races. We've talked about the fact that she hasn't always returned to form from America the same way she runs over there. But tonight, she's stamped herself on the open level, and now coming through in 4th is Caitlin Adams. But Lauren Ryan, you're our 10,000 metre Australian champion.
66 last lap, put the afterburners on. I love the celebration early, and I thought she was going to get caught when she went for the double celebration, because Holly Campbell and Rose Davies weren't that far behind, but just seeing that kind of emotional on her face was amazing. That's her biggest win of her career, and you could tell that meant a lot.
Unreal. And to see those 3 just go neck and neck the whole time, it was an extremely slow start to this women's 10,000 metre, but they just wound it up. We forget about the moves that were made, the slow down, the speed up. Lauren Ryan's ended up winning the race, and she made a smart move to just put the brakes on, then speed up again, and so much going through their minds.
It was a crazy, like the last K was still only 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because there was the middle 400 of it was just a trawl. Like They picked it up for 400. They jogged again. They went a 32-second 200. And in the end, it was Lauren Ryan's race. She's really happy. Look at this. Hugs to the crowd. She's here with her mum.
Jumping up and down as we speak.
Understandably celebrating. We're going to go to that last lap here on our replay.
Oh, no, that was with 2 to go. She did lap the watch, and then she didn't do it at the bell. I like that.
No, these are lap by lap. We've actually seen replays of lap by lap there. That's 3 laps to go.
Yep.
Look at this here. But it's been a magnificent night of this on-track night of nights. The ZÁTOPEK 10.
Holly Campbell got over Rose as well, yeah.
We nearly saw sort of a flying duck type finish. Lauren Ryan with family and friends. But you can't believe it, really. Hugs from over the fence.
Hopefully we got Mitch and his second down there to hear from her.
Huge smile on it.
Most excited of anyone tonight for the win. They've all been pumped for the win, and there have been some great wins tonight. But the celebration in the home straight was just unreal.
Look at Kathy Watt in there, the former Olympic gold medalist cyclist in the purple, just getting in the middle of the action, taking some selfies. Lauren Ryan, though, as you said, Michael, appropriately her biggest run, 32.54. Sorry, I lied. It was actually a 3-minute last kilometre.
Bit different at 3:30, but still.
First of all, what a finish, what a performance. An obscure race, it was fast, it was slow, you made a move, you came back, you're the champion. How do you feel?
I'm ecstatic to pull it off. My grandma's not doing too well, so this one's for her. So emotional, I came back for her, and to actually pull off the race as well was just, a win-win. And I have my family out here, and, we've all been back and forth visiting my grandma at the aged care, and I'm just glad to pull it off for her, honestly. It's not about me, it's about her.
It's an amazing, beautiful gesture. Loz, we saw you at the World Champs go out and make a huge move in those heats. It didn't quite work out there. I remember talking afterwards, you're like, well, eventually it is going to work for me. Tonight's a situation where it works for you. Was that a conversation with your coach where it was you want to go out and have a crack, or is it just how the night unfolded?
Honestly, it was a lot of, I got tripped so many times, and I was just like, I'm just going to go for it. I went for it, and I kept getting clicks, so I was just like, I'm going to slow it back down again and just, race the race as it is, and it panned out that way. I kind of didn't know where my speed was at, but I was just going to give it all for my grandma and my family and my team back in Baltimore. My coach actually just had a baby yesterday, so what a last couple of days, really.
It's a huge year, obviously the Olympic year. You now come out and you win the Olympic trials. Now that time is very fast, the 30-40, that auto qualifier. But now to mark yourself as the ZÁTOPEK champion, to mark yourself as the national 10,000 metre queen, it must be a really special feeling for you, having been in the sport for so long.
Honestly, it's my first national medal. So it's taken 25 years to get one. I've always sort of just been there. I've never been the star of the show, and tonight was just one performance that actually, kind of let that shine. So I'm really ecstatic and stoked for the rest of the season to kick off 2024 and what a year it's going to be. I mean, we saw how competitive the girls are tonight, and it's just a testament to the Australian distance running community, and there's a long way to go for the rest of the season. I'm excited to toe the line with these girls continually, so yeah.
Loz, I'll let you get back in and amongst your family there. Congratulations, your national champion, ZÁTOPEK winner, Lauren Ryan, everybody. Congratulations, Lauren. And as you make your way out, you make your way through, I know it's raining, I know it's wet, but you...
Well, Lauren Ryan, it was great to hear from you there. First national medal in 25 years of running. What a phenomenal achievement. She's your Australian 10,000 metre champion. Michael, it's been a huge night here at the on-track night of nights, the 5th one in the series, the ZÁTOPEK 10. Give me a highlight for the night.
Well, I mean, it's soon to be seen Peking duck play, but besides that, something that's already happened, seeing Andrew Korska and the Irishman come and win the 10,000 metres, and Jack Rayner, I mean, third national 10,000 metre championship in a row was pretty unreal.
It was just a fascinating night, wasn't it? Like so many races, you didn't know who was going to win at the bell. So I think a bit of a night of upsets. We were expecting Pat Tiernan and Jack Rayner, and that didn't happen. And there was a lot of talk about Rose Davies and Caitlin Adams in the women's 10K, and that didn't happen either. So just great night of racing, and never seen Lakeside look like this before.
It's magnificent. Thank you to On. Thank you to Athletics Victoria. It is going to be a fixture in our calendar down here. For those that are at home, make sure you get yourself to Melbourne next year, because this was an absolute feature of the athletics season. And thank you very much to all involved. Lockie Rayner behind the scenes here with Athletics Exclusive. To Michael Massini next to me, Brady Felful, and Nick Wall signing off here from On Track Nights, the ZÁTOPEK 10 2023. Congratulations to our two winners, Lauren Ryan, Andrew Korskin, and of course our Australian champion, Jack Rayner. Craig of Queensland. He's going to take out the De Castella under 23,000 with 8:18.20. We're excited, Australians. Bandera boy, Australian record, and it's going to be right on it. 1:26.37, just outside. Tess Kershaw Ranch, he's giving everything. Aspen Anderson's in third, but Claudia Hollingsworth for On Athletics, she's going to take the victory. Ran through in second. Perdrasat, can he run down Mason Cohen? Perdrasat, he's not going to do it tonight. It'll be Mason Cohen, 600 metres. Perdrasat second.
Going to open it out to about 15 to 20 metres. Lucy Cleven holding on for strong for second. But is Galang, she's going to take this out. Congratulations. Well worth the trip home to Melbourne. It's going to open it out to about 15 to 20 metres. Lucy Cleven holding on for strong for second. But is Galang, she's going to take this out. Congratulations. Well worth the trip home to Melbourne. Leighton running strong. Probably about 30 metres to go. He's not going to give up on this one now. Bart Leighton's going to take out first. Chiss is going to take second. McDermott's going to take Leighton running strong. Probably about 30 metres to go. He's not going to give up on this one now. Bart Leighton's going to take out first. Chiss is going to take second. McDermott's going to take...
8:55's on the chance here. Skyring's going to be a winner. On Athletics takes it. Fireworks go off. 8:55. 8:55's on the chance here. Skyring's going to be a winner. On Athletics takes it. Fireworks go off. 8:55.
National Championship. Is it going to be Jack Rayner for the National Championship? Andrew Korskin for the overall win in the Melbourne On Track Nights.
Jesse Hunt, Cameron Myers, 3 wide. He won't get there tonight. It's a Ramsden Hunt affair. Ramsden Hunt. Jesse Hunt, Cameron Myers, 3 wide. He won't get there tonight. It's a Ramsden Hunt affair. Ramsden Hunt. Ramsden. First Australian title.
Big celebration.
She gives the crowd a cheer. Lauren Ryan, your Australian champion. Holly Campbell for second. Rose Davies for the podium.